Well, the PlayStation State of Play is here. If you're watching this later, this was a waiting room for the PlayStation State of Play in 2026, the first one of 2026, as well as the longest State of Play to date, essentially serving as what feels like, from what we're hearing, is going to be more like a showcase in both size and what is there. People are sort of sensing that PlayStation's sort of promoting it more than they have in the past. Now, yesterday, we did our PlayStation State of Play predictions. Got into a big discussion about Horizon Hunters Gathering and the trend of these sort of live service games that I actually personally hope they don't do that well, because I don't want more games like that in the market. I think they tend to do poorly. They tend to be big wastes of money, and then that hurts the developers and the studios. I want more and more studios to start thinking differently about this, and we'll probably end up talking about Highguard today because they had to do significant layoffs, as the game is probably not going to survive, even though they said they didn't need a large player base to survive. But there are a few things that definitely will not be at this event. Just a very, very quick summary for those of you that maybe weren't here yesterday, or maybe you haven't been paying attention, but it's very, very unlikely that GTA 6 will be there. They tend to not come to events like this. They indicated on their earnings call recently, Take-Two, on that earnings call, indicating that, the actual marketing would not be spinning up until the summer. A little too early for that, in my opinion. I do think PlayStation will probably be a part of the GTA 6 marketing machine once it spins up, potentially with PS5 Pro or PlayStation 5 bundles. But for now, I think GTA 6 is going to largely stay out of the frame. Another game that will not be there is Wolverine. I just don't think Wolverine is in the position right now to say anything based off everything Insomniac is saying, outside of a very quick teaser where maybe they promote a State of Play next month for it, the same way they did with Yote last year. You may remember they did their summer State of Play. They teased Yote. I was really excited to see more gameplay, and then that was it. That they were like, oh, nope, there's a State of Play next month. They told us we would see more Wolverine in the spring. Next month is when spring starts, so it's potentially that's all we will see is some kind of a teaser. I do not think Horizon Hunters Gathering will be there. They literally just announced it and also did a pretty significant deep dive into the game, the systems, and the playtest, and the developers talking. Doesn't really feel like it would be here again, unless it is a very quick reminder about the upcoming playtest. Also don't think Starfield will be there. Notable leaker Shinobi said that Starfield will be announced for PlayStation next month in March. They're going to announce it, and then it's going to show up on PlayStation in April. That, I believe, is pretty reliable information, so I doubt Starfield will be there. What do I think will be there? I think Saros is pretty much a guarantee to be there with more gameplay and a reminder about the pre-order bonuses and the release date. Marathon is now confirmed to be there. However, they did confirm there is no playtest this weekend. They're going to have information forthcoming about that playtest. They are also going to be doing a stream after the State of Play. I will not be able to cover that. My schedule is pretty booked, so as soon as I'm done sort of with the State of Play, I've got to book it out of here and leave. I'm not even going to get to have dinner. Schedule's very tight today. So I will actually end up probably discussing that with you guys tomorrow. I also think Phantom Blade Zero will likely be there along with Resident Evil 9. I think it's pretty obvious that Resident Evil will be a significant portion of the show. I even anticipate them either shadow dropping a Resident Evil 9 demo or announcing a Resident Evil 9 demo date. And they may even use Resident Evil 9 to show off the impending PSSR 2.0 update that we keep hearing about. So those are pretty much the Cliff's Notes of yesterday's very lengthy show open, where I talked about what would not be there and what I think could be there. There are some wild cards, I know, that are just sort of like out of left field, things that we would not be able to predict. Potentially a new first-party announcement, a new first-party game announcement, whether that's the God of War, 2.5 3D or 2D or whatever they're calling it, the Metroidvania. We're hearing they were discussing internally that being a multi-platform release, potentially landing on the Switch. There's also the Cory Barlog game, and I also think we may hear about the OLED Portal. I think the PlayStation Portal OLED is coming this year. The PlayStation handheld is likely next year, and the year after that is going to be the PlayStation 6. So we could hear about the OLED Portal today. That's pretty much it. That's a very, very quick show open. I'm not going to belabor the point and say much more than that, and you guys obviously can put all your suggestions in chat. We did that yesterday. We'll probably do a lot about that today. We'll probably talk an awful lot about some of the things that have been developing In the gaming news space, particularly with what we just found out about Highguard, which nobody should be surprised and is certainly pertinent to yesterday's discussion where I said I think it's okay to, actively hope certain types of games don't do well or that they fail because I don't think they're particularly good for the market. And you would like to see other studios and publishers discouraged from trying the same thing. We're sort of still living in the shadow of what I feel like is a Fortnite gold rush where people from about 2018 to 2021 smell the live service dollar, and we continue to see these very derivative products that don't look very inspired. They look very soulless, and they sort of go this quickly. I mean, this is basically the second Concord. I mean, this is an undeniable failure and an undeniable flop, and it was easy to see. The continued argument that it's like the fault of content creators or the public, I think, is absolutely ridiculous. I think people are essentially using this as an opportunity to virtue signal, as well as just make sure they maintain their access. Access journalism, I think, is well in play right now. You don't want to be out here dogging on a game before it comes out, or essentially, predicting a game's demise because you won't get publishers and developers to work with you. You'll be seen as a negative person, as somebody who isn't on the team, as it were. And I think that's largely playing a pretty big role here. If everybody would have been super kind and generous and polite and optimistic, the game still would have bombed because it doesn't offer anything unique or winsome or captivating. Plenty of games have been brigaded against and sold just fine. Ghost of Yotei was heavily brigaded against and hated, and tons of hate campaigns and lies were spread about it, and it outsold Call of Duty in North America and was like the 11th most sold game last year and was incredibly successful, and it surpassed Tsushima. You cannot hate brigade a good game into oblivion. It's not possible. They tried it with AC Shadows, and it was the second most commercially Assassin's Creed in history. So you cannot hate brigade a good game into failure. That's just not possible. I've never seen it happen. I only see bad games fail. I've never seen a good game fail. So I'm sure we'll end up discussing that a little bit today. But I think it's pertinent to a PlayStation State of Play and announcements because people are also trying to blame Jeff Keighley, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. He saw something he thought was cool, he backed it, and it was not good. And that just happens. I mean, I don't think it's his fault. I don't think it would have gone any different had he not put it in the Game Awards or given them the end of the show or any of that. I genuinely think people think that he put it at the end of the show and it got all this negativity and everybody went and brigaded against it and hated it and left mean comments and then, review bombed it on Steam, and that's why it failed. I don't think people played it for 10 minutes and put it down 10 minutes later because of mean comments on Twitter and YouTube. I will continue to maintain that people stopped playing after 10 minutes because it's not a fun game. It's not a good game. It wasn't thought out. And sadly, the developers are going to have to figure out what they're going to do. I'm never going to celebrate layoffs, but we're certainly going to have to say that that is the nature of the business, that bad games don't survive, and hopefully other publishers and developers can take notice. So, and a $5 super chat from Sora says, YouTubers being the reason a game fails is a dumb take. I completely agree with you. Wooly with a £5 super chat says, want to see what Bluepoint has been working on. Yes, because Bluepoint is, in fact, working on something new. Guys, as you're tuning in, we're going to be here for a while. I will get the goal up, and I will get the timer going. Let's see here, because it's at 5 p.m. today, and today is the 12th. Set, start, show timer, and then we'll make that say state of play. There we go. So there's your timer. And then the goal, we're just like last week. We are very, very much behind on the goal. And if you guys want to go crazy today and tomorrow, then we can unlock basically probably the last chance to have Madam play Highguard. I don't even know if the game will be playable after this week. We will see. And I've got some people to already add to the total. Juice and Siphon both use their primes over here on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for using those primes every single month and supporting the channel. You wait 5 minutes to find a game, then you spend 3 minutes waiting for the map to be selected and loaded, and then there's 5 minutes of gameplay before you get into a gunfight. Happy Thursday, says Sucker Butcher Punch. He says, I hope all is well with everyone. Take good care of yourselves. Thank you so much. And a 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland, and he says, boys, we're going to have to kick it into high gear if we're going to hit that goal. It'll probably be the last week that Madam will be able to play Highguard for you guys. I felt bad because we only had her play the tutorial. You guys went crazy and hit that goal 2 weeks ago, and I was like, all right, we owe you guys some games. So I honestly think this will be the last weekend that we can probably do. Make sure as you guys are coming in, you're going through the ritual of hitting that like button. We need 20 more likes to get that first 100. He has to take some of the blame for being toxically positivity, Jane, to be honest. Siege Master, thanks so much for bumping the line by 1. He's probably going to bump the line by 1 more. He's hoping somebody drops that 10 bomb to get to 175. Every 25 I gift a membership. So I don't think Jeff deserves blame for believing in the game. Like him being like, hey, I'll accept your apologies, blah, blah, blah. He really thought they had something special. He did. I mean, it's not his fault the game failed. Like, this is what's bizarre to me. This is what's really bizarre. I see a lot of people that are really, really big champions of accountability, seemingly not wanting to blame. They want to blame everybody but the developers. I just don't understand that at all. It's like wrecking the car and then being like, well, the road was designed poorly and the person in the back of the car was distracting me or something. It's just like, I don't know. Siege Master with another one bumps it to 165. We're exactly 10 away from 175. Creature says, I think that Highguard would have failed no matter what Jeff did, but I do think Highguard failed very publicly and very loudly because of Jeff, just my opinion. Right. So more of us know that a bunch of people are like, I guess we all would have found out about them being laid off because it would have been gaming news. I think it would have gone viral either way. It would have gone viral either way. It would have been an absolute disaster, and they would have had to lay people off, and people would have been like, listen, this is how we know it would have gone viral. Very small games get tons of attention from YouTubers who are like anxious to have something negative to talk about, and I think this game would have been front and center in that. I think people would have like been like, what the heck is this? This looks like Concord. Oh my gosh, the player numbers are terrible. Oh my gosh, they're laying people off. It's another Concord. I guarantee you the YouTube machine would have spiraled this up into notoriety to the degree that Jeff Keighley did by putting at the end of the Game Awards. Well, certainly not to that degree. It's like the most watched gaming event of the year. Yo, Higgs with the Prime resub and 12 months over there on Purple. Thank you so much, getting us to 166. And Huel coming back in and renewing their membership on YouTube. Thank you. How can Jeff, who has been in the industry for as long, not know that Highguard was going to fail? I'm going to be honest with you. I think there is a big, giant divide between people that are sort of in the world of gaming and events and interviews. The press, we'll call them. I think there is a growing divide between gaming press and gamers. I'm not trying to do an us versus them thing, although I think we are in a bit of a battle for I think, truth and accountability, and I think they're wanting to blame YouTubers and haters and review bombing. Like, there's this weird sort of villainizing of the public thing going on. Like, there's this nameless group in the public that just hurt this game and is evil. I think that's gaming press. I think it's a gaming press narrative. Not all gaming press, but I'm saying I think there's a significant portion of the gaming press where there's just this big divide between them and gamers. Gamers look at a game like that and instinctively we're all like, what? Like Marshmallow, thank you for 7 months. Looking forward to them announcing Marathon. It's just actually a shell game, and it was Destiny 3 the whole time. Let me add that to the total. Thank you so much. Like, you guys know me. You guys know me. In the 10 years I've been doing this, I don't like hate brigade video games. I don't. I'm like, hey man, you know, this could. I always try to see the silver lining within the first minute of me seeing that trailer. Go watch my natural reaction. I'm like, I'm so confused. I'm like, what is this? Why? Huh? It's just instinctive. But you know, the people in the press and the people that are virtue signaling this will act like we should have given it a shot, or we should have been positive or optimistic. Why? We don't owe these companies anything. You're bringing something to the market. Do we treat anything else like this? Like, if you saw a trailer for a TV show or a movie and it was about your favorite thing, you know, maybe you're a big fan of, you know, like what happened with all these things lately with, you know, Wheel of Time and Lord of the Rings and stuff, and you saw a trailer and you thought it looked terrible and low production and bad special effects, you'd be like, and nobody would be like, well, you should give it a shot. Like, what do you mean? They're marketing something. They're bringing something to the market for people to buy, engage with, or support. I don't think there's sides here. It's a product. I think what there are sides, Eugene, is I think the people out here that are trying to virtue signal and browbeat and act like people are in the wrong. Yo, thank you for a 5 stream streak, Sucker Butcher Punch. I think those people are protecting their access. That's what I think. I think you're seeing access journalism. It's people People are protecting their access because they know publishers and developers are watching right now. And they will refuse to work with you if you dance on the grave of a game like this. If you're like, well, who could have seen this coming? Oh my, we're all so shocked that a game that looked derivative and vacant of a soul and like 18 other games that have tried to come out and have failed. Well, I can't believe it has failed and flopped. Everyone wants to act like this is a tragedy and this could have been avoided, and if people would have been nicer, it maybe would have had a shot, and people review bombed it and everything else. And it's like, that just sounds like somebody who's scared to be honest to me. That just doesn't feel honest. There's this weird thing going on right now, and I'm not saying that we should call anybody out, but I'm saying, why are we acting like honesty is hatred? Why are we acting like honest reactions, positive or negative? Like, if I have a negative honest reaction to something, I just don't get where we are right now. Why are we couching everything in this idea that, like, well, we should be optimistic, or we should cheer for every game, or we should root for every game? I'm like, what are you talking about? What? Why? I don't understand why anybody would think that. Yeah, High on Life 2 doesn't have a whole lot of scores just yet, only like 4. I'm kind of waiting to see where it lands. It's got a 75 right now. I don't know how the first one did. It's not shutting down yet. I can't see how it survives. I just don't know. I don't see how it can survive. You don't have enough players, and even the players playing it are likely not spending money. Nobody's going to spend money on something that they feel like is on its way out. That's different than hoping to fail. I think it's completely legitimate to hope certain games fail, though. I think it's completely legitimate. If you look at the gaming ecosystem and the gaming space, and if you think something like that is bad for the gaming space, which I think they are bad for the gaming space, I think it's totally fine to be like, I hope that game doesn't do well, because I don't think it's good for what we do and what we want to see. It's not innovative, it's not new, it's not fresh, it's corporate. It feels like somebody's trying to come in from the outside to come in and make money, is what it feels like. $10 super chat from JTCU says, this contemptuous attitude from gaming journalists is so funny to me. They tried to smear campaign Black Myth Wukong, same for Baldur's Gate 3 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. In the same breath, they call Dragon Age Veilguard the best Dragon Age. I don't remember them going after Baldur's Gate or Kingdom Come. Kuehl with a $5 super chat. If devs can't iterate fast, they should not develop on things that are hits now. Hero shooters and multiplayer Monster Hunter died, and the devs missed their chance. Gamers have priorities, says S3 Plan. Gamers have outcome preference that will align with their priorities. If a game's failing will lead to fulfilling their priorities, then they may hope for a game to fail. Yeah, I think we're turning games into, like, I don't know. It's like we're turning them into participants in some weird, everybody gets a trophy Olympics. It's like, well, we should cheer for every game. You shouldn't hope any game fails. Why? Why? I don't understand why I should do that. Why is there an impetus on me or an imperative on me to cheer for all products to be successful? That doesn't make any sense at all. We're not cheerleaders, we're consumers. We're not campaigners, we're consumers. Like, you're consuming a product. You're supposed to extract as much value as you can out of the market. This is a hobby, not a battleground. There's enough doom and gloom in the world. Some don't want it in their hobbies, their escape. I totally get that, but to me, my hobby is not watching trailers and cheering for games. My hobby is playing the games. I'm playing them to escape. I don't watch a trailer and escape into the trailer. So if somebody's like dogging on a trailer like Horizon Hunter's Gathering, I'm not escaping into the trailer. I escape into the game. Like when I played Replaced yesterday, which you can play the demo of Replaced right now. You staying online for 7 hours? Yes, sir. This is what we do when there's an event. We do a waiting room. We give people an opportunity to, to hang out and have a good day while we wait. £2 from Wooly. I'll never forgive y'all for Concord, though. Shut up, Wooly. $5 from Tony Kennedy. The games that are meant to generate revenue are the ones costing the most money, and like Highguard are flopping. You escape into the trailers. We experience this medium very differently, and perhaps that's why people get so twisted up. Not you, Fuzzy, but people get really twisted up when I'm like breaking down a trailer and analyzing it and looking at the different aspects of it. I don't escape into the trailer. I view the trailer as a means to me making a decision. So it's like, that's what I'm using it for. I'm not using it to be like, oh. Now, surely, if it's something that really excites me, like the end of the Saros trailer, seeing the Housemarque logo popped up, I went a little wild, right? Why? Because, oh my gosh, I'm so excited there's going to be some kind of a spiritual successor to Returnal, right? That's like my fandom rising to the surface. After that, though, I'm not like escaping into the trailer. I'm not mad if anybody's critical of the trailer. I'm not mad if anybody says, oh, I hated Returnal. I hate that they're doing another Returnal. I'm like, that's fine. I don't freaking care. Like, I'm excited. Again, generally, I don't escape into the trailer. I watch the trailer to make an informed decision as a consumer, which is why when I see trailers like when we saw the day before in Mind's Eye, I was like, boys, something's not right here. This is misleading. And when we watch the Fable during the Fable presentation during the Xbox Developer Direct, I told you guys, I was like, there's a lot of red flags here in the way this is being presented. Crimson Desert has once again uploaded a trailer to the PlayStation channel, and it's PC footage. We're just gonna march all the way to that game's launch and never see PlayStation gameplay, like uncut, real, raw gameplay. Also, the newest trailer just shows, I'm telling you, that game has had significant scope creep. I would be very concerned with that game's quality and performance. It seems like a massive scope creep project. It seems like a massive scope creep project. So I watch trailers to make an informed decision as a consumer. So when I get like this about Crimson Desert, people do the same thing. They get all bent and they're like, you're just being a doomer or a hater, or, you're just trying to bring a game down. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm trying to make an informed decision. I've always been on this about these things. This is why I got frustrated with the Xbox ROG Ally X marketing. I was like, call it what it is. It's not an Xbox. Everybody who reviewed it said it wasn't an Xbox. Now, why did I get on that? People will tell you it's tribalism and he hates Xbox. It's like, no, it's because I want the consumer to be properly informed about what they are buying. That is the purpose of marketing, is to inform you about the product. And when I feel like a trailer either isn't doing that accurately or is showing me something that I don't want or think will be bad, I'm going to say it. Thank you, Blind Darkness, for 9 months over there using your Prime on Purple. Let me add it to the total. 169. Nice. Does Crimson Desert not have their own channel that posts the stuff on? I don't know. The PlayStation channel is a massive, massive platform for marketing. They have almost 17 million subscribers. Videos can just crush on their channel. Videos can crush over there. This is also your job. Yes, that's true, Sane. I have not once, today or yesterday, gave any indication that you as the consumer should watch trailers the way I do. I even said yesterday, people are expecting the consumer to watch these trailers and to be like thoughtful and critical. They're not going to do that. They're watching on their iPhone on their lunch break. They're watching on their television. They're watching on their computer, and then they're quickly going back to whatever it is they were doing. It's a piece of marketing. It's an advertisement. They're going to watch it and make a deduction and make a decision just like that. They're not going to watch it with a critical eye. So I'm not trying to say consumers should watch trailers the way that I do. I'm just saying that's why I do what I do in the way that I do it. And it is very, very consistently couched as hate. Well, was it hate to warn people about the day before in Mind's Eye? Nobody ever wants to go back and give me flowers for that. Anytime it's a new game, they want to act like I'm hating and trying to tear a game down. And it's like, yeah, but what about the times I've accurately warned people about something that doesn't look any good? That doesn't count? That counts for nothing? What about all the people that hyped up games like that and then end up making the consumer feel misled? I mean, I'd pull receipts on that. $2 from Kuhl. Almost everything is developed first for PC now. I don't think that's even remotely true. Egnarts with 52 months, thank you so much. I see no evidence that almost everything is made for PC first now. Most games that are smaller budget, smaller studio AAAs and indies, yes, they make their games for PC first. That is true. But there are plenty of AAA games that set their sights on PlayStation first. They've all but said that in interviews. Now, if you're talking majority, I mean, obviously, yes, there's way more little small indie titles and AA titles hitting Steam every single week that don't go anywhere else. That is true. But really, really big AAA property and AAA budgets and things like that, commonly these people are finding their development is starting with PlayStation and not PC. I get why devs want lower risk titles. They can turn a profit in a short space of time, but they've just got but it's got to hit initially. If not, it's devs being shown the door. It's a harsh environment. Yo, what's good, MM2K? Says, I find it hilarious that people think that gamers will hate on a game they actually think is good because a YouTuber told them to. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm just going to keep citing Ghosts of Yotei and AC Shadows. There were so many people spewing hate and lies and brigading against the trailers, and both of those games were significantly commercially successful. Nobody could brigade those games into bad review scores either from the user. Like, pull up either one of those games and look at the user score. You can't brigade a game like that into a bad score. It's not possible. You're not going to convince enough people to do that. Oh yeah, I'm going to go and give it a bad score on Steam. I'm going to go download it and play it. Like AC Shadows has a 78% on Steam. I don't know why it's a 78%. Maybe there was performance issues. But if you look at PlayStation, AC Shadows PlayStation, it's got a perfectly fine score on PlayStation. It has a 4.2. It has a 4.29, I'm sorry. It has an 86%. That's a perfectly good score. Same with Yotei. Go look at the user score. You are never going to convince me that these people that brigade against games have any power. I think people are missing the forest for the trees whenever we talk about this kind of thing. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. A trailer is an ad, after all. That's exactly right. What do you mean, why is it 79? It's Ubisoft. That's an empty platitude that doesn't even talk about the game and what it does. It has an 86 on PlayStation. That's a perfectly good score. I ran into the bloat late in the game. I got like 30-something hours in and was like, yeah, I would like to be done. I got my value and my worth out of that game. I played it for over 30 hours and had a perfectly good time. What compare its score to Highguard's score is the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is not what's your opinion on Ubisoft games, as it's just really bestowed such wisdom on us, calling it Ubisoft. Look at that score compared to Highguard. Does that make sense? Like, if you're going to brigade against a game and you can bring a game down, and that's why Highguard failed and that's why Highguard has a bad score, then you'd have to be able to explain why games like Ghosts of Yotei and AC Shadows did just fine. Do you see my point? You sound like Tim Cook. I don't know what you're meaning by that. You think Ubisoft is an efficient publisher? I never said anything about them being an efficient publisher. I said that some of you guys are really struggling, so let's just walk through this again. The discussion on the table is whether or not people, YouTubers, Twitterverse, can brigade against a game and drive its score and success down. That's what's on the table. I am referencing two games that had a significant amount of that directed toward them, Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghost of Yotei. Both of those games were commercially successful and have good, respectable scores from the users. It's not like they got driven down into the terrible scores and were commercial flops because people were saying mean things on Twitter and on YouTube. I'm demonstrating that one does not lead to the other. People are getting everything twisted and backwards. If a bad game comes out and gets lots of bad scores and lots of hate and ridicule, one is causing the other. It's not like people were saying all these mean, nasty things and that's why Highguard failed. One is free, one is not. People not interested in AC will not buy it and rate it low. What a remarkable argument. So yes, you're correct. People that didn't buy AC Shadows can't rate it low. What a dizzying display of intellect once again. Are you going to enter the landscape of the discussion, or are you just going to keep trying to take cheap shots at a game that you were predisposed to not like? I'm not trying to convince you that AC Shadows was a good game or that you would have liked it. What I'm saying is, all the hatred lobbied at it didn't cause it to commercially fail or score poorly. Why is this so difficult? Like, Do you see? It's like you can't do that to a game that's good. AC Shadows wouldn't have been commercially successful if it was that easy to tear a game down. That's the argument I'm making. I'm not arguing whether or not AC Shadows was good. You're getting caught up in the particulars because you're like really obsessed with making sure everybody knows that AC Shadows was no good. Nobody gives a frick. We've all moved on from AC Shadows, bro. We either played it or didn't play it. Does that make sense? No, what do you think of the God of War rumors? There's a couple of rumors. I mean, the one rumor is that they made a 2D, 2.5D, Metroidvania. And then there's the other rumors they were internally discussing having that land on other platforms. That doesn't surprise me that much. I think if they're going to do big deviations like that, kind of like they did with the Horizon Lego game, it doesn't surprise me that they would say, yes, sell that on the Nintendo Switch. Because, again, I've even said that I could see them putting PlayStation 4 games on the Switch, too, just to expose that audience to games. And then they might want to be like, hey, I'll get a PS5. I want to play Spider-Man 2 and Ragnarok and Forbidden West. One is a franchise that is following a fan base and know how to play the game already, and the other is a new type of game that has to be babied and learn how to play, but it was never given... I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Never given a fair shot or something? So yeah, the God of War rumors to me are not that surprising. I've been trying to tell people that, PlayStation has different leadership now. And I think they're viewing these platforms very differently than maybe people think they are. I don't think Nintendo Switch 2 is a threat. I don't think Nintendo Switch 2 is a cross-purchase comparison that people are making with the PlayStation 5. I think many people who own PlayStation 5s also own Switch 2s, and I think there's plenty of people who own Switch 2s right now who would consider getting a PlayStation 5 if they got exposed to some good PlayStation property. Some said that Nate the Hate confirmed. No, Nate the Hate did not confirm it was going to other platforms. He said it was being considered, and he has no idea what decision they came to. He hasn't heard if they came to a decision or not. All he knows is that they were considering it and discussing it. Broken Earth says it's an overcorrection. People wanting to engage only with their feelings instead of facts and figures. It's a 2D Metroidvania God of War game, that big of a deal. I see people keeping up these rumors like it's going to be huge. I would not expect it to be huge, no. I would not expect it to be huge. In many respects, I would expect a game like that to be, in the maybe more than Astrobot. I could see it maybe like doubling Astrobot sales because it is God of War. But a lot of people are going to be like, I don't want to play a God of War Metroidvania. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it'd be perfectly fine. I think it'd be perfectly successful, but I don't think it would be like at the level of the way we see the way we see games sold and the way we see, PlayStation first party games sell. I don't think they expect, a barn burner of sales from like a 2D God of War Metroidvania or from Astrobot or from Lego Horizon. What do you think about Venom? I think Venom is a smart idea. I think they could treat it like Miles Morales. It could be like a $40 game, $50 game or something. I feel like that'll be next year. I don't know if we're going to hear about Venom until Wolverine is out. I don't know if they want to do that. Like, I don't know if Insomniac wants to talk about much else. $5 super chat from Kuhl says, I think developers can kill their games by talking crap to their own customers. It still baffles me that companies allow this kind of stuff. I continue to think that the wall between developer and the consumer has completely dissolved to the point that there's like this back and forth, I think, that can be very healthy. You can have a really good symbiosis with a company, like we've seen with, like, I think Arc Raiders and Helldivers they've imperfectly done this. I don't think they've done this perfectly, but they've imperfectly received feedback and made good changes and engage their communities, I think, in pretty good ways. But you can also see it go the other way. You can see, developers take it kind of personal. You can see developers and community managers using their platforms to say things that are incredibly divisive that have nothing to do with the game. They get very, very self-centered and self-referential. I think a lot of these people are just unwell, and this is just a way for them to display that to the world, that they have no filter. It's like there's a lot of extended adolescence going on where there's just no filter. It's like, well, I'm mad about this thing, so I'm going to say this thing, or I'm going to take the failure of my game, very personally and air that grievance on the internet. I think that veil coming down has good and bad. Broken Earth with a $5 super chat. If someone launched a car that was an absolute turd and broke down all the time, would we still be having to support the car or the manufacturer? It's crazy. Right. Seeing a bad product do poorly it's a mixed bag. Like when I see Highguard do poorly and I see the player numbers being very low, and then I hear the announced layoffs, I'm obviously a human being, and I'm like, well, that's a bummer. But I'm also like, what the frick did you guys expect to happen? It's like when I tell my kid to quit climbing on that thing, they're going to get hurt. And then they get hurt, and I'm like, and I'm sorry you got hurt. Nobody likes to see somebody get hurt. But what did you think was going to happen? It's to me, it's both. It's not this simplified virtue signal, let's all be positive, and we should just cheer for every game, and we should hope that every game, is successful. I just think that's almost juvenile. There's a juvenility to that. I'm like, what are you even talking about? No, that's not going to happen. You're not going to get consumers to do that. You're not going to get me to do that. Hey, it's Chill Will says, check my last. Would Nintendo want that game on their platform, though? I don't think Nintendo's going to care. They didn't care about Horizon Lego game coming to their platform. They're making money. What do you mean? A car is a product. A video game is an art. I mean, that's a false dichotomy. It can be both. It's both a video game. I'm sorry, it's both a product and art. It being art doesn't mean I want it to succeed. Like, it being art doesn't mean I automatically cheer for it. Like, yeah, I hope it does great, even though I don't like it or think it's bad for the industry. There's monetization practices in mobile games and gacha games that I think are abhorrent and shouldn't exist. Is a car art? No, but that's superfluous to the discussion. The minute something is a product, you're going to be scrutinized like a product. I don't understand why this is becoming this is a weird line for people to draw. I certainly treat it differently than other products because it is art. Lono, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on. Could these companies know the game's of low quality and not very good, and they use it so they can lay people off? Absolutely not. No. If you think that Rocksteady with Kill the Justice League and Firewalk with Concord and what's her name, Wildlight with Highguard and Guerrilla with Horizon Hunters Gathering, if you think they're like, let's make crap for the next couple of years so we can lay people off in the future. Like, this studio literally formed to make Highguard. Firewalk literally was like shut down because their game did so poorly. Why do you think Highguard is bad for the industry when it's indie? If anything, wouldn't it push it for other shooters to be more innovative? Okay, I'll take this in two parts, gaming anime nerd. I think these are fair questions. Why do you think Highguard's bad for the industry when it's an indie? I think it's bad for the industry for a handful of reasons. I think getting everybody's attention with a derivative piece of content that is very clearly aiming at the live service dollar, I don't think is good for the medium. I think you're diluting the medium of video games when you're turning it into that. Well, we can just sort of copy what other people have done. Their name is derivative. They named their game High Guard. High and guard are synonyms to over and watch. I cannot stress enough how you should almost be insulted as a consumer that they had the gall to do that and bring it to the public. Like, the nerve to think it's like they put the name Overwatch into AI and said, can you create a synonym to this? Okay? I don't think that's good for video games. I don't think that's good for you to dilute things down to their most base parts and create some calculated corporate live service, slop. I don't think that's good for the medium. I don't. What's good for the medium is gutsy plays at Arc Raiders, like putting PvP in their game and like basically delaying their game. And Expedition 33. Silk Song. Like, these are gutsy plays, like Mugenics yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, whenever it came out. Like, that to me is good for the industry. That's innovation. That's new. That's fresh. There's a boldness. There's a courage there. There's a fine line between courage and stupidity. You could courageously run toward a silverback gorilla. You're also being very stupid. And so, yes, I think there is an element of courage to be like, well, we're a small, scrappy studio, and we're going to try and launch a live service game. Great. What are you going to call it, and what's the game going to consist of? And then I look at all the pieces and the parts, and I'm like, yeah, I think you've wandered out of the realm of being courageous into the realm of being stupid and foolhardy. Nobody looked at this thing. Like, this is the thing that blows my mind. It's like nobody internally looked at this thing and thought, this thing doesn't have a prayer. All those are single-player games. Arc Raiders is not a single-player game, and I mentioned it. Optimized Nordic with 30 months. I think the biggest reveal and talking point after the state of play will be Light No Fire. I believe it'll be a game that they really promote. Let me add to the total, Optimized Nordic, and then a $2 super chat from Kuehl. Knights of the Old Republic should have ended the show. We don't need to keep rebaking the Game Awards. I mean it. I think there is a fine line between courageous and stupid, and I think some of these companies are just being really brazenly stupid. I think Firewalk was incredibly stupid. Internally, allegedly, internally toxically positive. They bring something out that just feels absolutely derivative. We have Guardians of the Galaxy at home and gameplay that looked like it was one-to-one rip. This is the other thing that's just absolutely breaking my brain. Why are we defending derivative, non-innovative gameplay? Why are we doing that? Why? Somebody explain it to me. Concord was derivative, one-to-one animations ripped from Destiny slop. It was trash. It should be called that. It should. Everybody's laughing about that. There's the waifu GTA game where the animations are one-to-one rips from Spider-Man. We all have a good laugh about that, right? But it's also derivative. It's also cheap and lazy. Looking at a game that doesn't bring anything new to the table other than here's our take on a hero shooter. Gunplay and animations and movement and grenade throws and map design are all like literally copied from Destiny. Most things are derivative. That's a heck of a hand wave to look at Concord and to act like that's on the same level of people argue that Expedition 33 was derivative. That's so reductionist to act. Well, then that means everything's derivative, which means using the word doesn't mean anything anymore, which means now we can't even have a discussion about what's the difference between a derivative game like Concord and derivative mechanics in a game that's turn-based. The game you played yesterday is derivative. Congratulations, you've made the term mean nothing. Now you can't use it anymore, Eugene. That's what you're doing. You're literally making the game mean the word mean nothing. Within the context of this discussion, you know what I mean when I say something is derivative. If you're going to argue that every game is derivative, don't ever use the word again then, because you just turned it into a meaningless word. It now means nothing. If every game is derivative, then it no longer works as a negative or a pejorative when describing a game. I don't think derivative is a criticism. I think it is a criticism when it's so blatantly derivative that there's no dividing line. If you have the animations in Concord that are literally right from Destiny, that's a level of being derivative that's almost insulting. When your name is Highguard, that's a level of being derivative that's insulting to the consumer. What if I did that? What if I just took, Chat GPT or an AI program and I just started taking other people's content and repackaging it and putting it in my own words and making videos, and you guys found out, and I was like, well, everything's derivative. You'd be like, now come on, Lono, there's a big difference between derivative content that takes inspiration from what other people are doing and derivative content that's literally a copy. We know within the context of these discussions that when we say something is derivative, it's imitative to a point where it's considered bad. I mean, the definition right here, typically of an artist or work of art, imitative of the work of another person and usually disapproved of for that reason. An artist who is not in the slightest bit derivative would be one that we would celebrate. When derivative is used in these contexts, it is seen as a negative. Your view that it's not really a negative word, that to me is superfluous to the discussion, and I'm not going to waste any more time on it. I'm going to keep using derivative because people know what I mean. Your pedantic use of the word is not how people use it. Therefore, I reject your use of it and your criticism of my use of it, and I'm going to continue using it because it's how people use it. That's how communication works. You want to sideline the discussion to be like, well, everything's basically derivative, and derivative's not really a negative. No, it's used as a negative in these contexts, and therefore your attempt to hijack it is worthless to me. It's how people say it. It's how people use it. When you look at a game like Realm Royale back in the day, and people were like, well, that's awfully derivative. Nobody was like, everything's basically derivative, bro. No, people knew exactly what they meant. It literally looked like a Fortnite limited time mode. It literally did. It almost looked as if somebody went into Fortnite, like the new creative thing they have, where like you can create like little games and stuff. When people say it in these contexts, we know exactly what they're communicating. And when something lacks that creativity, that distinction, that identity, that uniqueness, it's immediately rejected. There's no reason to defend this. There's no reason to act like these games deserved a shot. You named your game a synonym of another game. What? This whole situation's insane to me. It's insane to me. No, Starfield won't be shown today on PS5, I don't think. That's they said that it's going to be announced next next month and coming in April. So if it's going to be announced next month, I don't think it's going to be there today. People don't mind if you copy things in a way that's pleasing to them. It's completely subjective. People do not mind if you copy something to the degree with which it's familiar, but not lacking distinction. Do you see? People do not mind if you copy something and it's familiar. Like, take, for example, when I play a Metroidvania game, like Mio Memories in Orbit, right? Or the first time I played Ori, or the first time I played Hollow Knight, okay? Or when I played Sundered. Sundered is another great one from Thunder Lotus. These are fantastic games. There's obviously levels of familiarity. The way you platform, the way you double jump, the way you wall jump. These are all touchstones of familiarity where I'm like, yes, this is familiar, but the game is distinct. There is a distinction. There is an identity. There is a clear deviation from just being just like that game over there. We've seen Hades clones. We've seen games very, very much mimic the Silk Song, Hollow Knight art style. We have seen that. And you want to know what makes one game more successful than another? The distinctive properties of it. What can I put my hands on? Is there texture to the movement, and is there a feel to it? Is there something new? Is there something unique? Thank you, Wheezy, for 25 months. Mugenics is good. I've heard nothing but good things. Let me add you to the total. Thank you so much, Wheezy. Dismissing the term derivative by saying everything's derivative is useless. That thought in that person's brain is derivative of other ideas and the persons they've heard before, says S3 Plan. Yeah, I think use of the word is fine. See last two comments, but after looking very closely, the Hunter's Gathering game style does not look similar to Fortnite outside of being like a cartoon. So the Star Wars cartoon's immensely popular, but it's a complete departure from the movie style. It was introduced tons of kids to the franchise. I don't think that changing style is necessarily bad. I don't agree. And here's why. You're talking about a visual medium where that's not associated with something that's necessarily bad. So many of us as adults who have grown up with Star Wars have watched plenty of really, really entertaining cartoons with our children, right? What's good, Wicked? Maybe we've watched, a Toy Story, or maybe we've watched Mickey Mouse, or whatever, okay? So we don't see that as an infraction. We're not like, hey, how dare you make an animated Star Wars? What do you... No. We accept all varying kinds of that visual media. Within games, okay, nobody could have known this would have happened. But by now, if they're not getting the memo, they're not listening, okay? Fortnite comes onto the scene, and many people were quick to dismiss it. I remembered the first day that I played Fortnite Battle Royale. I remember people saying, why are you playing this game? It looks like it's for kids. And I said, this game, within 20 minutes, I had played the game for 20 minutes. I said, this game is going to be more popular than PUBG. And I got clipped by somebody, and they called me an idiot. They said, this idiot thinks that Fortnite's going to be bigger than PUBG. It looks like a kid's game, okay? There was initial revulsion and rejection of that art style. And then Fortnite basically proved me correct and proved lots of the haters wrong. It became like the biggest game in the world, all right? In the wake of that, lots of games have cropped up in that art style. Now, you can say, it doesn't really look like Fortnite. I'm not saying it looks like Fortnite. I'm saying there is a clear trajectory in the market of games that have been heavily influenced by Fortnite. Whether it's very, very close and similar like we saw in Realm Royale, or a little less similar in some of the other battle royales we've seen. There was the dodgeball battle royale that looked a little bit like Fortnite. There's been tons of elements of that game's art style showing up in places. Whether it's Wayfinders or Dauntless, there's influence there. You can sense it. There's a stylization, there's a colorization that very much smacks of Fortnite. You're like, yeah, I can kind of see where this came from. The mistake people make is that when you say that, they're like, oh, but it doesn't look like Fortnite if you look at this, and this. I'm like, no. I'm not saying it's like one-to-one to Fortnite. So the trajectory within the industry has now been that art style has created both fatigue, suspicion, cynicism, and revulsion. People see it and they're like, no thank you. So when you take a game that is very visually distinct like Horizon, and you make a game that looks a little bit like Fortnite, a little bit like Dauntless, a little bit like Wayfinders, it's kind of like, it's like, wow, this, it's like when you go into different streams and they're using background music and they're all using the same EDM, and one track is different than the next, but they all kind of sound the same, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The background, non-copyrightable music, one track is distinct from the next, but they all kind of sound the same. So like a lot of these games, they're distinct from each other, but they all kind of look and feel the same. So that's what's going on, I think. I think people have just gotten to the point where, like, we've seen this so much and we just don't like it. It feels, especially when it's a huge deviation from the art style of the game. I've referenced Elden Ring Night Rain. Imagine if Elden Ring Night Rain would have done this. People would have been like, what are you smoking from, Soft? Why did you make the game look like that? Do you see? I understand why, but my initial reaction to the Star Wars cartoons was negative. I was proven wrong with the amount of popularity it had. Okay, so I'll say the same thing, AOZ, about Hunter's Gathering that I said about High Guard. If it's good, it'll change everybody's minds. Fortnite did it. Fortnite proved everybody wrong that thought that's a kid's game. That looks stupid, and it became insanely popular. Yo, it's good. Rulik here. So sure, Hunter's Gathering could prove me wrong. I think it'll be commercially successful on the name alone. I mean, Horizon as a property has so many fans globally, and then Monster Hunter fans, there's enough Monster Hunter fans, I think, that'll dabble, that if Horizon Hunter's Gathering is like $40, I think it'll be commercially successful. I don't think it's going to have an ongoing player base to speak of, though. I just don't think so. It doesn't look like the kind of game that has the distance. It just looks very, very repetitive. It looks like a game you come back to in 2 or 3 months and you're like, I don't even have a character in the game. I'm not tethered to the game. I'm not invested in the game. You just pick a character and you go grind. I think that creates a very tenuous connection to the player's psychology for ongoing engagement. I think the longest running games tend to give the player the ability to do lots of customization and to feel like they can make themselves feel represented in the game, not by picking some prefab character. I think that is an incredibly tenuous connection to the game, which creates a break in player psychology for reinvestment and re-engagement. That's my general take on Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And yes, I'm not cheering for it. I hope that it doesn't do well because I don't want Guerrilla spending time on it. I don't think it's good for the property. I don't think it's good for them, the game, or any of it. I want Hunter's Gathering to be a forgotten thing in 2 years. Like, yeah, that didn't really work out. Shouldn't have done that. We're sticking to what we know. I'm glad that Naughty Dog canceled their live service game. Stick to what you know. Stick to what you're good at. Stick to your core competencies. How many times do we have to watch a single-player studio try to do the live service thing before we realize it's a bad idea? Why do you think they're any different? The pattern in the market is this doesn't work. You're stepping into a realm that you either don't understand or you're inexperienced in, or what do you end up with? You end up with something that feels derivative, soulless, uninspired. We saw this happen with Kill the Justice League. We saw this happen with Redfall. You see these single-player games are just like, yeah, I'll take a crack at that. Yeah. That's like a baseball player saying, well, I can swing the bat really hard. I'm going to go try golf. Okay, I don't necessarily know if these skills are going to line up. They could, but it's unlikely some amazing baseball player is going to play his first round of golf ever and be incredible. Probably not. And I think, well, we can make games. We understand games. Let's make a live service game. It's a completely different ball game. It's a completely different ball game. And I don't know how many times we have to watch this happen before we realize it's not a good recipe. It's not leading to games that are flourishing. It's leading to dead products. That's bad for the industry. It's not bad for the industry to be like against a game or to cheer against a game. You know what's bad for the industry? Failure. That's what's bad for the industry. Loss of talent and waste of money. That's bad for the industry. I'm not a charity and neither are you. We don't have limitless money to throw at games and limitless time to throw at games to ensure they're all given a fair shake and they all have a chance to succeed. The frick, we don't have time for all of that. We don't have the money for that. We're not charity cases, we're consumers. Baseball players are usually pretty good golfers. If you listen very carefully, I said if a baseball player randomly decided to go play his first round of golf, it probably wouldn't go that well. He'd have to train. He'd have to practice. He'd have to be taught technique. He'd have to be educated. If he's like, yeah, I can swing a bat hard, I'm going to go play in the majors, okay? he likely would not do well his first outing. My point was not that the skills don't translate. My point is the skills don't immediately translate. You would need to be trained. You'd need to be taught. The same way he was taught how to swing a bat really well. You don't just wake up knowing how to, like, lift your elbow and stand right. Like, you have to be taught those techniques. You have to be taught those good pieces of muscle memory so that you are actually, turning the bat at the right time and everything else. The same thing would happen here. He could be an incredible golfer. You could take a single-player studio, and they could be really, really good at live service. It's unlikely that they're just going to knock it out of the park their first try. They've never done it before. That's the point. You're once again getting into the minutia of the analogy, which feels like you don't really have a comeback. You're like, well, actually, no. You understood the point. The point was, you can't just go from this thing that this is the thing that I've been doing, and this is the thing that I know, and this is the thing that I'm really good at, and I'm just going to do this other thing, and I'm going to nail it. And it's like, yeah, probably not. Probably not. That's why it's good to see these single-player studios pull back a little bit and be like, yeah, this isn't going to work. We're not going to do that. Failure is required to breed success. Why? Why can't they just keep making great single-player games that sell tons of copies and make tons of money? Why is this a necessity? Have somebody else build it. You know what I'm saying? License out the Horizon IP if you want somebody to build a good live service game. Don't have Guerrilla doing it, is my point. Kuehl with $5 Super Chat. Games like this should be thrown on early access programs. That's how you cannot spend lots of money on something that doesn't work. Think about it from this perspective. Think about it from this perspective. I don't think it's a coincidence that the handful of companies that have tried this, all of the products have the same feel to them. They all feel like they all feel oddly off kilter for the studio that it's coming from. Like, if you go back and look like Kill the Justice League, you're like, man, you guys are so good. What is this? Look at the caliber of the developers at Concord, at Firewalk. And you're like, what? What is this? Look at the caliber of the people that worked on High Guard. You see the thing that the theme here is they're basically stepping into a realm where they're inexperienced, and it shows. It shows. They're leaning on tropes. They're leaning on stereotypes. They're leaning on familiarity. Why? Because it's unfamiliar to them. So they're like, well, people like this, right? This art style's popular, right? This type of whimsical, smirking Pixarification of characters, people like that, right? It's like, no, they don't. It seems like you've stepped outside of your comfort zone and you're leaning on what's familiar, and it's so evident in the product it feels incredibly derivative. It's like it doesn't feel original. Thank you for the $2 Super Chat, Kuehl. Grounded work because they build with the gamers. You have to step outside your comfort zone to grow. That's true in business and life. I mean, you're just being platitudinous. That's just so platitudinous. There is no impetus on these companies to do this. There's no impetus on Naughty Dog to step outside their comfort zone and grow in live service. Now, yes, it sounds like they're stepping outside their comfort zone and they're trying to grow within the combat system of Intergalactic. That makes perfectly good sense. You can try things, you can experiment with things. You're sort of building on what you kind of already are familiar with because they've already done cool combat and cool dynamic levels of combat and emergence within The Last of Us Part 2, right? But to be like, oh, you just have to step outside your comfort zone to grow. Why on earth would you want somebody like Naughty Dog stepping outside their comfort zone to grow to work on a live service game? Why? Why would we do that? It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just keep getting better and better at your craft? Get better and better at this thing that you're doing, whether it's the storytelling or the combat or the world building or, just graphical fidelity and the look and the feel of the game. Why not iterate on those things and get better on those things and then be like, well, we want to grow to be better at live service. The impetus can just be a desire to try. I will not accept the viewpoint that any of these companies were like, we really want to try that. We're really passionate about that. I don't believe it. Not for a minute. I don't believe them. I think they say good things and the right things, and they can talk the talk. But if you look at the window of time that these games went into development, no, I don't believe you. This wasn't born out of passion. This wasn't born out of desire. This was born, well, it was born out of desire. It was born out of a desire to be popular and successful and to make a bunch of money. That's what it was born out of. It's not a coincidence that games that look like this, smell like this, walk like this, talk like this, they all started development from around 2018 to 2021. It's not a coincidence. It's an emergent property of the market. Fortnite completely changed people's outlooks, and now we have a bunch of corporate, calculated, derivative games hitting the market. It's not a coincidence. The Rocksteady devs said that. They did, and I believed them. And then I played their game, and I was like, you guys don't have a clue how to build a live service game. You don't. They didn't have a clue. And it was evident. It was absolutely evident. I feel like you're contradicting yourself. Feel free to argue how I'm contradicting myself. You've got a chat. You don't have to assert it. You can argue it. Type it out. I'm happy to see where you think I'm contradicting myself. I'll tell you one way it might sound like I'm contradicting myself. They look at what's popular, they chase it, and it's biting them on the rear end. And I'm saying, yeah, you guys should really look at what's failing and don't do that, right? It feels like I'm saying they should do the thing that they did. Right? Well, yeah, you should look at what's doing well in the market, what's failing in the market, and then, replicate that. That's what they did. They saw Fortnite explode, and they thought, we should replicate that. Here's the distinct difference. There is a distinct difference between trend chasing something that you have no desire to do prior to the trend, okay? That is why these games feel the way that they feel. That's not the same as looking at the market and saying, people are rejecting this art style. People are rejecting this game type. People are rejecting, like, let's say Battle Royale. If you went right now to a dev team studio or to a publishing company or an angel investor or somebody with money and you said, we want to make a Battle Royale, if they've got any sense, they would say, that sounds like a terrible idea. The market's incredibly saturated. The general consensus seems to be an awful lot of fatigue from people about Battle Royale. So that doesn't seem like a very good idea. So you looking at the market and gleaning what's working and what's not does help to a point. But that doesn't mean right now this would be the mistake that people would make. They would look at the explosion of Arc Raiders and they would start working on an extraction shooter that was very derivative of Arc Raiders. That would be an enormous mistake. It would be. It would be. But if you deduce, why is Arc Raiders being successful? Get into the minutia of it. Why are people playing this game like this? What is going on? Giving people a third space, giving people community, emergence of organic experiences, proximity chat, all of that. Take those things and those principles and say, how do we channel that? How do we build something that we care about, that we're passionate about, that we like, that can channel these things? That, I think, is a more appropriate way to do this. If you don't, what do you end up doing? It's superficial, right? You just grab off the top. You don't get down into the meat and the bones of why people psychologically analyze why people are playing Arc Raiders. If you just do superficial analysis, why do you think so many games are like, well, we'll do a battle pass and we'll do a season? Why do you think they do that? It's a superficial form of mimicry. It's like, well, that's what works for that game and that game. So they do this superficial mimicry of battle passes and seasons. And what you end up with is hollow games that people aren't interested in. It's like they're LARPing as a live service game. It's not real. It's like when you see somebody LARPing as a knight. You know they're not a knight. You know they're not a warrior. They're playing dress up. That's what so many of these games feel like. It's like they're putting on the skin suit of a live service game. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, we can see the battle pass, and we can see the cosmetics, and we can see all the inspiration from other games. But it just, yeah, exactly, Igor. It just feels like copy-paste. Right now, if anybody did that with Arc Raiders, they would learn a really, really hard lesson. If they brought something to the market in 3 or 4 years that was clearly derivative and very much copying Arc Raiders, the art style and the look and the vibe, 100% would be destined for failure, because that's what people would sense and see. They would be like, this is insincere. Success is predicated not on the quality of the gameplay loop, but the penetration of vanity items and their impact and the rollout of new items. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Wooly. Another Crimson Desert video just dropped on PlayStation, which says captured on PC, hidden in the small text at the end. I thought it was at the beginning, Crispy Bogon. I thought it was at the beginning. BlazBlue Entropy Effect X launches today on PlayStation, by the way, y'all. I'm very interested in that game. I'll be playing it tonight. Does it have it at the beginning? Or is it just at the end? Hang on. I'm going to pause this and I'm going to scroll down. This footage in this video was captured on PC is right here in the description. I mean, props to them for starting to put that into the description, because the very, very first time they put up a video on PlayStation, it wasn't even in the description. Yeah, right there. Captured, footage captured on PC. I wonder why they're doing all these really slow plans. I can't unsee the winds now that Madam pointed it out. Like, all the foliage is just constantly in a wind tunnel. $2 super chat from Kuel. Got to go to sleep. Have a fantastic stream. Thank you. You're playing BlazBlue on Game Pass right now. How does it feel? Is it solid? I'd be curious to know how many Horizon fans are asking for a multiplayer Horizon game. I've always wanted co-op Horizon. I don't want the thing that they made. What the thing that they made feels like, it just feels like one of those like disposable mobile games where the gameplay loop gets boring very quickly. It's just, here's big monster, cycle through abilities, circle monster. Your friends are also cycling through their abilities. Wash, rinse, repeat. Like, that's why Dauntless got so boring. It's got the depth of a kiddie pool. It just it doesn't. I tell you what, the opposite of a depth of a kiddie pool is the depth of this game. I really, really feel like this game is gonna fall prey to scope creep. This game comes out in like 1 month, and we're just now seeing even more systems that are in the game. Even more systems. Like, I'm really worried about Crimson Desert with respect to scope creep. We're still seeing new systems outlined, and the game comes out in a month. I can't get excited about Crimson Desert. It just feels like they're throwing a bunch of crap at a wall. I really worry about scope creep. It just seems like the game is absurdly broad. The breadth of this game is just absurd. I really worry about, like, jack of all trades, master of none. Like, and I also worry about performance, because they have yet to show uncut gameplay on the console. They just continue to show incredibly souped up PC gameplay footage that looks just too good to be true. I'm very skeptical of that game. Very skeptical. The marketing runway to that game's release is incredibly concerning. That's all the hallmarks of shenanigans. Super chat from my man Wooly, £5. He says, the summary of what I was saying is games as a service are not good. Sustained by superficial additions, not a quality hook. Vanity items, not meaningful progression. It's why Fortnite's so popular. Kids love skins, hooked on V-Bucks. I don't think that's why Fortnite's popular. I think that's how they maintain their revenue streams now. Fortnite is popular because of its early stages. Now, maybe now they're able to say, hey, we've maintained our revenue, we've maintained our commercial success by appealing to a generation that's like going to buy K-pop Demon Hunter skins and things like that. But I think like the explosion of Fortnite was not the vanity items. It was the unique experience. It was the unique take on a battle royale. The building especially, I think, really, really put Fortnite into a special category. There was also a lot of virality. There was a lot of streams. You cannot remove Ninja from the equation. I think Tyler deserves a truckload of flowers for what he brought to that game and what it did to make lots of people in that hemisphere of age bracket play the game and enjoy the game. I think that was like a match made in heaven. There's a lot of organic nature to Fortnite's explosion. Microsoft learned a very valuable lesson about trying to launch Mixer. They thought they could throw money at it and sort of calculate, well, who's popular? Let's grow a platform with popular people, and it didn't work. Why are they doing slow pans for Crimson Desert on PC? What's good, Haseo? Thank you for the 2 spot. Wired Rope just dropped a 10 bomb over there on Twitch. He's like, boys, we were sitting so close to 175 that entire time, and nobody did it. Thank you so much. We are going to have one last shot this week to probably play High Guard. Madam still owes you guys a couple of matches. And we've got a ways to go. The weekly goal was missed last week. This week, we are also well behind. I'm not sure if people are forgetting to renew, but I do feel like the renewals count, so don't forget to do that. You're already paying for the membership. You don't have to do like a gifted. Just make sure you guys are celebrating those renewals. It's why it's been sustained, because they use skins to keep the attention. Every live service would die sooner. Fortnite has delivered the perfect vanity item hook to maintain it this long. Ginger says, I think you can also have to thank the Paul brothers, as right around the same time as the Japan video, YouTube did a big shift in gaming to be more kid-friendly and less real. Possibly. If we accept streamers and YouTubers can help a game, then why can't we accept that they can hurt it? Well, I think the difference is that look what happened to Among Us. Among Us was working on a sequel. A couple of streamers played it, and it exploded, right? And there was also the pandemic. There was a couple of things at play there that, caused it to explode. Why did it explode, though? Oh, it was the streamers. Yeah, but why, though? Why did Fortnite explode? Oh, it was the streamers. Well, no, the streamers helped a good product, a well-built product, a unique, fun product, get seen by lots of people and then enjoyed by lots of people. To say that, oh, well, streamers are the reason a game like High Guard did poorly, or streamers are the reason and YouTubers are the reasons that it failed and flopped. No, completely wrong and incorrect. Because we've demonstrated, as I've demonstrated multiple times this morning, a good product cannot be torn down by a hate brigade. They tried to do it with multiple games last year. Look at the heavy amount of brigading and hate they tossed at AC Shadows. It was the second most commercially successful Assassin's Creed in history. It was at the top of pre-order charts for weeks. Not just a day, but weeks. Same thing happened. Same thing happened with Ghost of Yote. Lots of brigading, lots of lying, lots of hate. Did insanely well because it's a good game. Now, I don't use Hogwarts Legacy as an example, Jay, because there was very little brigading against it, and it's also Harry Potter. It's an established franchise that is so globally popular. I feel like it's an unfair example, okay? Zubair is saying what I'm saying more succinctly. Streamers cannot hurt a banger, and they cannot help a stinker. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So you can't get the causal relationship between streamer and product backwards. Like, well, High Guard really could have had a shot if people would have been nicer. The frick it could? No, it couldn't have. Because if it was really good, everybody would have downloaded it for free and been like, you know what? We misjudged this game. Just like they did with Fortnite. There were tons of people that poo-pooed Fortnite. I remember my first reaction when I heard Fortnite was doing a battle royale. I was like, what? I was like, that sounds silly to me. That sounds kind of stupid to me. And then I played it. And guess what? Within 20 minutes, I said, this will be bigger than PUBG. I played it. And all the doubt and all the skepticism, and all the, I don't know about that, all that went out the window the minute I played it. If High Guard was good, if High Guard was well-built, popular, had identity, had a good run, it wouldn't have mattered how many YouTubers were like, this looks like trash. It would have exploded. It's free. Winged Wheel with a gifted, thank you so much, taking us to 183. So I am willing to concede this. Horizon Hunters Gathering could absolutely blow up and dominate, and people could be like, you were wrong, Lono. And I'll say, okay, talk to me in 6 months. Because I don't doubt its commercial viability. I think it could be commercially successful at $40. With the Horizon name, the PlayStation marketing budget, and the popularity of Monhun, I think Horizon Hunters Gathering can be commercially successful. I don't think it'll sustain a player base after 6 months. I've not hit that like button yet because you badmouthed Concord. Just take the day off, Wooly! I'm just kidding, Wooly. You know I love you. But, like, I mean it. I think that the true test of a game like that is you spend all this time and you spend all this effort. If it doesn't last beyond 6 months, then it's like, why would we do what? What was the point of that? And same thing with Marathon. If Marathon doesn't really have a player base to speak of in 6 months, then what was all the effort for? You think Horizon's going to be 40? Yes. Yeah, I think that's the going strategy now. Marathon's 40, Helldivers 2 is 40. I think Horizon Hunters Gathering will be $40, yes. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet on YouTube, do me a favor and do that. We are still 6.5 hours away from the state of play. We're obviously pacing ourselves with subjects and things to debate and discuss. If you like the lively discussions, if you like the fact that I keep it safe for work, consider hitting the like button. That really does help me out. And I appreciate all the new subscribers that are here today. We do this show Monday through Friday. You do not have to hit subscribe to talk into my chat. You don't have to. You only really should hit subscribe if you plan on coming back and watching more content. If you're just here for a little bit and you're just going to say a couple things and leave, you don't need to hit subscribe. If they can make someone try a game they wouldn't, then a streamer can make them avoid a game they otherwise would. Yeah, and when 100,000 people boot up a game and play it, and they almost immediately quit playing it, a streamer didn't convince them to do that. Let's say there's a quantifiable number of people who didn't download Highguard because of a YouTuber. Let's say you can measure it. Let's say that instead of peaking at about 100,000 players on Steam, Highguard peaked at 200,000 players. Do you think it would have frickin' mattered? Do you think it would have mattered? People quit super quick. Do you think all the people that hang out here and got in the Discord and said that they didn't like it and they quit really quickly, do you think they did that because of me, or do you think that they were being honest? Oh, and don't get it backwards. I mean, what are we gonna argue both sides here? I thought Timmy Tender said he liked it, but the stream was giving him so much grief, so it was the public's fault. Is it the public's fault or is it the streamer's fault? Whose fault is it exactly? What I find interesting is the immense amount of reluctancy from people to blame the developers. Zubair says, when has a streamer convinced you to go against your own experience playing a game? Really asking. That's exactly right. I never. I've never been like, oh, a bunch of streamers are saying it's bad, I better not like it. Same with you guys here. Like, I don't think there are people that, again, if you could go out and like some kind of like measure it, like a quantifiable number of people that were like, I didn't download Highguard because a streamer told me it was bad. Like, okay, let's say that's a quantifiable number. Do you think it would have mattered? Do you know what would have happened if the game was good? Those people that did download it would have been like, I don't know, man, I'm having a good time. And then other people would have been like, well, I mean, it's free. I'll give it a try. Don't underestimate the power of word of mouth if something is good. Look at how many games have gone viral on Steam because of word of mouth. People are like, this game is sick. It happens regularly. Creature says, I don't know. There was this one time this jackass streamer had me talking to a duck in a game. I mean, that is true. I mean, sometimes, you know, if it's the right person, they can get you into a game that you thought you'd never play. A $5 super chat from Neo Reaper says, there was a viral clip when of Ninja and Tim. They were playing with a random, and he wanted to quit the game mid-fun because the game was boring and not fun. He wanted to quit the game in the middle of the game. Mid-game, not mid-fun, mid-game. Word of mouth happens both ways. Yes. And I'm here to tell you that this is not from word of mouth. This right here, 97,000 players, and a mere day later, that level of drop, like you see this slope, that's not negative word of mouth. That's organic reaction. That's organic reaction. This cuts both ways. When a game is like really exciting and really awesome and that curve goes the opposite direction, it goes up, what do we say? We're like, yeah, it's a good game, and word of mouth, holy crap, such a good game. Within hours, this thing just fell like a rock. This is emergence. This is organic. This is genuine. This isn't something that streamers did. This isn't something that haters did. This is genuine response. Oh, and when this is mimicked across other platforms like PlayStation and Xbox, the argument is over. It's over. There's no reality. There is no Doctor Strange holding his finger up like there's one shot, and if all these things would have lined up perfectly, High Guard would be sitting high on the hog right now. No, there's no reality where that would have happened. The public played it and reacted almost immediately negative to it. Where does word of mouth come from today? Multiple places. Multiple places. There have been a handful of games that land in front of streamers because everybody's raving about it. Wait, what's this game that all of a sudden has a big player base? What? What's happening with that game? Schedule 1? Repo? Huh? Peak? What are those games? Huh? And then streamers play them. And they put jet fuel in the tank. There's been plenty of word-of-mouth games that have exploded on Steam that end up landing in front of streamers and getting recommended to streamers, and then they play them, and then the virality spins up even further. What an example of a good game failing because of word of mouth? There isn't one. That's what's so infuriating about this discussion, Ashen. There isn't one. There is not a game, because I've multiple times cited Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghost of Yotei just last year had all kind of brigading and all kind of hate thrown their way, and they were good games that were successful in spite of all of that. You can't find me a very good game, a very well-built game that people are really enjoying that gets browbeat by bad word of mouth. You won $150 on a poker game last night? Nice. It comes from social media. Social media is driven by algos that put certain people at the top. I don't know. I feel like either my wife's going to walk in with the free television any minute, Eugene, or you're just trying to keep the conversation interesting. The idea that any of these games suffered because of that, I don't know. T-Lu's success was hurt by bad word of mouth? No. T-Lu 2's success commercially was hurt by a leak that led to lies and a campaign before the game was even out. People thought things that weren't true. Did anybody get misled? Was anybody out here lying and leaking things about High Guard that made people say, oh yeah, I'm definitely not going to play that? Like, imagine that trailer coming out. This is why I feel insulted by the notion that, like, people are thinking these things and doing these things because of streamers and because of social media. We all had the same reaction for the most part when the trailer hit. It was genuine. It was honest. It was, what the frick is this? What do you call that? $2 from Neo Reaper. Among Us was nearly 2 years old before it blew up. Yeah, but it wasn't doing poorly because of bad word of mouth. It just wasn't being seen by people. It was also an emergent property of the pandemic. So they could influence it? Right. I don't think I've ever once said they can't influence it. I've never said that content creators have no influence. I've said they can't kill a good game and they can't help a bad game succeed. That's been my position, Eugene. Do you honestly think that for the last 60 minutes, my position has been that content creators have no influence? As I conceded the explosion of games like Among Us by saying, yeah, a content creator played it, put it on the map, and then they had to basically cancel their sequel. That's me conceding that content creators can have influence, but it only works if the game is good. Their influence in killing a game only really works if the game is bad. If the game is good, it doesn't work. MM2K with 34 months. Shout out to the greatest morning game show out there. Keep up the great work. Thank you, MM2K. Let me add you to the total. Boom, 184. What game are you excited about? The game that I'm most excited about is Saros, followed by Control Resonant, followed by Wolverine. They killed Concord, but that's the exception. Concord was garbage. Wooly, I hate to say this to you, and I know this is going to hurt, and I know this is going to sting, but you and all the folks like you that were uploading footage from Concord, I really hope you're sitting down for this, okay? You were like killing lots of people and having lots of fun, okay? You were fighting bots, and that's why you guys were having such a good time and fragging out, okay? I know that's hard to hear, but the truth hurts, okay? The clips that people were putting up of Concord had to be, to me, some of the most unintentionally embarrassing clips I had ever seen. It was bad. It was so bad. Like, I love you. Like, real life love you would, like, hug you, love you, Wooly. And those clips were freaking terrible, man. Y'all were out here killing bots. Like, montage clips against, like, absolute brain-dead bot players. And you were like, this game is it. This game's legit. Nah, man. Nah, bro. You were fighting bots, man. Like, come on. Lazy nerd with 39 months. Let's bump the line to 185. Boys, are we going to miss a goal again? We're barely getting 14 on YouTube and 15 on Twitch. Jiminy Christmas. Stop fighting ghosts. My dude, game is dead. They took it behind the shed and pulled the trigger. That's what I'm saying, Anthony. Days Gone got a bad reputation, and games saved that game. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Games saved that game. Days Gone got a bad reputation because it launched with a bunch of bugs and problems, which is a really, really good cautionary tale about, like, don't release your game before it's ready because it can really, really hurt its reception. You know, Jedi Survivor sold well on the name Star Wars and the fact that, you know, it was riding off of the first game's popularity as well. You know, but that Days Gone was a new IP, and it had all kinds of performance problems and bugs when it came out. You're going down with the High Guard ship. It was nice knowing you. I mean, you can't go down with a ship that's already sunk, man. It's already at the bottom of the ocean. You're just finally coming up to say that it's down there. You're finally admitting it. 5 bomb from Siege Master gets us 10 away from 200. We are going to need some powerlifting to get this thing to 500 this week. Helping a bad game succeed is the ultimate influence. If it comes to that point, it's not influence. There's other words for that. I think one is manipulation. Excuse me. I think they got the pacing right. If they got the pacing right, Days Gone would have overcome the launch problems. I think it was a combination of the two things. I actually think that's very fair, Jaggy. And a 10 bomb from Broken Earth lands the 200 plane. I owe YouTube a member, and I owe Twitch a member. I'm going to do that right now. Maybe this will stoke the fires. Maybe you guys are going to start piling on here. I'm going to do my part, and we'll see if anybody else wants to jump on and push it. I'm doing one. There's the one for Twitch, and then here comes the one for YouTube. Rip Anthem, never forget. Highguard's watch is over. Why do people go back and say, was it as bad for some games and don't realize they weren't? What are you referring to, K-Grass? I'm not sure what you mean. Guys, make sure, if you haven't done so already, though, if you're coming in and you're lurking and you're listening, make sure you're also hitting that like button. That is extremely helpful to me in what we do every single day. Thank you to everybody who faithfully comes in and hits that button. This is a PlayStation State of Play waiting room, and to pass the time, we've been debating all kinds of topics and all kinds of things. It's a great way to spend your morning. I keep it safe for work. If I help you get through your work day, you can help me get through my work day by hitting the like button. And not only that, you can consider doing a membership. That is how I do this full time. So for $5 a month, you can support the channel directly and get into our Discord, and that enables me to do this. Right now, we have about 500 people paying for their own memberships, and you can help us get that to 600. That's kind of the next milestone we're shooting for. Asking again, how is the campaign against TLU 2 not bad word of mouth? It came from people who played it too. I mean, I wasn't saying it wasn't bad of word of... I mean, I guess maybe I did say it wasn't bad word of mouth. I was saying that it was further than that. Like, bad word of mouth about Highguard wasn't like this campaign of like, you know, a trans person kills Joel. Like, people were just lying about The Last of Us Part 2, okay? Nobody was doing that with Highguard. People were looking at the trailer and just having like a natural reaction. I think those are different forms of like bad word of mouth. As an example, Eugene, there were people with viral tweets. I mean, viral, tons and tons, millions of views, lying about, spreading misinformation and bad word of mouth about Ghost of Yotei. And it didn't work because the game was really, really good. One of the reasons I think it worked so well with The Last of Us Part 2 is the game wasn't out. And so it got way more steam in a vacuum of no one could prove it wrong. It was like fighting a war in the dark. If that stuff would have hit, like let's say week 1, the game hits and people are brigading and getting really mad and they're yelling about the game. Plenty of people could have shown the game and been like, that's not true. That's why the Yotei stuff got no traction, because people were like, that's false. Also, as much as we don't like what has happened to the platform of Twitter and it's monetized, don't underestimate the power of community notes. It takes the wind out of the sails of a lot of that stuff. It's like everybody gets really, really mad, and then some tweet with millions of views gets community noted, and everyone's like laughing at them, and it completely flips the momentum around, and it's like, oh, they were lying. If that could have happened with The Last of Us Part 2, I also think it's fair to say The Last of Us Part 2 was insanely commercially successful in spite of all of that. Like 10 million lifetime sales? It didn't flop. It didn't die. They didn't shut down as a studio. It's not a Concord or a Highguard level failure. So TLU 2 certainly had probably like diminished momentum and diminished sales, but they didn't successfully kill it. They didn't successfully harm it to a degree of like, oh, it wasn't commercially successful. If it wasn't commercially successful, then why in the frick did they greenlight TV shows about it? It clearly did fine. Perhaps I'll chat with you one day on Discord and fill you in on why I quit Twitter for good. Probably because you care about your soul. And if the rest of us cared enough about our souls, we'd get the frick off the platform. But it's too good for awareness and networking for those of us that do this professionally. I do not think I do not think that The Last of Us Part 2, you could argue, was like a commercial failure or flop. You can't argue that. That's simply untrue. You can only argue that, like, that campaign against it hurt it to a certain degree. And there's the Agent of Chaos. Thank you so much, Sorcerer, for pushing us past 200 and getting us to 201. I'd like to fail as much as Tlu, too. That's what I'm saying. I think the influence of hate against good products is very, very minuscule. And I think hate and criticism against bad products is overstated because the bad product would have failed anyway. I really mean that. I think we can look at the hate and the brigading that was lobbied against AC Shadows and Yote, and we can be like, that had a minuscule impact on those games. And like the hate and the criticism that people are hurling, you know, at High Guard, and then they're going to target Hunter's Gathering next, I think their influence is just so overstated. If the game is bad and people don't like it, it's on the game and it's on the developers. You can't keep trying to hang things on the neck of content creators. You can't. I don't think their potency is that strong. I don't think their potency is that strong. It has an impact. It has an influence. Not to the degree that people are trying to claim. Not to the degree that we don't hold the developers accountable. A member plus from Pimtastical, 46 months. That's a long, long time. Let me add you to the total. Thank you so much. I want Xenogears game. It was my introduction to the turn-based genre. I loved it. Hi, Lona, did you talk about any news to rewind to the beginning? Very minimal news was talked about at the beginning. Like, Marathon's confirmed to be there. They've confirmed that the playtest will not be this weekend. They've confirmed there'll be a Marathon stream after the State of Play. I will not be able to cover that. We'll have to break that down and discuss that tomorrow. The other news is that High Guard is laying off significant portions of their staff. The game is likely not going to be alive for more than a couple of weeks in my estimation. If we hit this goal, there will be a Saturday stream. Madam will react to gaming news, and we will have her play a couple of games of High Guard. I feel like I owe those games to you because you guys went crazy with that goal the one time and she only played the tutorial. I ended up feeling bad after the fact. It was the fastest selling game in PlayStation history, and then it flatlined right after launch during a global pandemic. Eugene, do you ever think that maybe some of that was genuine consumer response? Like, let's just consider for a moment that there were a lot of men that really connected with The Last of Us Part 1, and they really connected with the vengeful, do whatever it takes protective role that Joel took on, and they felt incredibly upset and angry about what they did in the second game. I would hazard a guess there is a lot of people in there that just had a genuine response, and they were like, I don't want to play that. You remember me, Eugene. I was like, I didn't agree with it as a story choice. I didn't like it. I thought that Tsushima should have won Game of the Year. I was very skeptical of, like, you're going to do that, really? Really? You're going to do that in the second game? I myself was skeptical. If I was skeptical, and I feel like I'm pretty fair in these discussions, I try to be as measured as I can. But if I was skeptical, then think of all the other people that were like, listen, man, I'm not some culture warrior. I'm not some, like, you know, liberal hating, you know, red hat wearing guy, but I really liked Joel, and I think that that's stupid. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it was just this super blazoned culture war that bludgeoned The Last of Us. I think they took a significant risk, and I think it turned a lot of people off. I think some of it was genuine, some of it was organic, and yes, some of it was brigaded for, and people were misled into thinking that something happened that didn't happen. I think the leak definitely hurt it because people didn't get to experience it in an organic way. Even if they would have experienced it in an organic way, they would have run to Twitter and YouTube and been like, I can't believe they freaking did this. Don't buy this game. People would have done that. If it was a shock and a surprise, same thing would have happened. There were people that avoided the leak that saw it happen and played it, and they were mad. And they would have gone to Twitter, and they would have gone to Reddit, and they would have gone to YouTube, and they'd have been like, don't buy this game. They kill our boy. We talk about media literacy, Eugene. Plenty of people got to the end of The Last of Us and thought, Joel's the hero. He did everything that he was meant to do. He did everything that was necessary. I'm on Joel's side. And there are plenty of people that didn't see the nuance to it. They didn't see the internal conflict and the tension that they put there. That, like, there really is no right decision at that point. There really is no moral bright line. So they walk into the second game and you kill him by some angry looking muscle mommy. Yes, they'd have been pissed. Regardless of the leak, they'd have been pissed. Them being angry at the leak is evidence that they would have been angry at the thing in the game if they experienced it. Like, the character people identified with and enjoyed was, and rightfully condemned in the second game for his decisions. Right, that's a big risk. It's a huge risk. You know what I mean? Naughty Dog deserved, because of that trailer. Oh, I still think that there's nothing wrong with that. You have to have some measure of illusion. They couldn't come out and market the game and be like, we kill Joel. How y'all doing? Last of Us Part 2. We killed Joel. Yeah, so pre-order. We got some pre-order bonuses. You can wear a bloody shirt that, you can have Ellie wear a bloody shirt from when he died. Like, what the heck? It was an extremely realistic outcome of the event. That's right. This is why I think Naughty Dog's games are at least I think The Last of Us is important as a game. Because, and this is why it was a risk, people don't play games to experience reality. They don't. Nobody boots up a video game and is like, I hope this is really true to reality. Those games try to be grounded and gritty and true to reality. They try to give you authentic, responses. They want people to feel like they're playing a game and like this is how these things would really play out. Like when you kill somebody or you break into a facility or whatever, right? That's a risk because people would say, I don't want to play a game that's like reality. Now, this is why the guys that argue that, like, it's so unrealistic that Atsu would be able to win these fights as a woman. Yeah, it's just as unrealistic in Tsushima. Jin would get obliterated. He'd be tired after one fight and die. Right? It's just as unrealistic. Games are unrealistic, right? People always want to conveniently argue realism when it's a woman. They don't argue realism when it's a guy fighting 8 people in a row, 2 of which are twice his size. And they're like, no. He'd be able to do it. No. It's like watching the John Wick movies, right? He'd be tired after one fight. The adrenaline would drop off and he would die. He would pass out or have a heart attack. The number of fights he has in a row. It's just completely unrealistic. But I think that's a huge risk when you're going to make a game like that and you're going to say, well, this is a totally realistic outcome of what happened to Joel. And people are going to be like, yeah, but I don't necessarily want to play a game that is that true to life. I'm wanting to play games that are an escape from reality, not a reminder of it. Based on the blood spatter in Sekiro, enemies should die in one hit. This is true. Weapons are the great equalizer. They allow David to defeat Goliath. This is true, but it is unrealistic. Even a trained swordsman, even a trained samurai with a katana would not be able to fight 6 people at once, especially if one guy's like twice your size and heavily armored. He'd get behind you, kick you once in the back, and it would be over. You'd be on the ground. Like, the point is that I was saying is people invoke realism conveniently. They only invoke realism when it's a woman. They would never do that in Tsushima. They'd never break down a trailer and be like, this is completely unrealistic to have a guy with a katana fighting 7 people at once and, the one guy's twice his size. They never do that Because the male fantasy is, yeah, I could do that. I could go in there and take on all those guys by myself. No, you couldn't. But it's fun to imagine. It's fun to read stories where that happens. It's fun to watch movies where that happens. It's fun to imagine the exaggerated hero's journey where he can just keep doing whatever it takes to overcome the thing. It's a hyperbolic example of what we're trying to do with our lives. We're trying to overcome the challenges in front of us, because many times it seems like everything's coming at us from all sides, and we're trying to achieve success. And a game and a video like that, or a movie like that, allows us to see it personified. Killing Joel and then trying to force us to sympathize with his killer wasn't a risk. That was hubris and vanity. No, I don't think so. I think it was an incredibly creative way to tell a story. We always play these games where, like, you're just killing indiscriminate amounts of people, and you never ever see it from the other side. Like, imagine you're watching, you watch a show like The Walking Dead or something, or you're playing through a game like The Last of Us, and the only reason you're upset that a certain person died is because they've established this connection. The reason you're okay with, like, they're kind of moving through a forest and some random person's head pops up and it's like, hey, they're over here, kapow, and they kill that person, you don't care, because you're like, I have no connection to that person. To take the camera and to flip it around and to be like, man, what would it have been like to find your friends and your dad murdered by some random stranger? There are entire video games where you are Abby. There are entire video games where you're Abby. The game starts with the people closest to you being killed, and then you go on a revenge quest. There's entire games where that's the premise. That's why it was creative, and it was a huge risk for them to say, we're going to flip the camera around, and we're going to make you see what it was like to be on the other end of everything that Joel did. Because that's quite literally how so many revenge movies and stories kick off. The protagonist is like, oh my gosh, every one of the people that I love has been killed. Yeah, Atsu, the beginning of Yote is literally that. Like, do you see what I'm saying? You're only upset because you connected with Joel. I want you to imagine that The Last of Us Part 1 doesn't exist, and you just get an opening cutscene in The Last of Us Part 2 of Abby finding her friends and her dad murdered. You'd be like, let's go. Whoever did this is going to pay, and you'd be in. You'd be like, let's go. I mean, that's the way you experience in a game like Yote. You're like, yeah, I'm going to take these guys out. They killed my family. Frank Lass with 15 months. Thank you so much. Let me add it to the total. Joel murdered people, but not Abby's father. That was self-defense. Are you serious? A grizzled, hardened survivor against a guy holding a scalpel? What are you talking about? Self-defense? It wasn't murder. Okay. I played the second half of the Tilu 2 and think this game is boring and Abby isn't interesting. I mean, if that's what you think of her character and you don't like her as she's written, that's perfectly fine. You could make that criticism. You could make that, you could analyze the motivations of the character and the passion and the emotions of the character, and you could say, whether or not you thought she was a compelling character. The point I'm making is the only reason people are upset is because you know the character. There are so many games right now where the game literally starts and the death of the people around you is your motivation for going on a revenge kick. Like, it's not abnormal. It's totally a normal thing. They decided, I think, rather creatively to be like, what if we told the story from the other side of things? Like, he did all these things this entire time, in the name of defending this girl who became to him a reason to live. It became his second daughter. And what he did is going to have consequences. That, to me, is a far more interesting story than here's a hero, here's a villain, fight, win, go home. They drugged her against her will. That's not true. It wasn't against her will. She agreed to the surgery. They didn't tell her it was going to kill her, which I agree. She should have been made aware of that. He should have woke her up and gave her the decision. He should have held them all at gunpoint and said, wake her up. She has every right to make this decision and be fully informed about what's going to happen. She should also be able to listen to all these tape recordings of you guys talking and admitting that you don't even know if this is going to work. There was a high probability that it wasn't going to work, according to the lore of the game and the recordings. I don't care what Neil Druckmann said. Within the story of the game, within the storytelling of The Last of Us Part 2, she should have been fully informed that you guys don't even know that this is going to work. So they should have woken her up and let her make an informed decision. They didn't drug her against her will. She knew she was going to be put to sleep for the surgery. They didn't trick her and stick a needle in her neck when she wasn't looking. Brett with 11 months, almost a year already on this account. Time flies. Keep up the fantastic content. Thank you so much. And I've said this every time this debate comes up. Right? I've said this every time this debate comes up. It's a feather in their cap that this story is still debated 6 years later. They set up a wonderful structure of moral quandary. And to this day, people debate about it. That means you got so connected and so into the story and so immersed that you talk about it as if it was real. I think that's a feather in their cap. I think they did exceptional storytelling, and that's why your anger and emotion, I think, to them is more of a compliment than anything. People being really angry and raging and revolting and uninstalling or not buying, I think is an enormous compliment to them. That's how invested people were in the story and the character. A completely fictional character had people acting that emotional, had people acting that passionately about a completely made-up character in a video game. I would say they can go to their graves being like, we made a very compelling game and story, because that is a lot of passion and a lot of argumentation over something that's not even real. You never see her awake from that point on, so they drugged her. Nobody's debating whether or not that they drugged her. She knew that she was submitting to a surgery. She knew she was submitting to a surgery. She didn't know that she was going to die. The issue wasn't that they put her to sleep. She knew she was going to go to sleep for the surgery. The issue was she wasn't appropriately informed. She couldn't consent to the surgery because she wasn't properly informed. If I went to the doctor and I said, I have a pain in my leg, and they're like, well, there's a surgery we're going to have to do. There's a problem with your muscle, and we're going to go in and we're going to remove that problem. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. And they put me to sleep, and then they remove my leg. I would sue because I wasn't properly informed. I couldn't consent to the surgery. I consented to you going in and removing the thing from the muscle, not the whole leg. So she couldn't properly consent to the surgery because they didn't tell her what was going to happen. She thought it was her blood, not her brain. Yeah, they didn't properly inform her. That was the issue. Yeah, neither side is right or wrong. Neither side is right or wrong. Because you could argue that they misled her. You could argue they were willing to kill a child on the chance of a cure. You could argue that is incredibly wrong. You could be like, what? That's insane to me. It wasn't guaranteed, and you're just willing to kill this kid? That's crazy, y'all. Everybody overlooks that one. These homies were ready to cut her open and kill her. And they're like, yeah, it might work. There's no guarantee this is going to work. You want to say they're good? I don't know about all that, y'all. There's no right or wrong. There's no good or bad in the story. That's kind of the point. Thank you for the 3-stream watch streak. I appreciate that, Havoc. I bought it hoping the story would change my mind. It made it worse. I mean, that's totally fine. I'm never going to try to convince somebody that it's a great story. I think it has its pacing flaws. I do. I think it has pacing flaws. I could not stand the way they made me, when they made me play as Abby. I thought they did a bad job. I thought they should have had her more interspersed. You should have had her more interspersed throughout the game, experiencing like her as a child and her dad dying and all of that. It should have been more interspersed. It's such a freaking e-break. I think that was poor pacing. I don't think that they should have done it. I think they set the player up to be irritated, which made it even harder to grow to like her. I liked her by the end, and I disliked Ellie by the end. I thought Ellie, in many respects, threw away everything that Joel sacrificed for her. She became, she lost more than she gained. We were led to believe that she was ready to accept whatever fate if it meant she could help humanity. No, I don't think that that's true at all. That's massive amount of projection. That's never stated. That's never stated. That's false. That is absolutely retroactive projection. That is not contained in the story. It isn't. Her confrontation of Joel is a refutation of what you're saying. The way she confronts him and says, it should have been my choice. She's literally admitting in that scene with Joel in The Last of Us Part 2 that she didn't know she was going to die. Her frustration with him is quite literally that you didn't let me choose. She's literally confirming and affirming the fact that she didn't know. Her conversation with him in The Last of Us Part 2 completely refutes what you just attempted to project onto the story. She wouldn't have confronted him in that way. She'd have said, hey, I was willing to do whatever it takes. I didn't care that I was going to have to die, maybe. She doesn't say that. She says, you took the choice from me. I didn't get to decide. She's saying, I didn't know that was going to happen, and you didn't let me choose. Her frustration with him in The Last of Us Part 2 is an absolute concrete refutation of what you're attempting to project onto the end of The Last of Us Part 1. She didn't know that I might die. They didn't tell her. They literally lied to her. After all we've been through, everything we've done, it can't be for nothing. Again, that doesn't matter. She is speaking now fully informed. The context of how she speaks to Joel, she is very clearly making it clear she did not know she was going to die. Her frustration with Joel is, you took the choice from me. It should have been my decision. And Joel's, I think, right pushback would have been, you were a freaking kid. You couldn't make that choice. You couldn't have any concept of that. It's like when my kids ask about, can I make a YouTube channel? I'm like, no. You can't fully comprehend what it is to be seen in the public to the degree that you are on YouTube. No, you may not make a YouTube channel. That's during the giraffe scene. Doesn't matter. No, that's irrelevant. What she says in The Last of Us Part 2 refutes your position. She was not aware that she could die. She was not aware that it was going to kill her. She literally confronts Joel on that fact. It should have been her choice. She's confirming the fact that she had no idea that was going to happen. Basically saying, you should have let me decide. You should have woke me up and let me decide. She didn't know that was going to happen. Her wanting her life to mean something didn't mean that she was fully informed about what was going to happen. She was risking her life to get there in order for this to mean something. She was basically willing to risk it all in order for this to be a possibility. How did you learn about YouTube? How did you learn to do YouTube? I learned it from watching you. Awareness doesn't mean that she hadn't already accepted the possibility or willing to do it. I think you're conflating things. Her willingness to risk her life to get there was a willingness to take that risk because this would mean something. That doesn't mean she was willing to get there and be like, oh yeah, go ahead and kill me if that's going to save humanity. Those are completely different things. Those are completely different things. One is the risk of death through just like fighting to get there. The other is willingly submitting to certain death. Those are completely different things. You're conflating them. Risking your life to get to a place to save humanity, there's the potential you could get hurt or die or lose your arm or who knows what. That's not the same as accepting certain death to save humanity. These are completely different things. Her confrontation in The Last of Us Part 2 100% affirms the fact that she had no idea she was going to die, and her frustration with Joel isn't, you should have let me die, it's, it should have been my choice. She's angry that her volition and her choice was taken from her, that her autonomy was taken from her. She's not frustrated because she wanted to die for humanity. She's angry that it wasn't her choice. He made the decision for her. That's what she's frustrated by. Go listen to the argument in Last of Us Part 2. It makes it perfectly clear to me. It makes it perfectly clear. She's not like, how dare you, Joel? I was willing to die for humanity. She doesn't say that. Would have been interesting if they went through with it. I've been listening while working in your spitting, sir. I appreciate it, Wooly. It didn't work like it was hinted in the other test subjects in the second game. Was Joel wiping out all the Fireflies Rambo style? Abby's father took away her choice. Oh, they all took away. They all took away her choice. That again was her frustration with Joel. He was no different than the Fireflies. The Fireflies took her choice away. They didn't properly inform her about what was going to happen. Joel did the same thing. He didn't properly inform her. They both took her choice away. It was like, you're no different than them. You're just like them. You lied to me and didn't let me have the decision. I didn't get to make the choice. The Fireflies did the same thing. They lied to her and didn't let her actually make the choice. They made the choice for her. That's the issue, and that's her frustration, is that she felt at that point in time like basically like everybody was just using her. She was just a prop in the story, and nobody was letting her truly make the choice, which I think leads to some of her behavior in the second game. Her form of like self-sabotage and self-destruction is largely based on the fact that she has felt like everybody's been making decisions for her and not giving her the choice. So she starts acting out and making choices, and those choices are obviously very terrible. So, yeah. He didn't have a chance to give her the choice? Yeah, he did. He was in the position of power in that scene. He could have held them all at gunpoint and said, wake her up. Wake her up. She should know. She should know what you're doing. It should be her choice. Now, he wouldn't have done that. His character was in overdrive protective dad mode, and he would have been like, no, she can't make that choice. She's too young. If I was in that situation with my daughter and she was 12, I'd be like, no, it's not her decision to make. It's my decision to make, and I'm going to shoot all of you. I would have been like, no, it's not her decision to make. It's my decision to make. She's a child. She can't make that choice, so I'm making it for her. I'd have done the same dadgum thing. Because when you're in that mode and that dad mode takes over, everybody's life is forfeit that's between you and your kid. All their lives are forfeit. So it's like, she wasn't 20. She wasn't 20 years old. Like, yeah, wake her up so she can make an informed decision about the ramifications of what you're about to do. She's a freaking kid. I'm telling you, it is a brilliant moral conundrum. It is. It's brilliantly done. It sets up an amazing situation where you could argue it from 18 different ways. Lono doomed us? You darn right I would. I would doom all of you. That's my daughter. You better believe it. What do you mean? You know? Well, if we kill your daughter, it'll save humanity. I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear that quite right. That'd be the exchange. That'd be the exchange. That'd be how that conversation would go. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of my gun. That's my kid. You can get the frick out of the way. I'm sorry. It's not. There's no rationality at that point. What are you talking about? This isn't a rational discussion. We're not choosing whether or not we have cheeseburgers or pizza for dinner. This is my kid. But we're your YouTube family. That'd be over. What are we even talking about? If she can be trained to be in the military, she can make her own choices to where to live or die. I mean, that completely is, I think, just a complete misunderstanding of like psychological childhood development and brain development. Just because you're in a situation where you got to put weapons in a kid's hands so that they don't die doesn't mean that they suddenly have the ability to make that kind of a decision. If I was in a situation where it was us or them, and I had to put a gun in my kiddo's hand to be like, it's either them or you, okay? That doesn't justify allowing them to make that level of a decision as if they were an adult. If anything, it actually argues further against it, because now you're dealing with somebody who has been traumatized in their most formative years. That's actually a really good reason to not let them make the decision. Like, would you do that? Like, would you take a kid in an instance right now that was exposed to violence and survival? Like, I've been watching The Wire, right? And there's these shootings all of the time that happen in that show. And there's these little kids that are exposed to it. And they got to learn how to survive and, like, hide in the bathtub when there's a drive-by, right? They're traumatized. And yet they're made to live in a way that's way more adult than, like, my kids are having to live. Would you take a kid that was raised in that environment and traumatized by that level of violence and be like, well, you're certainly a well-adjusted person that can make an educated decision about something this far-reaching? No, you'd be like, no, actually, you're even more diminished in your ability to make this choice because you've been traumatized. Like, training children in that instance to be almost like militaristic and self-defense and to be a survivor, that is so traumatic and so disruptive to their formation, to their cognition. That would be an argument to not let them make the decision. You'd be like, no, this person has not had a normal, healthy upbringing. You'd be like, no, you can't let this person make this choice. Think about what happens in family situations where the older sibling has to, like, protect the younger siblings from the dad or whatever. Horrific. Absolutely horrific that they would have to do that. You would never be like, oh, you're perfectly well in a situation to make an adult decision. You'd be like, no, you've been through trauma. You have been put through hell. You're the last person I would put into a decision-making situation where you're making the decision of an adult. But, like, they were trained and they had to do all this stuff. Yeah. And it was terrible that they had to do that. Birdman has an interesting take on T-Lou, too. I don't think he liked it, right? I feel like I saw him play the ending and he hated it. I don't agree with Birdman on everything, but I like a lot of his content. Yeah, I like a lot of his content. I think he's good. To be fair, everyone was traumatized after 20 years of the apocalypse. Ellie was born into this. She knows nothing else. Yeah, but still. So the problem is that the narrative makes it sound like that was the only way to save humanity when it's not. Humanity wasn't in an immediate dire position. Yeah, especially if you look how they were set up in The Last of Us Part 2 AOZ. You get to the second game and you're like, you guys are surviving and thriving. What the frick? What's a cure mean at this point? You're keeping it at bay. You should look up this person. He is your doppelganger. I get told I look like people all the time. Yeah, I don't know who that person is. And Lono, that's just every day living in the projects in the ghetto and the wire. You get used to it. Oh, yeah. It's common. If you guys are just tuning in, we're about 5.5 hours away from the PlayStation State of Play. You can watch it right here. We will co-stream it. So consider hitting the like button and the subscribe button so that way you can be here. What's good, Lightleap? How are you, brother? We've been in a heated debate, so I didn't say hello or thank you or welcome to everybody. And thank you and welcome to all the people who have hit subscribe today. We greatly appreciate it. I can't tell white people with beards apart. Sorry, mug thief. Oh, that's funny. He has got long hair, though. He's got a really good voice. He's got a really good audio setup. His voice sounds so crispy in his videos. He just I like his stuff. Mug thief's good. He's a good creator. Oh. Are we sure the Destiny devs didn't use you in that DLC? It looked exactly like you. People got to do a better job calling out doppelgangers. That's a stretch. I think this is what happens, Sven. When you do a side-by-side, it doesn't work. But when you have the memory of somebody, you're like, oh, yeah, that guy's got like a beard and glasses. And you're like, yeah, you remind me of that guy. I think a lot of the times that's all it is. I literally had a moment where I was standing in a restaurant, and I was like, I think the simulation's breaking down, y'all. Because I saw like 4 different people, and every single one of them, I had to do a double take. It was like they looked like somebody that I knew. And I was like, oh no, the simulation's breaking down. These NPCs are just pulling, they're running out of combinations of facial features. It's breaking down, boys. Like, that guy there looks like somebody I went to high school with. That guy there looks like somebody that I know from college. And that guy over there looks like somebody I used to work with. This lady looks like somebody from my church. And then you're like, I don't know any of these people. And yet, there's something very eerily familiar about all of them. I was like, simulation's breaking down, boys. It's like when you're playing an open world game and an NPC walks by and they have the same face as the NPC from like 10 minutes ago. I was like, oh no, it's breaking down. I had like a minor panic. I was like, what's going on? Why do all these people look familiar? Agent Smith over here. That's what I'm saying, dude. Me. Me too. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Have you seen the theory about deja vu just being a memory from another life or simulation? Yeah. I have a theory about deja vu. It'll show up in my video about Control. If you guys... hopefully I can make that soon. I think the script is done. I've reread it and revised it and edited it multiple times. I feel like... I'm pretty sure the script is done for the Control video. Breaking down all the different like elements of philosophy and statements about reality in Control and in anticipation of the second game. VIP from a man Tenor, dude. Thank you so much. We are exactly 20 members away from the next milestone of 225. We haven't had a 20 bomb yet this week. You could be the first. I'm talking about Lodi, whoever that guy is. Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting that randomly they had a guy in the game with glasses. Like, I don't think they've ever had a character in Destiny wearing glasses. It felt very strange. I will admit that. I don't think it was them. I don't think it was like an insert. I don't think anybody was being cheeky. I really don't. Yo, good morning, Ray. How are you? Undying Dirt says Lodi's 1,000%, 10,000% Lono. I just don't think so. They're petty. They're certainly petty over there. That's a legendary level of petty that I don't think that they would have been able to get away with. Are you going to do a video like you did with Tsushima? Kind of, Haseo. Kind of. He's from the 80s, that's why. I know there's lore reasons as to why. Visually speaking, it was just like, I don't know. He looks like you, what do you mean? Does he, though? I don't know. I don't think so. He looks more like the guy that played Sylar in Heroes than me. What's wrong with the character with glasses? Well, it seems like it's an era of time where that's like not really a thing. You don't ever see it in the game. You don't ever see anybody with glasses in Destiny until he shows up. You don't really interact with, like normal humans all that often. So. Did you go over the good reviews for High on Life and Reanimal? I've not looked at High on Life 2 Metacritic. Have more of them come in? It was such a small amount of reviews. So okay, so it's got an 82 on Xbox. This is a better score than the first game. 82, 75, only a 71. This is such a small amount of reviews, though. I think that's good, though. I feel like High on Life 1 didn't do as well with Metacritic. I feel like it scored weaker. Yeah, it got a 67 on Xbox and a 69 on PC. So I would say if you liked High on Life 1, which I liked High on Life 1, I thought it was a perfectly good, fun, short stint of a game. It looks like the second one's better. Not like transformative, earth-shatteringly better, but better. And Reanimal's got good reviews as well. You want to know? You guys want to see something crazy? Let me show you guys something very, very strange that has me questioning whether or not I should buy the game. Romeo is a Dead Man has a 90% on Steam. Now, there's not a lot of reviews. It's only 475 reviews. And on PlayStation, it's only 540 reviews, but look at the score. You guys want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. What is going on with this game? This game did really, really poorly in the review circuit. And yes, it's a small amount of people buying it, but they're all really, really giving it high praise. Like, I don't understand. I was literally going to skip it. I was like, man, the reviews are pretty bad. There's just too many games coming out right now. I saw someone playing it today. It's a polarizing game. It's crazy. You'll either love it or hate it. Suda 51 games are an acquired taste. YouTubers are saying it's fantastic. I think it's because Suda's cult following. I feel like if you like No More Heroes, you will like it. I think you guys are making sense of that for me now. Which I think you're basically encouraging me, unintentionally you're encouraging me to not get it. I don't think I would like it. I think the irreverent, beat 'em up, over the topness of the game, I don't know. I don't think I would like it. No, I did not watch the video you put in the Discord about it, Jay. I didn't have time to. I saw it and was busy. You've never heard of these games? I'd never heard of them before either. I don't know if it's for you. I don't feel like I would vibe with it. That's just my take. I feel like I'm gonna have a much better time with BlazBlue Entropy Effect X and High on Life 2 and maybe Reanimal with Madam. I like Shadows, The Dam back in the day. His other stuff, not so much. Okay. It's a No More Heroes successor. I doubt Lona would like it. I don't think you would after watching the video. Okay. Yeah. When I saw the reviews, I thought I was already kind of on the fence anyway. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to vibe with this. You know, people are being kind of on it. If there was literally nothing else coming out right now, then I would check it out. But it's like I've got too many things to play right now. Lower your backlog. Yeah, I got it's on sale right now. Oh, what's it called? It's on sale right now, and I downloaded it last night, and it feels like the controls are pretty good. Awaken Astral Blade was like $10. Biomorph is also on sale right now for $14. And Astral Ascent is on sale. It's 50% off. Astral Ascent looked like a really, really good game. Like a 2-player 2D platformer roguelite. It looked really good too. Astral Ascent looked really fun. It looked like it would be a little too intense though for just like a chill play session. But it's on sale right now. There's a handful of games that are on sale. If you guys are tuning in for the PlayStation State of Play, it'll take place in 5.5 hours. And if you want to do me a quick favor, hit that like button. That does help me out quite a bit. We've had a wonderful turnout today. We've had a lot of people finding us and watching and viewing and clicking, and we thank you so much for doing that. We will have a new stream that we will go to when it's time to co-stream it. We'll go to that new stream in about 5 hours. So to pass the time, feel free to hit the like button, say good morning, throw out a question. Bumblepants is asking a question, and I don't know about this one. South of Midnight tonight. I feel like they've already announced that, so I don't know why it would be at the State of Play. Personally, I don't know if that would be a thing. So, I'm not liking how Entropy's combat doesn't have heft or oomph. That, I think, is difficult with side-scrollers, especially if they get, like, really, really, like, high-octane and there's a lot of things moving around and a lot of things going on. It can feel very, very spammy and, you know, like you're punching a pillow. That can be an issue. Have you played Memories in Orbit? Yes. I rolled credits on Mio Memories in Orbit. I can recommend it with some caveats. I don't think it's a great Metroidvania. I think it turns into a very punishing platformer with, I think, a very poor design choice with like checkpoints near the end where there's a lot of tedium it's not even that it's difficult, it's just tedium for the sake of tedium. So yeah, I can recommend Memories in Orbit, Mio, with some caveats. I don't think it's a great Metroidvania. It's like it starts out pretty good, but it doesn't have a great score on Steam for a reason. Like a lot of people took issue with some of the design choices about halfway through and later on. So, yes, Bungie will be doing a live stream after the PlayStation State of Play about Marathon. There were rumors circulating that there was going to be a playtest this weekend. They have said that that's not true. It sounds like we are going to get information about the playtest, which is something that I said they would likely do. I feel like they made it clear it was going to be closer to the release anyway. Control Resident, maybe. Maybe. Speaking of Metroidvania, I've been playing Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown is one of the best Metroidvanias in the market. I put it up there with Ori 1 and 2 and Hollow Knight. It's excellent. If you don't mind isometric, like a more top-down Metroidvania, Crypt Custodian, I played recently. It is wonderful. So well built. Great fights. Great abilities. It's just awesome. It's very, very good. I can highly recommend Crypt Custodian. It has a very high score for a reason. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. You're trying to figure out Lono's shirt. There you go. Would you say you're more excited about Replaced after the demo? Yes. I think Replaced is going to be the indie media darling this year. I think it's going to be it's going to dominate every indie category. Yeah, absolutely. It is. Is Crypt Custodian the cat game? Yes. I actually enjoyed Crypt Custodian more than I thought I would. I just loved it. The design choices they made, the really intense fights, the boss fights, the responsiveness of the controls, it is wonderful. Like the way the enemies telegraph. Anytime I died, I knew it was my fault. It never felt cheap. It was so good. I really did like it. Mugenics. Yeah, Mugenics is the other media indie darling. I'm here to tell you, man, just wait. Just let Replaced launch. It is going to crush. I think Mugenics will be the other really, really strong contender in all those categories. I feel like Replaced is going to upstage it, though, because I feel like Replaced is going to have more broad appeal. That's just my prediction. I think Replaced is going to be like, it's going to be like a vibe. The way Expedition 33 had like a vibe, like the soundtrack and the tone and the feel. Mugenics is like, oh my gosh, this guy did it again. This is so great. I feel like Replaced is just going to hit a different tone with people. That's just my prediction. I think it's great that we can have games competing to this degree already, and it's halfway through February, and we're already like, oh my gosh, these games are so crazy. You know, I think we're eating good as gamers. Are you being paid by them to promote? I can ask you an equally dumb question, okay? Are you intelligent? So now that we both asked really dumb questions, we can move on. No, if you are being paid by somebody to promote their game, you have to divulge that, or you can be fined. So your question is the height of dumb. Like, that's a dumb question, brother. You cannot promote a game to the degree that I'm promoting Replaced without divulging the relationship. I don't have a review copy. I've requested one. I don't have a review copy of the game. I've been in the game's corner since I saw the trailer in 2022. So, when we're done asking silly questions, we can move on and have productive discussions. PlayStation actually released Crimson Desert footage today, captured on PS5 for once. Where? Is it on their channel? Because the trailer today is not. Are you talking about this one here? Feature overview? Are you talking about this one here? Are you talking about this Crimson Desert Features Overview number 3 video? This one? The one that says right at the bottom, footage captured on PC? The one that right below in the description says this footage in this video was captured on PC? You talking about this video, brother? Be careful. It's super quick at the beginning. If you're not watching, you missed it. You clearly missed it. You just came in saying that it was PlayStation footage. Sorry. I am become Lono. Burster of bubbles. I am so sorry. There was another one? Where? It was shorter? I'm so shocked that the one with the PlayStation footage was shorter. You're kidding me. Where? I'm scrolling on their channel right now. Brother, are you sure? I'm not seeing anything. They released 4K 60 PS5 months ago. Forget which show. No, they did not. It's a release date trailer. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds long, and it does not show any raw gameplay. That is another false claim that people make all of the time. I'm not trying to smack you down or be rude to you, but I've been paid very close attention to this game. There is no raw, uncut gameplay on the PlayStation 5. Not even the Pro. My bad. You're good. You're good. Listen, this... You want to know why I'm such a stickler on this stuff? I'm such a stickler on this stuff, and I'm so frustrated by the marketing of that game. Look at what just happened. You're a well-intended guy. You're not in here trying to pull some kind of shenanigans or some kind of buffoonery, and you got tricked. Look how easy it is. You're more in tune with these things, and you pay more attention to these things than probably the average person, and they got you. They totally got you. That's why I'm such a stickler on this stuff. I'm like, it should be painfully obvious when it is not PlayStation footage when it's PC footage. It should be painfully obvious. FS4, any info? Supposed to release on the PS5 Pro by March. PSSR update. FS4. Oh, are you talking about FSR4? Oh, you're talking about the PSSR 2.0 update. Yeah, it's not FSR. The algorithm's being brought over from FSR4 and you being used to update PSSR. It's still going to go by PSSR. I think what you're going to get is potentially, this is just a theory, I don't have any information. I think you're going to get a showcase of PSSR 2.0 with Resident Evil 9 and potentially then a demo. Either a shadow dropped RE9 demo or a date for an RE9 demo. It's Chill Will says, will you cover the Silent Hill transmission? When is it? I don't even know what that is or what you're talking about. Lona, did you take the survey that PlayStation posted for the Horizon Hunter's Gathering trailer? No, where did they post it? It's probably bare minimum to fulfill trade standards, borderline false advertising. I'm surprised there isn't a demo already for RE9. I think it gets announced tonight. Maybe shadow dropped. We'll see. We will see. If Sly Cooper shows up with a new game remaster, anything, I'm going to go bonkers. They basically said nobody wants to work on a Sly Cooper. I know on PC, Resident Evil Requiem is an NVIDIA-sponsored title. You'll get it free with new NVIDIA GPU purchases. The only reason I've been guessing that, Yelgler, is because we have it on pretty good authority that, like, Resident Evil 9 is going to look bonkers good on the PS5 Pro. Oh, they emailed the survey? I didn't get an email. I didn't get an email, man. Where's my email? They drop an RE9 demo tonight. I'm locked in. Yeah, it could be a shadow drop because we're so close to the release date. It might be next week, though. It just depends. It just depends. It's one of those things where it's one of those things where in general, the way that they typically do those things, it's like it's either like the night they say it or they end up doing like, hey, play it in a week kind of a thing. Weapon submitted the question, hey, Lona, been a while, and I've heard someone in chat say that they hope they see Light No Fire today. I do too. Do you think that we will see it today? No, I do not think so. I do not think so. I think that they are going to do something with Jeff Keighley in the summer. I do kind of believe the theory that they were supposed to do something at the Game Awards, which means I think they'll do something with Keighley in the summer. I will say this, though. Something like this state of play was put into place and organized a while ago, like months ago, probably, or, maybe minimum like a month ago. And it's possible that Light No Fire was planning on making a big show and splash at the Game Awards and then had already handed some stuff to PlayStation. So it's possible there's some Light No Fire in this state of play because of that reason. But my gut tells me, yeah, Light No Fire is going to make an appearance at the next Keighley event in the summer at Summer Game Fest. So another reason that I don't think the timing lines up, No Man's Sky just dropped an update yesterday. That'd be kind of weird to be like, yeah, we just dropped an update and here's a big distraction from No Man's Sky. I feel like they'll really start ramping up Light No Fire marketing when there's been a bit of a dry spell in No Man's Sky. That just kind of makes sense to my brain. I could be wrong. That's just how I'm thinking about it. They just did a No Man's Sky update, no chance for info. Like, that's what I'm thinking, RPG. Like, that just feels kind of weird. They make a lot of money when they push out updates like that because a bunch of people go scramble and buy No Man's Sky because they're like, oh my gosh, there's a gravity gun. Oh my gosh, whatever. That's my gut. I could be wrong. What my gut says, Hello Games would have like a bit of a dry spell in No Man's Sky when they would do something like that, because they wouldn't want to step on their baby right now. You know, they're putting a lot of passion and love into No Man's Sky. Much of what they're doing in No Man's Sky, to me, is systems that are going to be in Light No Fire. You know, thoughts on the High Guard layoffs? I will always say that it's sad when people lose their jobs, but I also think it's not surprising. A lot of us saw this coming and said that this just doesn't seem like this isn't going to go very well. You know, I will actively say that, like, hey, I hope a certain game, you know, doesn't do well or isn't successful if I feel like that game is bad for the market, or sort of like a copy paste, you know, very sort of derivative or diluted piece of content, because I don't think it's good for the market. But I will never cheer for people to lose their jobs. I know those almost go hand in hand. Like, well, if a game doesn't go well, then people are going to lose their jobs. And it's like, I understand that. But as far as products go and the market go, I can't cheer for games like that. I don't think they're good for the market. That level of loss is bad. And I wish they would have just absolutely planned better or watched the market closer. I just don't feel like they were paying attention to the market at all. Yeah. You don't think a new update would help with vision on that studio? Like, hey, here's a cool update in the game you have. Now look at what we plan for the future. Maybe. Will the rumored RE9 demo only drop for PlayStation? I have no idea. I don't know. How have they handled the Resident Evil demos in the past? I actually don't know. All the dead live service games, devs should combine all those games together and form one big Fortnite 2. Yeah, like a Voltron of dead live service games. Yeah. That could be fantastic. Yeah. That's the way it goes. If you don't perform, you lose your job to someone who can. It's a tough world. I mean, it's a very, very volatile landscape. You know, it's like placing a bet that could pay off a massive amount of money, and it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would feel really bad if a friend of mine made a really, really bad investment choice that ended up hurting him financially. But if I told him it was a bad idea, and there was a lot of things in the market that demonstrated it was a bad idea, and he did it anyway, like, my compassion would be blended with, you should have known better. Do you understand? You can watch somebody do something that they know is a big risk, you know is a big risk, you know there's a lot of conventional wisdom and observation that would tell you, hey, you probably shouldn't do this. And then when they do it, and it kind of blows up in their face, I can have compassion in the moment while also saying, you should have known better. Like, what were you guys thinking here? What did you think was going to happen? I don't think we get any Starfield news, Satch, because Shinobi said that Starfield coming to PlayStation is going to be announced next month. So in March, they're going to announce it, and then in April that it's coming. So I don't think it will be there tonight, no. Like, you'll notice yesterday when I was saying that, yeah, I hope some of these games fail because I think they're bad or bad for the market, or I don't want to particularly, I don't want a studio working on them. Do you want to know what I never said? I never was like, I hope people lose their jobs. I never did that. People that like cheer for people to be fired and stuff, I don't do that. I don't go that far. Like with Guerrilla, I was like, I kind of hope Horizon Hunters Gathering doesn't do very well, and then they start all focusing on the main game and the main product. I wasn't like, oh, I hope the people that worked on it lose their jobs. No. It's like, no, don't do that. I even said yesterday, one of the things protecting Guerrilla is that they've been so commercially successful with Horizon that I don't think Hunters Gathering doing poorly will hurt them that much. But buddy, when you're Firewalk or your Wildlight or whatever their name is with Highguard, oh my gosh, that's a massive amount of risk that you're taking. Paul says they didn't bet with their own money. The devs got a fully funded risk-free job for years on the back of Tencent for the likes of Highguard. I think that's a good perspective to have, that like, yes, they broke out on their own and did this thing, but you know, they had a good job and it was a funded job for however many years, and then the project didn't go anywhere. I mean, it's a bummer, and you hope that they land on their feet and can continue to contribute to gaming and you know, the world of video games. This guy says, maybe they will take your advice and put in a narrator. I'm thinking more along the lines of a Sin City type narrator. It'd be great. You have a couple of voice lines. Yeah, I do think Replaced, the one thing working against Replaced a little bit is that lack of voice acting. I think is going to make some people feel like it hits a little teeny bit flat. I think it being the last game trailer in the Game Awards really killed it. I don't think that killed it. I think it would have been a fart in the wind either way. It was just a really loud fart in the wind. It got everybody's attention, but it still would have just been here and gone, just like that. I don't think they would have had 100,000 concurrent players on Steam if it wasn't for the Game Awards. And those 100,000 concurrent players on Steam just made their mind up so quickly. You know? Every time I send a question to you, Lono, and you read it, I'm reminded that I should proofread it before I send it. I sound like an idiot. That's fine. Shout out that question. Yeah, I have to shout this question that Perfect Image just submitted in all caps. IDK, just thinking out loud, it seems Sony is ahead of the game with utilizing software versus Xbox with hardware. Is the market not doing GPU for consumers? What? Utilizing software versus... I'm not really sure what you're getting at. I think they have very different approaches. I don't necessarily think they're in contention with each other anymore in any respect. Xbox just views PlayStation as a platform to sell their games. Like, that's it. You know? Killzone over Horizon. In the current market, you know, I don't know how much traction a Killzone could potentially get. I really don't. I think that's always going to be one of the challenges of any shooter, that it's just such a saturated market. There's a part of me that feels like a lot of shooters that come to the market that, you know, end up either not doing well or being kind of flash in the pan. It's not that they're bad games. It's that I think it's a really, really difficult genre to iterate within. I do. I think it's a very, very difficult genre to iterate in. It's like you've got a very limited perspective. There's only so much like lateral and vertical agility you can give the player without making them feel like, you know, volition and movement is just weird or wonky. And so it's difficult. It's going to always kind of feel like, man, I've kind of played this game before. You know, this feels super familiar. This feels like something that, you know, I'm kind of tired of at this point. You know? Like, and again, I don't necessarily think that means that you can't. I just think it's significantly more challenging. I think it's significantly more challenging to iterate within first-person shooters right now. I think it's very, very difficult. Concord was a good game? No, I don't think it was. I was in the Sony and Guerrilla sponsored tournament back in Killzone 2. Oh, were you? Have we talked about the Highguard situation yet? No, I mean, a little bit. Well, no, yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit. I mean, again, I can feel compassion for people losing their jobs, but I can also be like, I don't know what y'all expected to happen here. It's like when the analogy I gave was, if you keep telling your kid they're going to get hurt, you know, when they're climbing this thing, and then they fall and get hurt, you feel bad for them. You know, you make sure they're okay. You have compassion, but you're also like, I told you that was going to happen. You know, you should have known better. You've done this before. You've seen other people do this before. You've seen other people climb something like this and fall and get hurt, and you did it anyway. And I feel like a lot of what is happening with Highguard could have been avoided. You know, I'm not trying to like Monday morning quarterback, like hindsight 2020, be like, told you so. It's like, no, from moment one, a lot of us were saying that this game's DOA, man. Enough criticism doesn't come to the studio higher-ups who push these games. They almost always cost developer jobs, so they put their employees' positions in jeopardy. I mean, that definitely happens. That definitely happens. The very corporate, calculated cash grabs end up not doing well, and then the people that lose their jobs were not the decision makers. They weren't the people that put the plan in motion, right? That happens a lot. I mean, it's unfortunate. That's sort of a frustration with corporate structure in general, right? You need a scapegoat. You need somebody to take the blame. A new vampire game? I don't know. Yeah, it did seem like vampires were becoming a theme for a while. I didn't even touch the game, says Benj. Horizon Hunters Gathering might be the next if the kids do not like it. I think the big question about that, because people have been kind of theorizing, like, well, maybe Horizon Hunters Gathering will appeal to children. I don't know. I think that's unlikely, given the style of game, like, given what you're doing. Maybe. Let's say that it is. I don't know if that's the demographic that's going to keep coming back to a game like that. Like, will that gameplay loop have them saying, oh, I definitely need to come back and keep playing this? What's the biggest hope for this state of play? I don't really have... I tell you what I typically don't do with things like this. I try not to come up with like a list of demands and hopes because it's unlikely that they're going to be met. Because I'd love a deep dive into Saros gameplay. I'm probably not going to get that. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this event. I'd love for them to announce a Wolverine state of play. I don't think we're going to get any Wolverine, but that'd be pretty cool. I'd love to see some uncut gameplay of Crimson Desert on a PS5 because of the marketing frustrating me lately with only showing PC footage on the PlayStation YouTube channel. If they did that on the Nintendo channel, people would be incensed that they're showing PC footage of a game on the Nintendo channel. I'd love to see some Control Resonant uncut gameplay. You see what I mean? Like, I start stacking up all those things, and it's like, man, it's really unlikely I'm going to get all the things that I want. Those devs finding new jobs have to find a studio that'll hire them with the failure of Highguard on their resume through no fault of their own. I actually don't know if studios necessarily would be like, oh, we're not going to hire you. You worked on Highguard. It's not that Highguard, is evidence of, a developers that are bad at developing. Highguard is a project that seemed immensely out of touch with the market itself. If we see any GTA 6, Intergalactic, or Wolverine, I'll be shocked. GTA 6 will not be there. I don't think Intergalactic will be there. If Wolverine's there, it'll be a teaser to promote a state of play like they did with Yote. Like when Yote showed up to the one state of play and it wasn't really there. It was like a 20-second trailer to tease us, and then they said tune in next month. People did good work on Highguard. Yeah, I think if your pedigree is I worked at Respawn on Apex and Titanfall and Highguard, I don't think people are going to be like, are you kidding me? I don't think that's necessarily going to turn you into an industry pariah. I think that their biggest challenge is that so many other people have lost their jobs. I think that's more of a challenge than having worked on Highguard. I think there's lots and lots and lots of people right now flooding the market who have worked on who have worked on games like that, and they still get jobs, they still get hired. Does that make sense? Insomniac Twitter specifically replied to somebody, yes, they had already said that they're going to talk to us again about Wolverine in the spring. Well, guess what next month is? Next month is spring. So they could very easily have a 20-second trailer for Wolverine, and then they say, tune in on this date to hear more, like they did with Yote. I think there's a high probability of that happening. I think. I think there's a high probability of that happening. Can you identify the main problem with High Guard? The main problem? There's so many, it's hard to pick the main problem. I would say the main problem is there's nothing compelling about it. Like, if I have to say it in like a short sentence, there's nothing compelling about it. That applies to everything. The art style wasn't compelling. It looked like things we'd seen before. The gameplay loop was not compelling. It looked like a bunch of different game modes into one. You know, the concept of like looting and then fighting over a sword and then raiding and like destroying and rebuilding walls, like there was just nothing compelling about that. It was like, huh? You know what I mean? This guy says, y'all talking about nerd games? What do you classify as a nerd game? I predict that we see Final Fantasy VII Part 3, Tides of Annihilation with a release date, Resident Evil 9 demo drop, Saros, the rumored Uncharted game could show up, something God of War could show up, Onimusha with a release date. Those are all pretty good predictions except for the Uncharted game. I don't think we're going to get anything with that. Lackluster character design all around, boring gameplay, rating wasn't special. Yeah, I feel like if you look at every criticism that people have for High Guard, it's that you just keep coming back to the same thing. It's just there's nothing about it that is compelling. There's nothing compelling about it. You know? No, I was bummed for no marathon playtest this weekend. It'll likely be the weekend before the game comes out because they're going to want to stress test the servers, and spinning up servers closer to launch makes more sense because you spin them up and then you just kind of keep them on, right? Does that make sense? Like spinning up the servers and then, you know, weeks later having to spin them up again. I feel like doing it closer to launch makes the most sense. Can you at least run around on your horse and hold the sword in the air? That seems like a basic quality of life feature. I don't even know. I don't think you do that. I think you get the sword. I don't know if you can even see it. Can you see it? When they drop it, it's like back on the ground and you can grab it. Yeah. Talk about Crimson Desert? I feel like I've talked about Crimson Desert quite a bit. I feel like, you know, I'm concerned about the way it's being marketed. I'm concerned about the way, you know, that the trailers seem like the gameplay has been absolutely boosted all the way to level 11 on a really, really strong PC. I don't think the vast majority of the audience is going to get that experience, especially the people that are playing it on PC, especially. I just don't think so. Yeah. I just don't see it. I'm very concerned. The game has gone gold. It comes out in a month. And all the trailers continue to be very, very hyper detailed PC footage on the PlayStation channel. Marathon looks better than this Horizon co-op game. I think Marathon has come a long way. I think the public isn't paying attention to it that much. I think the interest and the viewership in their content has gone down significantly. And I think that that's the biggest concern. The way that they turn that around is, I think the Marathon playtest it's going to have to be transformative to the experience based on everything we've seen. Like there was a trailer, there was leaked footage there was like a Chinese capture event for Marathon, and I watched the leaked gameplay footage. I don't think anybody's going to play the updated version and say, oh, this is so transformative, my mind is now changed. I think people that were already interested and already like sort of like on, they were like, yeah, I'm going to play this game, I'm excited about this game. I think those people have felt like, yep, their mind has been changed. But everybody else is going to be like, yeah, this pretty much feels the same. I don't really like it. Step behind the scenes with our game. Albie Baldwin and Jennifer English. See you next week for a full interview and another little surprise. Yeah, the Joan of Arc game that I think could be really, really good has got Jennifer English in it. And they're doing... they're going to do a full interview next week. I think this game could be really good. As long as they can deliver on that combat, I think this could be dope. And Jennifer English does excellent work, so getting her on the roster is a dope snag. I lost interest in Marathon after seeing it wasn't pro enhanced. Wait, what do we have here? Hang on 1 second. All right. I got your DM. Somebody DM me on Discord. Thank you. I just read it. Getting a Game of the Year nomination. Step 1, hire Jennifer English. What happened to the Project Awakening? Project Awakening. I don't even know. What was that about? This guy got a side-by-side from High Guard. And a guy from Concord. The resemblance is uncanny. I don't even remember seeing that. It is pro enhanced. Yeah, I thought Marathon was pro enhanced. So is your worry that it won't play or look good on PS5 and that it could hurt the brand, i.e. Cyberpunk? No, it's not. It's not. Nick. If it's Pro Enhanced, they don't have it listed here. PS5 Standard Edition. I'm seeing no PS5 Pro Enhanced down here. We'll click on the Standard Edition. Yeah, I'm not seeing any PS5 Pro Enhanced. It runs at 5K or something like that. 5K 60. Well, then maybe it doesn't need to be Pro Enhanced. Maybe they did something with the way that it renders that it's just going to run that way across all of it, across both PlayStation models. I don't know. Yeah, my worry about Crimson Desert is that there's a handful of concerns. The more the marketing has come out about Crimson Desert, the more it looks like a game that fell prey to scope creep. It just has so much in it. It's just ridiculous. I think they scope creeped the frick out of that game. Secondly, they're being really what's the word with gameplay? They're not being coy. They're being very maybe it is coy. They're being very weird with the gameplay. Like the game has gone gold and you can't show me PlayStation footage. Like uncut PlayStation footage. You keep showing me PC footage and even the PC footage looks absurd. It's listed as PS5 Pro Enhanced on the website for Marathon. Yeah, KG might be the right word. They're being weird. Yeah. Hidden Siryu and Scarlet Shadow both said KG. They're being a little cagey. It's like, homies, the game's coming out in mere weeks, and you've gone gold, and you keep putting these trailers out that I think are a pretty significant misrepresentation of the final product. I don't think we're seeing the game accurately at all. I don't. And we have been here before. The thing that really gets me wound up in the discussion about Crimson Desert is we've been here before. We've played this game before where a game is about to come out and we just can't get a good look at it. We can't get a nice uncut trailer of gameplay, and we get PC footage that looks insanely ramped up in all visuals. We've been here before. It never leads to a good launch, ever. I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm saying it doesn't lead to a good launch. It just doesn't. I can't think of a single time we've been this way where like, oh yeah, the game's about to come out. The developer's being really cagey with the footage and won't really show us the game. You know, they won't really show us the game. Pearl Abyss is proven. Where have they proven to be able to do this level of fidelity and performance in another game? Show me. Their ability to do things with Black Desert Online in a completely different engine, by the way, not the same engine, and getting it running, running well on old systems doesn't say much to me, because there's not a whole lot there in Black Desert Online that tells me, oh, that skill set translates to what we're seeing in Crimson Desert and the performance that we're seeing. I'm not seeing translation there. Black Desert Online, yeah, it's not the same engine, and Black Desert Online looks nothing like this game with respect to fidelity. It doesn't. It's not even in the same ballpark. I'm serious. I don't know. An old MMO tells us absolutely nothing. Yeah. An old MMO that I believe even had its own issues with performance. Feels weird getting a new PlayStation Direct so soon after the last one. You know, the one with Fable on it. Oh, Chris Dring's being a being a cheeky boy. Come on. I tried to go back and play the game recently, and it does not hold up, says Smooth Jazz. Yeah, I don't think Black Desert Online is doing what you think it's doing. I don't think it's not going to win me over in the discussion, because it's just like I don't see a translation there. I don't. So, yeah. Launch of Black Desert was awful. Yeah, I don't think they have this. I don't know. I don't think they have this track record where I'm like, oh, I trust them. Black Desert looks insane to me for an MMO. Again, how long has it been out? And it's in a different engine. That doesn't tell me that, like, yeah, this is going to be it. Only good thing in Black Desert Online is the creator, which isn't in Crimson Desert. They have a character creator in Crimson Desert, but it's a different engine. It's different, so that doesn't really matter. What you'll have to consider is the PS5 and the PS5 Pro is as powerful as the average PC, according to a Steam survey. Console will be fine. What makes you say that, though? We don't even know if this is going to run well on mid-level PCs. They're showing, like, really, really high levels of performance, and they were, like, running it native at the one demo. Like, you don't even know if it's going to run that well on mid-level rigs. If it's not optimized well. There have been a handful of games that have come out that have struggled on console and most rigs, and people with really strong rigs are like, "Yeah, I'm throwing everything I got at this thing, and I'm still struggling with certain things." There have been a handful of games where if they're not well optimized, it doesn't really matter where it lands, PC or console. He said in an interview they showed it running on a PS5 Pro in one of the state of plays. Yeah, we've watched that video. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds. There's not a single moment of uncut raw gameplay. That is a complete I'm being nice. I don't think that is a good representation of what the game's going to look like on the PlayStation. You never once see uncut raw gameplay. It's all chopped up, sliced up, the camera's moving around. It's super it's in-engine. It doesn't even look like it's like raw, someone's on the sticks gameplay. It looks like it's in-engine and they're moving the camera around. There's so much shenanigans you can pull in an engine with that, where you can make things look a certain way. Horizon devs are hinting at a new trailer for the multiplayer Horizon game at the state of play. Where are they hinting this? Yeah, Jedi Survivor and Borderlands 4 are games that ran poorly on PC and on console. Crimson Desert sus right now. We have no real console footage. None. Like Monster Hunter Wilds, still poorly optimized. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, Jedi Survivor, Borderlands 4. Homies, like, come on, man. Come on now. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake is officially not releasing in Q4 of 2026. There's no mention of any unannounced projects in Ubisoft's Q3 sales report. So that's not news. I thought we had it on very good authority that Assassin's Creed Black Flag basically got bumped to next year with the recent, changes and shakeups. Why not give them the benefit of the doubt at least? Every single company shows their game and trailers looking the best. I have zero reason to give them benefit of the doubt. They're following all of the cliche red flag marketing tropes of games that have issues when they come out. The Horizon Hunters Gathering Discord, literally an eye emoji when I talked about it by community managers themselves. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they have another trailer promoting the game and the beta test, but that's probably about it. I still don't think you're going to see a whole lot of Hunters Gathering. It'll probably just be a trailer. It might even be stuff that we've already seen, chopped up in a new trailer to promote the beta test. Ubisoft has indeed confirmed that Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake will not launch before April of 2026. Yesterday, the art book leaked with the March 24 release date, and that was likely an old date. The new rumored date is Tuesday, July. I thought for certain we heard that it got bumped out of this year. Now it sounds like maybe it's still on pace for this year, but maybe in the summer. When searching online, I keep finding that director Will Powers has said in more than one interview that there will be PS5 Pro enhancements, and we don't know what those are. Yeah, we have no idea what those are. They haven't said. We're super close to the game coming out. By now, you'd have a trailer or a blog post or something. I've not had a chance to play Mugenics yet. No, I really wish I would have played it the day that it came out. We played the demo of Replaced yesterday. That was really enjoyable. I really, really enjoyed that. That was excellent. And it's on the channel right now. And it's still getting people going and watching it because I think people are very interested in that game. I don't understand why people are bothered by us being cautious about Crimson Desert. Yeah, I don't think a company that does all of these marketing tropes deserves benefit of the doubt. They're doing all the things that warrant skepticism. No, I didn't play Reloaded. They're literally, in the way that they're marketing Crimson Desert, they're doing all the things that warrant skepticism, not benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve benefit of the doubt when they're marketing the game in the way that they're making it. I'm not calling them anything other than, I'm not like calling them names. I'm not saying cancel or boycott or anything. I'm not doing that. I'm saying this is all of the things that should make us skeptical because we've been here before. It's just basic pattern recognition. Right? If your buddy has a tendency to cancel plans, okay, and in the lead up to plans, he starts planting seeds about, car trouble or his roommate or, needing to work a shift, okay, and you have these plans to go to the movies with him, and in the lead up to the movies, he starts talking about his car acting up. He starts talking about his roommate. You'd be like, yep, here we go again. You'd have every reason to be skeptical. You wouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. You'd be like, no, this follows a pattern with this guy. He's probably going to cancel on me. Black Desert had performance issues. I don't see Crimson Desert being significantly different. Yeah, the pattern here is these are all of the telltale signs of a game that is not ready and is going to have issues at launch. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't mean it's a bad game, and it doesn't mean that in like 6 months it couldn't be incredible. I really liked the Replaced demo, Eric. People have to stop with the L's no one cares and tomatoes during Sony State of Play, just like Nintendo Director Partner Showcase. Oh, I don't really care if people are negative during a showcase. They're always negative. They'll be like, L, sleeper, lame, boring, meh. I mean, just let them. That's just the normal response to pretty much every showcase I've ever watched. You said they went gold. Aren't they in the optimization phase? That seems to counteract their claims a bit. Yeah, it does. The game has gone gold, but they're in their optimization phase and they can't speak to performance. Okay. Like I said, it warrants skepticism. It does not warrant benefit of the doubt. There's nothing that I have seen that tells me that we should give them benefit of the doubt. We should be skeptical. We should demand more footage. We should say, hey, we really feel like you should show us raw, uncut, footage on the PlayStation. I think that's what you should do. If you want me to think differently than I currently think, then you have to give me a means by which to think differently. I don't have a way to think differently. I don't. All I have is footage that's on a PC that looks insane and too good to be true. That's all I have. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? Be skeptical. That's the only thing I can be. I think that's fair. I think I've been more than fair. I was the same way with Fable. I said, look, we've waited all this time and you finally show up with Fable and it's heavily edited, heavily chopped up, not a single uncut piece of footage, not a single piece of open world footage. Listen, go back with clean eyes. Go back with all the dust is settled, all the hype's calmed down, and really, really watch that Fable. Watch it with a scrutinous eye and you will see everything I'm talking about. We have waited a really, really long time to finally get a look at Fable. And the red flags are just at full mast in that presentation. The red flags are all the way at the top. All the way at the top. It's like, yeah, we waited all this time and every piece of footage is quick. Every piece of footage is a cut. Every piece of footage is a small little slice of an area. Come on, man. Fable looks like an amazing game. I don't agree. I don't. I think it looks like a game that's still about a year away. They've got a lot to do, and even fans of the game are not thrilled with choices they've made. It doesn't seem like you're going to have a whole lot of volition over you and your appearance and how you appear in the world and how you're evil or good. They've ripped so much of that heart and soul out of the identity of Fable. I don't know, man. I'd be very cautious with that one. I'd be very cautious. I know when a company is really confident in their game, I know what they do. They walk out and they flex. They flex. They're like, here's a whole mission. Yeah, here's the game. This is what it looks like. Here you go. It's just boom. There it is. Uncut, lengthy looks at the game. That's been doing this long. That's that when a game is when it's ready and they're confident, that's what they do. There's a lot of telltale signs oh yeah, this game's gonna crush. This game's gonna be solid. Clown suits ready, everybody, for Bloodborne. I heard rumors that at Nintendo Direct later this month that the next brand new 3D mainline Mario game will be there. I hope it doesn't release this year. Otherwise, GTA 6 just lost Game of the Year. No. Because Mario Odyssey didn't win Game of the Year, did it? The year that it came out. What year did Mario Odyssey come out? 2017? Yeah, Breath of the Wild won that year. Fable looks worrying. It has rushed footage. Yeah. GTA 6 is one game of the year before we've seen gameplay. I think GTA 6 is going to be a really tough contender to beat, but it's not a shoo-in. There's plenty of other games coming out. You know what I mean? How to keep your voice good after so much talking in these streams. I've been doing this for 10 years, and you just build up vocal endurance. It is a little dry this time of year, so I have to be careful. got to stay hydrated, and you don't want to strain your voice and like yell or project too much. So speaking of which, we are over 3 hours into the stream, and I know Middle-Aged Gamer Guy gave me some props the other day for not taking lots of breaks, which you guys always give me grief, but I do need a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Keep hitting that like button, doing all the things, and I'll be right back. All right. All right. You guys enjoy spending some time with a chair? All right. We did it. I got back in the chair without causing a bunch of static. It's a huge problem. If I was drinking milk during the Mario GTA 6 take, it'd be coming out my nose. Yeah, I think a mainline Mario is certainly, like, you know, in many people's minds, probably a frontline contender for Game of the Year, like a mainline Zelda. But I think GTA 6 is going to be really hard to beat this year. There's a couple of games that I think have a shot at, like, maybe ascending to the height of that level of, like, praise and really, really good review scores, like just critically acclaimed. So, like, something that would land so strong that it would make people kind of wonder. I think Control Resonant could land there. I think Resident Evil 9 could land there. And yeah, probably just those two. I think everything else is just going to struggle to get the broad praise. Like, you need a lot of people to just be like over the moon praising your game. So yeah, I think GTA 6, if they nail some of the systems that we've heard about, you know, and the graphics and the story and the voice acting, I think it's just going to be really, really hard to beat GTA 6. I don't think it's a shoo-in. I don't think it's a guarantee, because the way that things go, you could certainly see something like a Resident Evil 9 or a Control Resonant steal the show. or something, or an indie darling, like, I don't know, like Replaced. You never know. We do have a question submitted from Perfect Image. Zubair, help about what I said earlier. Do you think Sony in the future could use something like purely AI-generated graphics and leave behind rendering on GPU cores? I mean, I think that Mark Cerny, excuse me, I've heard that Mark Cerny and AMD and Project Amethyst, I mean, they've made it very, very clear that they're attempting to really be forward-thinking in that regard about, like, neural processing and processing games faster and doing things to take a lot of the workload off of the hardware itself. And I also think that, like, Mark Cerny has talked about this. He talked about this with Digital Foundry, about how, like, we need to talk about games differently. We need to talk about image quality more than, like, native resolution. It's more about image quality. Like, if you can use an upscaler and you give me an image that looks incredible and the lighting's incredible and the performance is incredible, I don't care that you're using an upscaler. I think there's this weird purity test thing going on with people where they want to denigrate a platform or denigrate a brand, and because that's their primary goal, is to kind of like have like basically like a fight where you're essentially having like a battle or a fight about what's good and what's bad. And what it feels like to me is it's this sort of like, it's this like attempt to say, yeah, that's not as good. That's not as legitimate. And it's not like an actual measurement of the game's quality. You're not like saying, oh, hey, that's garbage and it's a bad game and here's why. You're taking issue with the technology itself. Does that make sense? You're taking an issue with the technology. You're not taking an issue with the game. That's my frustration with a lot of the conversations about this, is it's like, well, you're not actually talking about, like, is the game bad or not? It was like when I talked about how a lot of people will complain about this generation. And they will say that, like, oh, PlayStation's been so disappointing. And they use all these exterior criteria to claim that a bunch of games don't count. And it's like, well, what are you talking about? Did you play the games and were they good? Like, I thought Ragnarok and Forbidden West were fantastic, and they looked and performed incredibly. They ran and looked like what I expected from my PlayStation 5. They did. But people will say, well, they don't count because they're cross-gen. Okay, but we're not talking about the games now. You're not talking about the game and the experience and the visuals. You're not. You're not. Like, let's look at AC Shadows. I think AC Shadows is one of the best-looking games this gen, but it only looks that good when I can turn on Ray Tracing GI on my PS5 Pro. It running on the standard PS5 without that, did that hurt my experience? Did it? Was I like, you know what? It's really hard for me to enjoy how good Assassin's Creed Shadows looks on my Pro because it's also running on the PlayStation 5. Did that make me determine that my PlayStation 5 Pro was a disappointment? No, that would be incredibly stupid. I would sound dumb saying that, would I not? Wouldn't I sound dumb if I was like, yeah, guys, AC Shadows looks incredible on my Pro, but I know it's running on the base PS5, and because of that, my PS5 Pro has been very disappointing. You'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. That seems so illogical. That's what people sound like when they talk like this. It's like, oh, no, that doesn't count. That's upscaling. And it's like, okay, but does it look really good? Does it perform really well? Like the average person, if you were using an upscaler and it was done really, really well, they wouldn't be able to tell. They wouldn't be able to tell. They wouldn't be like playing the game and being like, yeah, it's really disappointing because they're using an upscaler. It'd be like, no, you only know that because somebody told you they're doing that. You only know it because, an outlet, and I love Digital Foundry, but it's like you only know that because Digital Foundry said, yeah, they're using the internal resolution set at this, and they're using the upscaler to do this, and then you use that information to, like, cut the game down. And it's like, okay, Are you talking about the combat systems, the story, the voice acting, the world, the lore, the world building? How does the game feel? How does the game play? You're not talking about any of that. You're talking about something that's like immaterial to the experience. I put a video in the Discord that shows how much Space Magic is upscaling today. Gaming at 137 by 77 looks like this. Right, so we're looking at an internal. We're looking at internal res, you know, of 720 all the way up to 2160. Again, here's the thing, and I'm not advocating for like upscaling a 240 image here, right? I'm not advocating for that, but if it gets better and better and better, and it gets to the point where you can't tell, then to me, you lose me in the discussion if you're like trying to denigrate a game or chop it down and say that it's like insignificant. Because like, look at how impressive it can truly be when the internal resolution is that dadgum low. Like, it's continuing to get better and better. So that, to me, you lose me in the discussion where you're like, yeah, that doesn't count as upscaling, and it's like, okay, all right. Neo 3 PSSR has not been a clear-cut winner. Hopefully version 2 helps. For sure, and here's the thing, Paul. We've seen PSSR implementation. We've seen first passes from lots of games get significant improvements on the second pass. We've seen that time and time again. We have. So it isn't like Neo is our first rodeo here where they're clearly having an issue and like, oh, it's not perfect, it's got some flaws. Yeah, they could go through, do a second pass, do a patch, and fix a lot of it. Like that, in the grand scheme of PSSR implementation, there have been way more perfectly fine implementations. You can count on maybe one hand the number of games that have had issues with PSSR that had to come back and fix some of the denoising that they've had to do. Like the Black Ops guys said that with Black Ops 6. They're like, yeah, we figured it out, and they fixed it. Like, it wasn't something that just like stayed there, you know, as a perpetual problem. On PC, you can play with upscalers. Upscalers add image noise and cause issues in some cases. On console, you can't turn it off, so people on console don't know the difference. Well, and also, it can be implemented poorly. Overall, it's implemented quite well. We have anyone here with strong feelings disliking upscaling? I'm just curious. Probably not. I think most people here don't care. They'd be like, yeah, I think it's great. As long as it looks good. I'm going back to my, you know, what sent me down this little mini rant is the question about like what Perfect Image is asking is like, do you think they're going to lean more on like AI and all of that? I think the future of games and how they look and how they perform is very much going to be a hybrid of software and tech, like upscalers and stuff, and AI, as well as hardware. It's going to be a blend. It's not going to be, oh, but how strong is the hardware and what's the native resolution? Like, that just isn't going to be the discussion anymore. If it is, I feel like you're talking to somebody who probably is either playing by an old playbook or they're just making up rules to say your console stinks or, you know, this generation has been disappointing. Will GTA release too late for Game of the Year? I know there was a serious God of War Ragnarok Game of the Year discussion, but it never really had a chance since it was released in November. I don't think being released in November removes your chance. You have to be out by a certain date. And I believe they would make an exception for GTA 6. I think the question wouldn't be the release date. The question would be, will the gaming press and the people on the jury, will they have enough time with GTA 6 to review it and then subsequently vote for it? There's two questions that you have to ask. Number one, will GTA 6 meet the deadline? And number two, will the gaming press, will the gaming media world, will they have access to it long enough to properly review it and then subsequently, you know, vote on it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they're going to let people play that far in advance. They're very, very protective of leaks and stuff. And they may say, no, we're not going to let people have review access to GTA 6. I just don't know. I don't mean literally, but since there is such a short space of time to make a judgment. No, yeah, you're getting at the other half of what I'm saying. If it makes the deadline, the other question is, will all the review outlets be like, I haven't had time? Then it won't get votes. Like if people are like, yeah, I haven't had enough time to play it, then it won't get enough votes, or it won't get any votes. People are like, no, you want us to vote this week, and I've played, I've played the game for an hour. Okay, so according to Will Powers, who is now not just the marketing director, but also the PR director. He's PR and marketing director for Pearl Abyss. He said the final feature video for Crimson Desert is here. Let me know what you think. So that's their final feature video, the one that we looked at. So thank you for the $2 super chat tip. If that's the final one, then I don't know, man. It means we're not going to see any more before release. Reaction time? Reaction to what? I'm not reacting to it anymore. I'm not going to watch any more of their stuff. I'm not going to watch any more of their stuff. I'm over it. I'm 100% over it. It's like I'm good. We'll play it when it comes out. We'll play it when it comes out, and that's all we'll do. That's all we can do, really, at this point. I commented on that vid, basically said, what good is this footage to me as a PlayStation owner? Curious to see if anybody comments. The team for GTA will also be different. I don't think the story will be memorable. It might not win Game of the Year, even if it becomes, even if it's the most sold game ever. Yo, Angry Pete with a VIP. Let me add it to the total. Any good luck to me and Europeans staying awake for the state of play? Oh, yeah, it's going to be late for you once it starts. Uh-huh. That's right. Guys, don't forget to check your primes and your resubs. It is Thursday, my dudes, and we are 2 weeks in a row now so behind on pace, and I'm not sure if we're just seeing a natural slowdown that maybe others are feeling, but make sure you're not forgetting, again, if you're already paying for Amazon Prime or your membership, you want to make sure and celebrate those renewals. Those count in the total. I know not everybody's doing their gifting, which is totally fine. Like, you guys are not expected to do that, but you're missing out on those renewals if you don't celebrate them. There's a strike with Ubisoft. I'm just checking the feeds to see if there's anything really going on right now other than the High Guard thing and new Crimson Desert footage, and we got Ubisoft strike. We got obviously the PlayStation State of Play today. Yeah, that thing that Creature just did. Boom, there it is. Let's add it to the total. 207. Not everybody can gift members. I get that. That's not even what I'm talking about. If you are already paying for your membership, make sure and do that little celebration every month. You got to hit the little $sign to do it. He's not wrong. There's a lot of changes to Rockstar. We can say that's pretty much true base of a lot of the dev teams. So they have the most units sold, but if the game is just flat out good. I mean, most units sold doesn't really contribute to Game of the Year, though, because there's been multiple years where, Call of Duty's the most games sold, and it doesn't even get a nomination. There's also people that have games like Hogwarts Legacy. You know, Hogwarts Legacy didn't get a nomination. Now that, you know, people would say that that's political. That, yeah, probably. That they didn't want to vote for it because they didn't want to deal with the blowback or whatever. But most sales is not a guarantee to be up there. So even though GTA 6 will break a silly amount of sales records, it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be Game of the Year or to get a Game of the Year nomination. I think sales helps because it basically means you're dealing with a game that is played by lots of people and watched by lots of people, for sure. But, yeah. Game of the Year helps sales, but big games like that don't need it. Yeah, like Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate 3, they were not like the top-selling games of the year. I mean, they did well commercially, but it's not a guarantee that if you sell the most, you'll be in contention for Game of the Year. That's not a guarantee. Because if it was a guarantee, then you would more regularly see Call of Duty up there, because they're, you know, one of the number one sells all the time. There we go. Here's some people using their primes. That's what I'm talking about. It adds to the total, boys. We got one from I'm having chest pain. Adds to the total. 11 months. And another one here from Neo Reaper. Adds to the total. And then Uno Penduo using their prime. Thank you very much. Excuse me. If you do that on Twitch, excuse me. If you do that on Twitch, you'll never see an ad. That's a really good reason to use your Prime over there, is you get to bypass that. I shut those off for you guys. Which I know not everybody does that because, you know, they want the ad revenue. I'm willing to forego that for you guys over there when you support directly. I wish I could do that somewhere else, but we're not. That's probably never going to happen. There was no Game Awards in 2013. They had it called something different back then, right? You know, it's good, Pedro. We got a countdown right here if you're wanting to know when the State of Play starts. Amskin uses their Prime over there on purple as well and gets us to 211. Thank you so much. There was a different Game Awards back then, though. They called it something else, like the Spike Awards or whatever they called it. If you guys are just tuning in, you will be able to watch the State of Play here, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and make sure you've hit the like button. You think the PS5 Pro is going to get a quick resume feature? No. That's, like, I tell you, I'm not taking the bait. I think it's an overrated feature. If you like it, great. I don't think it's that great. I don't think it's even needed. I don't take that long to get into my games on my PlayStation 5 or my Pro. Once I'm on and playing, that matters more to me than the 30 seconds versus 85 seconds it takes. Like, that this doesn't matter to me. Do you think they'll show that PC controller? It wasn't a PC controller. It was a DualSense controller where the packaging had been modified to say that it was ready for PC. Some of us are subbed in both places. I appreciate that, Broken Earth. Thank you. We've had this conversation for the roughly 6 years now that I've streamed on YouTube. We are really heavily reliant on people being crazy generous with gifting members. And that's why I've said we have about 500 people paying for their own membership on YouTube. That number has largely been unchanged over the 5 years. It's always been around 400 to 500 people. So we'd love to see that get to the 600 milestone, about 600 people paying. So if you've never done that before, consider supporting the channel directly. It's $5 a month. If you like me doing this full time and I'm here every day for long periods of time, getting you through the workday, that is, the price of a cup of coffee supports the channel. And I know people are like, yeah, I get gifteds all the time. If you need the gifted, great. If you don't, you can help us hit that milestone, and it really helps us do this full time. Take my prime. Thank you, Mr. Noberto. They did start a hype train over there on purple. I don't know why, but it's there if you guys want to push it. Xbox needs a quick exhume to try to breathe life back into the brand. Jiminy Christmas. Quick exhume. That's mean. Some people forget that gamers like Lono and others grew up with computers that took minutes to boot up. And Wired Rope drops a 5-bomb on purple, and he rolls the hype train over to a new level. You guys could keep it going. I mean, Twitch, you might have to carry the day or the week. We'll see. There's a lot of you hanging out on purple today, more than usual, and we appreciate it very, very much. You know. So I'm going to trade for my 4080 Super build. I have a guy who wants my PC, and he's building a 5080, so he's asking for $1,400 on top, and he'll keep me updated. There you go. I fired up my old Mac from 2006 the other day, and how do we live at those speeds? Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Yeah, it is. I'll be honest with you as well. I do not think in the realm of like my daughter using the Xbox Series X for Fortnite, and then we're using the PlayStation 5 Pros. I don't even think Quick Resume is that impressive because the device itself, it just is slow. I feel like it takes a long time for the Series X to turn on and to get to the place where I can even use Quick Resume. Like, I don't know. I cleared out my messages. I probably should clear out my friends list. And a gifted member over here on YouTube. Thank you, Broken Earth. And a prime sub from Siriu over there on purple. You guys have 3.5 minutes on the hype train over there. I don't know. I need to clear out my friends list over there. That could be part of the problem. Another one comes in from Broken Earth to get us to 220. He's trying to attempt a 5-bomb to 225. I'll owe you guys a member. Every 25, I give 5. Little member train on both platforms right now will be just what the doctor ordered, because it is Thursday, boys. And you have until Friday to unlock the Saturday stream with Madam. If Quick Resume is that good, Xbox Series consoles would have sold better. It's not that the feature is necessarily good or bad. It just is so inconsequential. Like, I just don't know. And a 5-bomb for Broken Earth. He sets himself up. He sets himself up to dunk that one home. I now owe a member to YouTube. Thank you so much. Let's see here. I'll do it now. There we go. I'm all paid up. Oops, sorry about that. Is it go back to what it used to be? 500 for the Saturday night stream and then 750 for Madam? No, 500 is just for Saturday with Madam. We use the 750 to like make her do something or play something. And you guys did it. You made her play High Guard. I feel like we owe you some more games. So the next time you guys unlock a Saturday, we were going to have her play more matches of High Guard. We've simplified it. 500 unlocks a Saturday stream. If you go above and beyond that and hit stretch, we'll pick something fun that weekend to make her play. No matter what happens, if you guys hit the 500, we will do the Saturday stream where Madam reacts to gaming news and we hang out with y'all. Yeah. That's just kind of where we need things to be, like for this thing to be like a full-time gig. Like, that's just where we are. Streamers do not and cannot live off the ad revenue. It just is impossible, And we're not in the 2020 era where I could just sit here on purple and never ask for a thing. Like, we're just not there. We had that reset button pressed on us, and it just put us into a situation where we kind of have to band together and do the thing, And I try to make it to where there's incentive and there's an exciting thing that we do to celebrate when we hit it. You got my prime over there? Where? No, I didn't. I'm sorry. You did it after Noberto. Wired Rope shoved yours out of the frame. There it is. Added another one to the total. Thank you so much, Ant, for using your Prime sub over there on Purple for 19 months. That's a lot of months. If I could give big. Oh, no. I don't. That's the thing. I would love it that we didn't need people gifting big tenor, dude. You know what I mean? If I could snap my fingers and switch the members to where it's like mostly people paying the $5 and very minimal gifting, that would be so much better, because then you guys could just renew every day and we would just hit the goal. We wouldn't even have to worry about it. It's not the culture on YouTube is very against it. The YouTube audience just doesn't do it. There was a long time where they were very much against people starting Patreons as well, and that slowly changed, but bringing memberships to YouTube, I think, was just very late. They didn't do it quick enough. When they finally did it, there was a heavy stigma on the platform of people having any kind of paid for anything. So, no, there will not be a PlayStation 6 announcement. Put the counter right across your forehead. No, one of the reasons they come in and ask, Anthony, is they can't see the stream right away. They get an ad, so that's why a lot of times people come in and ask when the time is. So just tell them that there's a timer down in the corner, and then once the ad's gone, they'll be able to see it. High on Life Digital Foundry review with Ollie and John. Squanch Games goes big on the Unreal 5 features. John Linneman says, the game's absolutely nuts and amazing. The original was moderately fun, but this is genuinely a gigantic leap. There are also some truly jaw-dropping moments within, including some wildly unexpected NES and SNES games. I'm very happy that something like this was made. I'm excited to play High on Life too. I really liked the first one. It was very straightforward and it wasn't super long, but it was a very, very solid game. It was a very enjoyable game. So, yeah, I'm anxious to jump into it tomorrow with you guys. It'll be our second segment. Tomorrow. Thanks for the gift. You're welcome. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That wasn't from me. That was from Wired Rope. JD getting a gifted from Wired Rope. What about PlayStation 7? Very, very unlikely. Just a random question for you in chat. How many console players use mouse and keyboard? Almost none, I would bet. Almost none. Like the percentage of console users that are hooking up like a mouse and keyboard, probably very few. A lot of games don't even support it, so you can't even do it. Ain't Got No Game says, the amount of content and time that we get for the price of a membership's a great value. I appreciate that. Think about the UK and the EU peeps here. If we fall asleep, especially at 11 p.m., it would be sad. Keep us awake. I'm doing the best I can, man. I've been streaming for 4 hours, keeping the conversation going and just keeping the dialogue about everything going on. Just hanging out. High on Life 2's getting pretty good reviews. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake looks like it might be landing in the summer after previous reports and rumors made it sound like it wasn't going to make it this year. Yeah. The questions about PSSR 2, I just don't know. I initially thought, no, this would be a weird place to do that, but we're hearing from people that there's a likelihood of the PSSR 2 thing showing up, some type of an update. Maybe they showcase it with Resident Evil 9. That's been one of my speculations. There also is a high likelihood that there is a Resident Evil 9 demo that gets announced. Maybe a shadow drop. Maybe just a date. I think there will be a Resident Evil 9 demo, though, before the release of the game. I think they're going to want to let you play as Grace and Leon, at least for a little bit, just to see the differences. I'm really interested to see how he plays. Is he just going to be so much more fun that nobody wants to play as her is kind of one of the questions I think a lot of people have. You played the Dead Space remake? If so, what are your thoughts? As well as EA stating not making a remake for 2. I thought it was fine. I played it with my brother, and we were laughing and having a good time, and we were kind of making fun of it a little bit. I thought it was good. I wasn't a big Dead Space guy. I came to Dead Space late. I played Dead Space 3 with my buddy co-op, and when I went back and tried to play the original, it just didn't vibe. I didn't vibe with it. It was good but dated. Probably PlayStation 6 will launch in 2027 or 2028. There are so many games launching on the Pro. I don't know what you mean by many games launching on the Pro. Everything that launches on the Pro. I think the PlayStation 6 is going to be late 2028. I think this year we get an OLED Portal. Next year we'll get a handheld. And then the year after that we get the PlayStation 6. So... You're hoping for Final Fantasy VII Part 3. Yeah, I've had a lot of people bring that one up. I hope it's 2030 when the PlayStation 6 comes out. It would be nice because I'm still enjoying my PS5. That's a little bit too far out. They're obviously going to have like production contracts and things that they need to honor with AMD and everybody else. Like I don't think you can. I don't think you can push it out that far. I don't think that would work. So, it's good. It's not a masterpiece or anything, but it's still worth playing. What game are you? Oh, the Dead Space remake. 2028 of November. Yeah. PS6 bundle comes out. GTA 6, November 19th, same day, sold out. Well, that's another factor in the... I think that's another factor in the timing of the PlayStation 6 is GTA 6. I think GTA 6 coming out late this year, you're probably going to see a really big boost in sales of the PlayStation 5 next year, simply because there's a lot of homies still hanging out on a PS4 that'll finally decide to make the jump. You know? They'll finally decide to make that jump. Even if it drops in 2028, it'll be so limited availability that it won't be easy to get until 2030 probably. We know how Sony does things. I would not take the chip shortage and the limited availability of the PlayStation 5 during a pandemic as an indication of what they're going to do again. If they can avoid it, they would not do that again. That was not good for them. That was significantly challenging for them with respect to distribution and market saturation. If you think that's an indication of what they're going to do again, I really think you're misreading what happened. That was not good for them. Like the Switch 2 literally delayed itself by a year, quite literally, so they didn't face that problem. They wanted to be able to meet demand and sell the thing as fast as they could possibly sell it. Do you think the Switch 1 will surpass the PlayStation 2 sales? Yeah, I mean, unless they keep finding new warehouses full of PlayStation 2s that have magically sold, yeah, I think it will. I think it will. Depending on what the RAM and the storage shortage does, it'll be very limited if we have issues with that. Yeah, I think that would play more of a role in the distribution of the PlayStation 6. I think would be more related to the RAM situation, more than like, oh, PlayStation definitely wants to do that again. They want to choke distribution and production of their console. You know what I mean? CD Projekt Red is predicting a massive increase in earnings in 2026 despite having no new games coming out. How do your profits see a massive increase for no reason? The Witcher 3 expansion keeps being rumored. That's a good point. I'm here for the God of War reveal and the Wolverine release date. I don't think you're going to get the Wolverine release date. You might get a teaser about a Wolverine state of play in March. They've said, Insomniac has said they're not going to say anything more about Wolverine until the spring. So they may tease Wolverine like they did with Yote last year, and then be like, oh, there's a state of play next month. They did that with Yote. It was like a super short trailer, and then they're like, yeah, tune in next month. They could do that for Wolverine. As far as God of War, yeah, maybe. Maybe the God of War Metroidvania that we're hearing about. Maybe Cory Barlog's new game. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Reanimal comes out tomorrow as well as High on Life 2. BlazBlue Entropy Effect X comes out today for consoles. I believe it's on Game Pass. I'm not sure how it's doing. We could check. BlazBlue Entropy Effect X PlayStation Store. That's not bad, but that is a teeny bit worrying. And 86 is solid, but usually the PlayStation audience is very quick to have a score closer to like the 90s. Like if it's really, really good. When your first batch of review comes in, it's usually like your big time fans, your early adopters. So 86, usually that score is going to drop. So as this gets into more ratings, that that number could come down. So I wouldn't say that's a bad score. I would say that's not a great starting trajectory though. That could drop to like lower 80s. Anytime a PlayStation game's in like the low 80s, I'm always a little more like cautious because I feel like the PlayStation audience is very they'll rate something very high if they think it's really good. Like the Crypt Custodian that I recently played, that has like a mid 90s score. So what time's the state of play? I got a countdown right next to me, so wherever you are in the world, that's when you'll be able to watch it. You'll be able to watch it right here with me. We do co-stream it. I am safe for work. I do a show like this Monday through Friday. If you like shows like this that talk about gaming news and discussions about everything going on, make sure and hit subscribe. Consider hitting that like button. And if you want to support the channel directly, consider clicking join. For $5 a month, you get a badge, you get emotes, and you get access to our Discord. Can't wait to see everyone freak out because Wolverine might not show, forgetting they said that it wouldn't be back. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're messing with us. I don't think they keep saying spring and like they're lying. Are we hyped for the state of play? I mean, I don't really get like hyped. I get like, I'm excited. I always like to hear about new games. I always like to see announcements. It being longer than an hour, it's like, okay, this could be pretty big, pretty big show. Could be a lot of good stuff. Mason says it would make perfect sense for the demo to drop today. The RE4 Chainsaw demo came out 15 days prior. Today is 15 days prior to RE9. Yeah, the RE9 demo could be 100% a shadow drop today. For sure. He has a point. It's all based on trench assumptions, but the board could be setting the execs up to fail on purpose for some unbeknownst reason. But that much in profit, that's still $1.5 billion US. If they're expecting that kind of a surge of revenue, I wonder if they're doing some kind of a significant revamp to The Witcher along with DLC, so they can sell it to people at like full price, like a big bundle. You know what I mean? How many games can you show in 60 minutes? Oh, yeah, a lot. We've watched showcases before that are this length, and I mean, you can show a lot in 60 minutes. You hope Marathon doesn't take up much time? Yeah, I could see people not really wanting Marathon to take up a lot of time. We already know a lot. We've already seen a lot. They've marketed it a ton lately. They've released a ton of videos. Like, there's not much else that they necessarily need to say, but I think what they really need to do is establish the playtest date so that people can set aside that time, because they need people to do the playtest. That's going to be one of your biggest ways of turning public opinion around. They don't have the public's attention right now. Their videos are all getting very diminished viewership compared to when they did their debut last year. So I would fully expect the Marathon thing to focus on that. Also, the fact that Bungie's doing a stream after the state of play, hopefully that means they don't do a ton of time, like fixate a ton of time for it. Pac-Man says they have their own thing after, it might not. Yeah, that's exactly my thought. They're literally doing a thing after. So Yeah. Them doing that would tell me that hopefully it's a real quick stint to showcase it, promote it, maybe promote the playtest date. D3 announcement, super doubt. No, I really doubt. No, highly doubt. Destiny 3 announcement would be very weird. I don't know. You don't want Bungie announcing or talking about anything other than Marathon right now, because they want Marathon to be successful. They want Marathon to sell copies. What time's the state of play? I got a countdown right next to me. What's D3? Destiny 3. Yeah. They could do a quick trailer with a free weekend date. Oh, for Marathon? Yeah, there were rumors floating around that there was going to be a Marathon playtest this weekend. They shot that down, and they said, yeah, that's not happening. And so they did. I think they did say they were going to speak to it, though. I think this is a good moment for the PC community, says Zubair. I think we need to be recalibrated and reminded that we don't need a 5090 to have fun. We have too much tech FOMO. We need a break. Yeah, there's a lot of people speculating a Devil May Cry 6 could be there, Byron. Yeah. Any underdogs in the mix? Does anybody have any predictions about like an underdog? I don't know. Any wild cards? Any outlandish predictions? I mean, lay it on me. You know? Marathon looks rubbish, seen gameplay and images. My thought on Marathon is that I think they have done good work, and they have convinced the people that are paying attention that the game has improved quite a bit. I also think that not enough people are paying attention, and they're going to need the playtest to change people's minds. And I also think, from what we saw of the leaked gameplay from the Chinese capture event, I don't think the game is going to change that many people's minds. I don't think so. I think largely what people experienced last year when they played Marathon, I think they're largely going to have a very, very similar experience. I don't think it's going to be transformative enough to change their minds. I think the people that are already sold and are already excited are going to continue to be excited, and they're going to praise the improvements. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody else, people on the fence or people that were like, yeah, I didn't like it, I don't think their mind will be changed. Based off of what I saw out of the China footage, I'm like, yeah, no, this isn't changing any minds here. It's still very much the same game. So, here's my predictions. Darksiders 4, Legacy of Kain, obligatory Bloodborne 2, Cope. Man, I am... I'm getting... My energy levels are getting low. I need to see where Madam is and maybe have her bring me back a Coke. I need some caffeine midday. I don't know if... I don't want to make coffee. Where is she right now? Oh. Yeah, I feel real bad. Maybe I'll just grab one from the fridge. I don't know if there's any cold ones in the fridge. Yo, it's good, Ginger. All Marathon news to do is be amazing. Anything less than that, people just play what they have. Taking a shot. What? So I can get sleepy? Yeah, the issue there, Ginger, at least from my perspective, is you've got to convince people that were like, I don't want this, to want it enough to pay the $40. You know what I mean? Like, if they were on the fence or they were skeptical or they didn't like it, that you got to convince them to be like, okay, yeah, I'll spend the $40 because if they've decided they don't want to. I think that's really tough to do. I mean, I looked at the gameplay that came out of China and I was like, I do not think that's transformative. I don't think people are going to be like, oh, this is so much better and so different than what we experienced last year. You know? It doesn't have to be amazing. It has to fill a need for enough people. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, if they've got a threshold of gamers, if they've got like a threshold and a number that they feel like as long as we can get this number, then we're good. Then for the people that are looking forward to it, you better be hoping they can hit that number. Any idea what Wildlight will do now that Highguard has failed? They will likely just slowly wind down and shut down as a studio. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Real good reason, guys, to go crazy. If you've been waiting to go crazy with gifteds on YouTube, Feed is in the chat without a badge. And this could be the time. This could be the time to do it. Yeah, I think they're just gonna have to close. I think they'll probably just close down. I don't see how the studio could stay open. I don't know how they could support the game. PlayStation All-Stars Round 2. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that that's real. Bloodborne cart. Division 3. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the place where you would announce a Division 3. I feel like you'd announce a Division 3 at like a Summer Game Fest or like a Game Awards. Bigger stage maybe. It depends on entirely what the internal expectations are. It won't be a Concord or Highgar, but it also won't be an Arc Raiders. I think there's a chance for a moderate core audience. You're going to need a No Rest for the Wicked stream sometime soon. I'm not going to dedicate a bunch of time to that game until it comes to console. I plan on playing it on console with Madam, but I'm not going to put a bunch of time into it on PC. I've already played it once on stream. I'm not going to do it again. I don't play games on PC. I do for like demo purposes and stream purposes, but like I don't come in here in the office and game. I play on the couch. Jurassic Park Survival. I definitely think the games as a service isn't the low-hanging fruit it used to be. The market's matured. It's going to come to console at 1.0. Yeah, by then I'll be thrilled to play it. Madam and I are still playing Pal World, and we're having a good time with it. How many more Concords or Highguards need to release before we see the back end of that type of game? I honestly think that Horizon Hunter's Gathering is going to be sort of like the last shot someone takes at that style. I think there's a lot of games probably internally going through revision or just getting canceled right now. It just you couldn't possibly at this point. I mean, I know we've said this a lot, but like it just confounds all reason and logic for anybody to look at what's been going on with Kill the Justice League and with Concord and now with Highguard, that if Horizon Hunter's Gathering doesn't do well, which it's going to be hard to measure, right? Like I feel like Horizon Hunter's Gathering is almost guaranteed to be a commercial success. It has almost too much automatic buy-in from people. There's just going to be enough people to buy it at $40 that it'll probably be fine commercially. But if in 6 months that player base is non-existent, I think that'll communicate. Smoke with the Prime over there. Thank you so much for renewing. We're almost to the sub goal. We're trying to get to 750 sub points over there, and we're at 563. What if Hunters is Horizon 3? I mean, it's not. They've literally said that it's not. So, yeah. They're making Horizon 3, and this is a separate thing before that. What's the next bubble? Elden Ring likes? I don't know. The problem is they're attaching the name Horizon to it, so they will turn a profit. Yeah, I think it being called Horizon, I also think it being very adjacent to Monhunt, I think it'll sell enough copies off of that alone. At $40, I think it'll sell enough copies to justify its existence. Lego Horizon did not do that well. I don't think that probably matters as much because it wasn't really viewed as like number one, it wasn't Guerrilla. It was also a Lego game. You know, I don't think many people looked at that as like, oh man, that was such a bad thing that didn't do all that well. I don't think anybody expected it to do all that well. I think when you have a game like Horizon Hunters Gathering, it's like, yeah, we kind of need this thing to do pretty well because it's a live service game. This isn't a Lego game that like can have mediocre sales, and that's okay. Did you already say your predictions for the state of play? I've gone through my predictions a handful of times. I don't have anything. I don't have anything all that specific, but I think the guarantees are Saros. We have a confirmed marathon appearance. So outside of that, you know, it's hard to know. RE9 with a demo announcement or a shadow drop. Seems more like Night Rain than Monhunt. Well, yes and no. The gameplay loop, to me, you're not wrong, but the fact that it's like these big machines and you're like hitting them as a group and like using abilities and big huge attacks and stuff, like that feels very adjacent to Monhunt. I think the similarities to Night Rain are more structural than they are the actual gameplay loop. Does that make sense? It's like structurally, yes, going in with a 3-man team and there being like rogue elements and stuff. That certainly is structurally, that's like Night Rain. The gameplay, though, to me looks far more adjacent to like a Monhunt. You've got a big old machine coming out and you're all fighting it at the same time and, you know, trying to hit it from the different sides and stuff. And yeah. The next bubble could be big publishers getting into friend slop games. Elaborate, please. I think when he's saying friend slop, he's probably referring to games like Peak and Repo. I don't think he's using that as like a pejorative, like those games are slop, they're trash, but they're very, very low budget. The production quality and the graphics quality is not super good. And they go super popular and have that nice lean low budget, and then everybody's talking about them and playing them because like their favorite streamer is playing it with their other favorite streamer. I think that's what he's probably referring to. You also know what you get with those games? Well, yeah, nobody goes in with like delusions of grandeur whenever they get into a game like that. They're not like, oh my gosh, this is going to be amazing. You know, they're like, no, they expect it to be pretty straightforward, pretty minimal, pretty, you know. I think, you kind of know what to expect. It's not like when Josh Strife Hayes talked about that recently, how like when an MMO is in its Kickstarter phase, it's still a dream, which means it's flawless, which means everybody, it can be amazing and it can be worthy of like defending it to the death. I think a lot of the times you'll see similar results with how people talk about, these really big games like Crimson Desert and stuff. It's like it's still in its dream state. So everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, this is going to be so good." And if you say anything against it, then they get really mad because it's in its dream state. And they don't want it to, they don't want that dream to get shattered at all. So is Luna Abyss, does it have a release date yet? IGN says, do you guys remember this game? It was kind of like Destiny and Returnal. Now that we've gone more hands-on with the sci-fi shooter Luna Abyss, we can safely say that the optimism was justified after being introduced to a new weapon, movement mechanics, and a killer boss fight. The rowdiest and most difficult combat in the entire demo was against a level-ending boss, a big eyeball monster in the style of Dungeons & Dragons Beholder by way of Dark City. It stayed at the center, relentlessly firing walls of bullets and occasionally lasers, making it tough to find a space to take advantage of how exposed I was. Oh, it was, sorry. Phases where it was vulnerable and you need to deal with how to fix that changed the pace up as well. At first, it was just breaking the connection between the PowerPoints. Yeah, there's the Returnal. I was going to say, it almost felt a bit like Housemarque's excellent Returnal, but in a smaller arena. Yeah, I think this game has shown a lot of promise. I don't know if I don't think they've committed any kind of a release date or anything. Yeah, see, I would much rather watch these videos on YouTube where I don't have to see those ads. Let me see here. I think I wish-listed Luna Abyss like the first time I saw it on Steam. Yeah, they're saying 2026. So, like, it basically reminds me of, like, Returnal and Destiny with respect to, like, some of the bullet hell, but the setups, and, like, it almost feels like we're going into a place to fight, like, you know, like the Vex or, like, the Siva. Anything you're hoping for? Today at the PlayStation State of Play, yeah, I would love to get maybe just more gameplay and details from Saros. Outside of that, I don't usually go with a lot of demands. So Highguard pushes out a balance and technical update. They're significantly shortening the raid portion, says Sven. So yeah, they're still plugging along. You just subscribed, thank you. Welcome. If you guys are looking for the PlayStation State of Play, we will be watching it together. Right now, you can just join the conversation, sit back, relax, hit the like button, and chill. Any new hardware? If there's any new hardware at this event, it'll be the PlayStation Portal OLED. Yeah. You think the next bubble is extraction shooters? Yeah. I think that's a good bet. Could have PC peripherals. Yeah, I mean, they did the monitor the one time and, like, the speakers the other time. I mean, that certainly could be something they decide to do again. Ubisoft reports strong growth and beaten expectations in financial report. Really? Yo, 456 likes. That's crazy. Yeah, we've had a really, really good run on the like count today. Try to get it to 500. We're still working on that member goal for the week. I don't think Intergalactic will be there. No. I think Intergalactic is likely to show up at the Game Awards this year. They'll show gameplay, and then they'll say, like, Intergalactic fall of 2027. Kind of the way they did with Wolverine. That's kind of what I expect. Yeah. How long? I got a timer next to me. 3 hours, 25 minutes. I think we get news about PSSR 2.0. A lot of people have been asking about that. I initially was like, I don't think so. It would feel weird to focus on such a small portion of their player pool. But Hip Hop Gamer seems to think, and he certainly has gotten things right in the past. I don't think he has like a perfect batting average. Nobody does. But B-Atch with 53 months in a VIP. Let me add it to the total. He says, let's pump that member goal up. Thank you so much. Getting us to 228. What was I saying? Yeah, PSSR 2. Oh, yeah. So he said that the PS5 Pro is going to look really, really good after this and is going to sell more copies, and they're going to show off PSSR 2.0. So, I don't know. He's kind of putting it on the line because, like, that's either going to happen or it's not, like, as far as the PSSR 2 thing goes. Yo, Pimp Shrimp with 31 months. Might be the only one, but I'm waiting for any news about Kingdom Hearts 4. Thank you so much. Adding it to the total. 229 on the week. Will Space Marine be at the State of Play? The this I don't even know how to say that. This cosmetic pack comes with a 12.0 Tech Marine update as part of the season pass. The DLC includes 5 new armor pieces. I mean, maybe if they're going to promote that, I don't know. And Ginger comes in with the 10 bomb on YouTube and gets us to 239. Just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer to that weekly goal. Thank you so much, Ginger. Does he have a reputation to put on the line? I mean, he certainly likes to go out there and say, hey, I got this right. Hey, I got this right. So being able to say that right after the state of play would certainly be good for him. You know what I mean? I feel like most think he's a clown already. I mean, that homie's getting to interview some pretty major players, brother. I don't think you sit down and, like, talk to Denzel Washington and, like, other developers. A single gift that comes from Broken Earth. He's trying to tempt somebody else to do a 10 bomb to get us to 250. That'll be the official halfway point to 500. If you guys have never been here for a Saturday stream, my wife reacts to gaming news, and it's hysterical because she doesn't know anything about gaming news. So when you guys hit that 500 goal, we do an extra stream on Saturday because I usually take the weekend off. That's what that goal there is for. And thank you for another single gift to Mr. J, Mr. JC. That is a really fun time. So make sure to celebrate your renewals or grab a membership, or upgrade or gift. 3 hours of waiting. Yeah, I've already been streaming for about 4.5 hours. We do this anytime there's a state of play or a direct or a showcase. So maybe I misheard who you said. No, I said hip hop gamer. I know there are people that don't take him seriously, but yeah, he's gotten to interview major players, and like he sits and moves in these circles. He's got to sit down with Denzel on his Twitter. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Q Patrick with 41 months. Welcome back, sir. Thank you very much. Never mind, I didn't mishear. Yeah, I'm not saying one way, one direction or another. I think you guys know what I think. I think he throws lots of stuff out there. I think he gets a lot of things right by doing that. If you think he's guessing, so be it. He was one of the earliest people I saw saying that the next Xbox was going to be a PC. Now, he said it would be a dual boot machine that you'd be able to boot into Xbox or boot into PC mode. That seems to not be happening. But that's an awfully big random guess to say from so far out. I think he knows people. I think he talks to people. I think he gets information. I think the way he maybe postures or talks about these things, people don't take him all that seriously. But I don't know, man. He said some things from way far out that I don't think he just pulled out of a rabbit hat, like randomly. Why would you randomly think you're going to have a hybrid PC console from Xbox back when he was originally saying it? He was saying it before anybody else was. I don't know. Siphon Filter is one of the most underrated and forgotten series in gaming history, and Wired Rope agrees with you, says not wrong. Not wrong. You're never too old to play video games, much like watching TV. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Xbox at the GDC is doubling down on Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox PC as it prepares to converge consoles and Windows in 2027. What did he say now? He said that, I mean, I'll just pull up the tweet. Again, this is why sometimes I wonder if it's how he talks about it, and it's less about, like, I don't know. It's less about, like, how accurate he is, and, like, this to me is more about, like, okay. So he says, this is the one. Also, DICE is going to be epic. I'm in the building. He says, the PS5 Pro will be purchased a lot more after this state of play. Also, PSSR 2.0, once again, y'all know who broke that story first. Marvel Tocone is crazy. Ill is crazy. Oh yeah, something is returning. Okay. Now, if we roll credits on this state of play and this homie hit all these marks, then I don't want to hear any more, besmirching of this man. I'm telling you, he's got contacts. He gets some things right. I think there are times where, he's either guessed and gotten lucky, but I also think there's plenty of times somebody told him something and he got it right. I think there's been multiple times where he has said things from way too far out to just be guessing. Right? I think a lot of it's how he postures and how he talks. And I think people don't take him serious. I think he has genuine contacts in the industry. Sounds vague enough to be true. Talking about the PS5 Pro, PSSR 2.0, and something is returning. I don't know. I'm less worried. I'm less focused on the something is returning. That could be, again, him guessing. The PSSR 2.0 and the PS5 Pro thing, we will have a definitive yes or no at the end of the state of play. If they say nothing about PSSR and they say nothing about the way that they're doing like PS5 Pro or anything like that, that's not necessarily going to be like a vague thing that does or doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Ice Cold, I don't know why you're asking about the dock. I don't know what you're talking about. They're going to talk 48 minutes on the hour at PSSR 2.0, then the rest games. Sony finna waste out time. I'm not sure what you're saying. Snake Eye says, I've met hip hop. He knows people. Yeah. PSSR 2.0 should be launching with Marathon, right? Maybe. I don't know. What do we have here? Neo Reaper says, what do you think has been the growing reason for change in streamers and content creators now saying don't listen to us and keep the games casual? Ninja and Cloaksy being the biggest two. Well, at the very least, I think Ninja and Cloaksy are just being honest. I don't think there was ever a time where they were like, yeah, you should listen to us. I think they're just being honest. They're like, yeah, don't do that. This game is really fun and it's really casual. Please keep it that way. I think that's just like an honest take. I also think they could just be getting to that stage of gaming where, you know, they're not unk status, but it's a young man's game. It's a young man's game, man. And they're like, yeah, you know, not every game needs to be a sweatshop. Like this, just absolute, not sweatshop, sweatbox. You know, not every game needs to be a sweatbox. If you're going to play a game like that and you're going to have the fun that they're having, they know what would happen if that game suddenly got super competitive and super sweaty. They wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. You know? Knowing people doesn't mean anything. He's been frequently wrong. He's untrusted. It doesn't matter who he knows. His own words make him uncredible. Can you tell me some of the big things he's been wrong about? Like, I'm curious if there's a track record of him being wrong about things. Because I'm looking at the things he was right about, and I'm like, there's no way this was a lucky guess. I'm going to keep coming back to the PC console hybrid from Xbox. There ain't no way that was a lucky guess. Somebody told him that. He knew that before anybody else did. He knew that it was like before the FTC trial. The FTC trial set that rumor in full motion. Hip Hop Gamer was one of the first people I saw claiming that was going to be a thing. It was going to be a dual boot device. How did he know that? That's so random. After what happened with the Series X and the Series S, ain't nobody touching a crystal ball and being like, oh yeah, the next console from Xbox is going to be a PC hybrid. What? Nobody's picking that out of the hat as a random guess. No way. No way. I don't think so. I think it's how he carries himself. I think he comes across like a character, like he's kind of putting on a show, and I think it makes people not trust what he's saying. Like he's sort of like in character. It would be like if I had a channel and I came out as Hillbilly Jack and I was talking about all the stuff that I knew. People would be like, what the frick? This guy doesn't know anything. He's being a goof. Like, he does come across like he's kind of playing it up and being a bit of a character. He's like cowboy. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. He claimed Nintendo is going to PC starting early this year. He claimed that. Are you for real? Because that's an easy one to disprove if it doesn't happen. Hip Hop Gamer, Nintendo games to PC. Yeah, in January of 20th. January the 20th, he literally has a stream right here. Nintendo going to PC, PS6, the AI console, PS5 Pro, Xbox biggest publisher, AMD. Yeah. I mean, homies, I don't know about all that. That would be crazy. Nintendo going to PC? I don't know about that. Unless they were doing that because the games get pirated anyway, and they're like, we're not competing with PC. Maybe Nintendo's looking at the Chinese market the same way PlayStation is. I don't know about that, dude. Nintendo could be like, look, they're pirating the games anyway. We might as well put them over there and grow in a market, like in the Chinese market specifically. They could be saying the same thing Sony's saying. A PC's not going to compete with a Switch 2, and the Chinese market's enormous, and the Chinese market's not going to buy a Switch 2. So let's just put the games over there. That still sounds insane to me. Keithius, thank you so much for 5 months over there on Purple. We are 7 members away from the next milestone where I owe you guys some members. I've been hearing enough of his predictions to know I don't trust him. I didn't catalog them. Yeah, but I feel like there are easy things to remember when they don't happen. Like when people were claiming like Returnal was coming to Xbox and Xbox was going to foot the porting bill. That sounded crazy, right? And then it hasn't happened, so it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know about all that. Like right now, we have Hip Hop Gamer video claiming that Nintendo games are coming to PC, okay? If we roll credits on this year and there's not any Nintendo games on PC, I think it'd be like, yeah, maybe that one wasn't. Maybe that was a stab in the dark. Maybe he was guessing. Maybe he got bad intel. Who knows? But that might make you say, yeah, maybe he's not. Maybe his leaks and his rumors aren't all that trustworthy or whatever. I don't remember. I can't think of examples of things that he said that haven't become true. I can only think of the ones that have come true. And again, the one that makes me think, there are a lot of times where he says things that are genuine and real and that he has heard from reliable sources. I keep coming back to the dual boot Xbox. That doesn't feel like a random lucky guess. That feels like somebody at Microsoft legit told him that, and he came out and he said it. He broke that. There's been a handful of times he goes back and he shows his YouTube videos. He's like, I was the first one to claim this. You know? I think some of the times, yes, you can read the tea leaves of the industry and be like, oh, I said this, and just be and basically just be making like an educated guess and then posture like you have sources. That certainly is something that I've seen people do. Like I look at the general timeline and I'm like, yeah, you just kind of made a guess. Nobody told you that, right? That would be like me when we were speculating that a better version of the Portal was going to come out. Well, we were speculating that because its code name was Q-Lite. And so we thought, well, maybe there'll be a better version of it, like an OLED version, right? If I would have come out and said that, I could have postured like I had a source. And then once sources started saying there was a Q-Lite OLED or a Portal OLED, I could have been like, yep, see, guys, I broke that story. All I was doing was making an educated guess and claiming to have a source. I do think there are instances where people do that. I do. I think there are folks that make it clear they don't do that because they vet the information, then they vet their sources. Like the way that like Jason Schreier or like Tom Henderson, the way they break stories. There's a clear vetting process in how they do that. They're not just like, oh, I heard through like a DM or a whisper or something. Hip Hop told us about PSSR before anybody else as well. Yeah, I feel like he was one of the first people talking about that. I don't know if he called it PSSR, but like, I don't know. Like, if you don't have to have like this legitimacy in this outlet, like Tom Henderson has legitimacy. He's got an outlet. He has a vetting process. Okay. If you don't do it that way, that doesn't automatically mean that like you're just making stuff up. You know what I'm saying? I do think if Tom Henderson says something, I trust it because I'm like, I know what he does and how he does his work. So I instantly trust him. When someone like Hip Hop Gamer says something, I'm like, it could be a rumor. He could have spoken to somebody at a convention. It could be a total rumor. You know, it could be a rumor. Right? That could just be somebody talking, and he's breaking the story, hoping to be one of the first to say it if it comes true, like he's done on other topics, like the Xbox being dual boot, like a hybrid PC, Steam coming to PlayStation 6. Yeah, that's another one that like I don't know why that would make no sense to me. You know. And how could you know now? How could you know now that like Steam's going to come to PlayStation 6? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they have that plan this far out? That's another one that seems like, yeah, I doubt that. In your opinion, what's a minimum accuracy to trust them? To me, it's not necessarily about trust. It's more about like reliability. So like Shinobi or Jason Schreier or Tom Henderson or Nate the Hate or Jeff Grubb, they all have like reliability percentages that I think they hit. Most of those guys I feel like are in like the 90%. And if their reliability isn't perfect, it's because information changes. You know what I mean? Information changes. Eugene says stuff like that kills his credibility. Again, I would need evidence of somebody willfully being trying to deceive people, as opposed to, hey, this is what I heard. If he legit heard somebody say that, I'm not like, well, that hurts your credibility. I would just say, you might want to be checking whoever said that and maybe asking for some more form of corroboration or validation before saying, oh yeah, Steam's going to be on the PlayStation 6. I wouldn't use the credibility word. I would use reliability. If you're quick to run a YouTube video or a tweet because somebody you know said something and you don't do a whole lot of checking on it, I don't think that like hurts the credibility. It's like, yeah, that makes you kind of unreliable. I mean, you're just kind of running everything. If you're going to run Nintendo coming to PC and you're going to run Steam coming to PlayStation 6, I'm going to say, yeah, those seem pretty unreliable to me. Those don't sound like things that are likely going to happen. He could just be repeating what's currently considered. God of War reveal, maybe. We might get the God of War Metroidvania. That's obviously possible. Hang on a second. I'm trying to see where my wife is in the city. Man, they're still there. Japers. Mike Henderson, Jason, Mike Straw, Nate the Hate, Grubb. Yeah. I feel like those guys are all very, very reliable. I don't feel like they like shoot off the hip or whatever. Ecstasis is like 60%. Ecstasis is another one who I really like, but I feel like Ecstasis just shoots off everything he hears and then kind of lets the chips fall where they may. Ecstasis is also, working with Insider Gaming. So to me, like, I like Ecstasis, and I feel like he gets a lot of hits, but I also feel like he just really, it's similar to hip-hop. I feel like they come with everything they've heard. No matter how crazy or how outlandish, they bring it all to the table, and you're like, this all sounds a little nuts. Well, yeah, because sometimes it's just like a random rumor. People act like Tom Henderson hasn't gotten things wrong. I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm actually curious what you feel like he has gotten wrong. Ask for a well-deserved Chick-fil-A sandwich. Homie, I was legit gonna ask her to pick up some chick on the way home. Like, I'm freaking dying. I'm like super low energy and like need food and caffeine. I think Marathon looks terrible. Need a new franchise. Elf needs food badly. Elf. Blue Elf is about to die. The thing that I always liked in that game is they would out whoever shot the food. Pick up some chick. That's right. Pick up some chick. Some Chick-fil-A. 5-hour energy. Yeah, that's a real great way to get a freaking kidney stone, man. I would stay away from that crap. Let's see here. Renewal from my man J-Dog, getting us to 244. Thank you so much. Tom Henderson, when they report, confirm with 3 sources. If they are wrong, something has changed. I have marathon crap talk fatigue. I don't necessarily think that it looks terrible. I think it has things about it that are unappealing. For sure. Yeah. What's the dipping sauce? We don't do the dipping sauce because of the egg allergy that our daughter has. Any good recommendations for a tactical RPG? I don't really play tactical RPGs, so I couldn't tell you. I remember one day I did a 10-hour road trip and I drank 3 5-hour energies in that span. Never again. My hands were shaking. Again, that's a really great way to get a kidney stone, man. You got to stay away from that crap. What do I think? I think that I think that Sony would not add Steam to the PlayStation 6 or the PS5 Pro because they'd have to pay an enormous royalty to Valve. PlayStation gains nothing by putting Steam on their console. They don't gain anything. The only thing they would gain is if it was a version of Steam that was like all the games that they don't get. Okay? Here's the problem with that. All the games they don't get won't just automatically port to the PlayStation. It's completely different architecture. It's a completely different architecture. Do you understand? Like, you can't just be like, yep, here's all the Steam games. Like, it doesn't work that way. If it was that simple, you don't want to know what would happen? Those games would all be on PlayStation because it'd be really easy for them to just port the game to PlayStation and make more money. Like, there are so many games right now that didn't make enough money to warrant the budget and the time to port a game to PlayStation. It's not worth it to them, right? So if you're going to put Steam on PlayStation, you'd have to create some kind of a thing that doesn't exist right now, which is like some sort of an automated porting system, which would make all those games essentially playable or emulatable on a PlayStation. I highly doubt that, okay, is going to happen. And secondly, if they do that, it would have to be a very, very specific version, because if not, you could buy games from Steam that they're already selling. That would be stupid. Hey, yeah, do you want to come buy this brand new third-party game? You know, I don't know, new Assassin's Creed from us? Yeah? Yeah, we get 30%. We take a 30% scrape. Oh, now we get less of a scrape because he bought it through Steam. They would never want to do that. That'd be dumb. The only way you would ever get a Steam marketplace on a console is if it was a specific type of library, so it was games they're never going to get that are just like somehow automatically ported. So that's just extra money. That's just extra money in their revenue stream. You know, oh yeah, we'll take 15% on all those little AA little indie titles that we're never going to get anyway. I don't think that's ever going to happen. You're jumping in the Luna Abyss demo? Let me know how it is. Like, if you think through the logic of this, it doesn't make any sense. There'd be no reason to do it. I don't think the technology is going to exist. Now, that's not the same as Project Magnus from Xbox. Project Magnus from Xbox it's a PC. They're just going to remove all of the things that make it kind of feel like a PC, the bloat and the Windows element. It's going to be like the full screen Xbox experience. And then you'll be able to get, Epic and Steam on it. Which means you're not necessarily like buying into an ecosystem anymore. You're buying a piece of technology as an access point to these various storefronts. Microsoft next PC is just a PC with a console overlay. It's a PC, so now they can have all those glorious Steam indie games. Which I would love. I would love to be able to play Mugenics right now in my living room. Like, I would love to be able to do that. Just have, like, the Steam machine would be such a great solution for me right now. But it's not out yet. It's not out yet. Console is a store. It doesn't make sense to add another store to it. Basically, you're buying it the same way as if you just got a PC now. Simple concept. Yeah, the other dilemma with suddenly having Steam on PlayStation would be like, there are so many games that don't even have controller support. I wish Mugenics was on the Switch too. Oh, man, right? Just be able to play that anywhere, anytime. Be so nice. Marathon originally was like a Halo or a Doom, an FPS with invisible aliens, blood, etc., not an extraction shooter with Roblox graphics. The IP is mishandled because devs wasted the budget on Bugattis. That's not true. The devs didn't waste any money on cars. The CEO, who's no longer there, was making an insane amount of money and continued to buy cars for his car collection. That has nothing to do with the budget of Marathon. That homie wasn't like scraping off the budget of Marathon to buy cars. You know what I'm saying? That'd be like actionable civilly, like the mishandling of funds and, just scraping money from the company's budgets for your own personal purchases. That dude would be sued into oblivion if he was doing that. He was using his own money to buy those cars. He has every right to do that. Who gives a frick? He makes a stupid amount of money. Right? He's just some big corporate bigwig. He can buy 1 billion boxes of cereal and fill a swimming pool with them. Who the heck cares what he's using his money on? It has nothing to do with the product that they're making. By the way, Mugenics is a tactical RPG. That's why I thought you played more of them. Oh, I mean, I haven't played it, and I've heard really, really good things. And, yeah, I haven't really ever played games like that. She can play more about why CEOs get those salaries and what they do with the money. Sure. Their contribution to the company isn't worth the ratio of money that they make compared to what the company generates. Yeah, we know this. It's absurd, but alas, here we are. Executives do not contribute 1,000 the amount of value to the company's production, and yet they make 1,000 much more than the employees. Like, the ratio is absurd. Like, it's absolutely absurd. Yeah, or a candy bonfire. That's right. Yeah, we said that if we got to 700 people paying for their own members, we would do a candy bonfire where I would light a bunch of candy on fire. It's never going to happen. We're stuck at 500. We've been at 500 for 5 years. I think Nadella makes 530 times the median Microsoft worker. It's insane. Yeah, and to argue that, you know, that that's how much he's contributing is absurd. Pete Carson's. Oh, that's funny. They're the ones that don't struggle when everything goes wrong. Yeah. They're always good. They're good to go if everything goes belly up. They'll just lay off all the other workers, and then they'll just keep sitting at the top. Siege Master with a single gifted to get us to 245. Trying to tempt that 5-bomb to 250. Thank you so much, Siege. Whoever hits it gets it, boys. The member count is it's moving. It is moving. They benefit from everyone else's work. Yeah, John Locke's theory of labor just gets absolutely destroyed by the way these companies are structured and how people are paid. It's absurd. How long do you think the PS5 Pro will remain relevant? I give it at least 2 more years. What do you mean by relevant? It's an optional product on the currently the most successful like next gen console. Like what do you mean by relevant? There will be a lot of baby game slop in today's show. Could you give me an example of what that is? What are you talking about? Pete Parsons came from Microsoft. Yeah, he's a suit. You know what I mean? He's a suit. He's a bigwig. That's what they do, those corporate guys. They come in, make a bunch of money, have really expensive taste. You know? Yo, Travis with 4 months. Thank you guys for always being so nice. Thanks so much for renewing your membership, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, the PS6 is going to be late 2028, I think. Like cartoon games, waifu stuff. Well, something that I think people need to remember when they watch like a PlayStation event or even a Nintendo event is there's a pretty significant audience in Japan and Korea and China that they have preferences and proclivities about art style and game types that aren't the same as maybe those of us in like the West. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think people need to remember that. I think people get really bent and they're like, why is this crap here? Why are these waifu games here? JRPGs, you know, games with sort of like an anime vibe. You have to understand there's enormous audiences out like in Asia especially that just like they buy these games in large quantities, and you know, we might not, but I think that's just something people forget. Especially, this is typically how I approach an event like this. Divide the show into 3 parts. 33%, 33%, 33%. Okay, so picture that on like a pie chart or like just, or they're all next to each other, right? I expect about 33% of the showcase to really excite me. I expect about 33% of the showcase to interest me. And I expect about 33% of the showcase to basically be absolutely not for me, not interested. Whether it's like a cutesy waifu game, cozy sim game, racing game, something like that. I think if you do that, what you do is you say, every 3 games, one of them should probably really interest me, one of them a little bit, and then one not at all. So like, yes, I'm really excited. There's Saros. Awesome. And then the next game, I'm like, okay, that looks pretty good. I might play that. And then the next game, yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. That's generally how I feel like this goes. So if there's 30 games, there should be about 10 that I'm like, yo, those games look great. And then there's 10 that I'm like, yeah, maybe I might play that. And then 10 where I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. I generally think that's how it should go. Like when it's over an hour long, you should expect a lot of games to not really land on you. Like, you just should. There's just going to be so many games. There's so many games that come out in a year, and so many genres, and so many studios, and so many developers that they're just, dude, they're making games that you're not going to, you just have no interest in. Like, that's just generally how it goes. I think that ends up making it to where I watch something like this and I'm perfectly happy at the end. When I watch an Xbox showcase, when I watch, Summer Game Fest, when I watch a Nintendo Direct, I generally approach them this way. That's generally how I approach it. And I usually end an event feeling pretty good. Especially, this is something I think a lot of people forget too, is a lot of times they'll be like, hey, tune in for this State of Play. We're going to talk about VR games and indie titles. And it's like 25 minutes. And you know what people do? They tune in and they're like, this is lame, this sucks, this is dumb. And it's like, if you would have taken 10 whole seconds to read the description of the stream or read the blog post, you'd have known that it was going to be a not super, barn burner impressive showcase. It was going to be meager. Like, you gotta set your expectations. I think this is going to be a pretty good showing. I really do. I think it's going to be a pretty good showcase. I think it's going to be essentially a showcase in disguise. I think we're going to get some pretty heavy push from first party. Probably, I'll say this. I don't feel like I'm being crazy here. I think this is going to be the strongest first party push we've seen in one of their events. Because the last time they really pushed first party, think about what we're comparing to. I'm not comparing to much here, okay? A couple of years ago, when they did the showcase, they had taken like a 2-year break. And they did the showcase, and it was a cinematic for Marathon, a cinematic for Fair Games, and a cinematic for Concord. That was the first party push, and people were pissed. And then they had the 20 minutes of Spider-Man, okay? I think this will be their biggest first party push that we've seen in a while. It'll be a lot of Saros, it'll be a lot of Marathon, and I think there's probably going to be like 2 more things. That's going to be the strongest first party push we've seen from them in a long time. I don't think you have an over hour-long show with like, it's just going to be Saros and Marathon, which we already know about. I'm not trying to hype you up. I'm just saying, comparatively speaking to past State of Plays and that showcase from a couple of years ago, I think we're going to see a bigger first-party presence today than we've seen in a long time. It's too long of a show for that to not be the case. Marathon's going to take up 20 minutes? No, it's not. Oh, wait, you're saying I don't think Marathon's going to take up 20 minutes. No, it won't, because Bungie's doing its own stream after. Yeah, John, always, I completely agree with you. I read your statement out of order. I feel like overall gaming in 2026 is going to be insanely strong. Yeah, I think this is going to be a very strong year. I think last year was very strong. We're already off to a great start this year. Yeah, RE9 is definitely going to be there. I think they're either going to shadow drop a Resident Evil 9 demo, or they're going to announce when the Resident Evil 9 demo is. One of the two. The demo is getting announced, either as a shadow drop or the date. Yeah. I agree with that. You're here for Marathon? You're probably going to want to set your expectations to getting more information in the second stream thing that Bungie's doing, which I can't cover. I'll have to kind of react to that tomorrow. 30-minute behind the scenes of Fair Games would get the internet in quite the uproar. Oh, I'd be freaking pissed. They need to cancel that game. It sounds like garbage. It sounds like absolute garbage. It switched from like a competitive heist game to some kind of like a almost Fortnite-like battle royale type setting, and then they had a bad play test, and the lady in charge quit. Just cancel. What the frick? Cancel that. Cancel it. That sounds like a dead game if I've ever heard of one. That game's either getting completely restructured or quietly canceled. I would just cancel it and get the bandwidth on something else. Jiminy Christmas. I think like 2 to 3 minutes in the actual showcase would be ideal. Oh, for Marathon? We don't need much. Control Resonant, more gameplay? I'd love it. I'd love to see that. I think Control Resonant could be one of the contenders this year. I think it could be one of the best games. And we need it. If you like Remedy, you want that to be very commercially successful. I have a Remedy video on the channel right now. You guys should really take some time to watch that. If you can hype it on mobile, hype it, leave a comment, hit it with a like, share it with people. It's a really important video. I'm very worried about Remedy. Their new CEO, I'm extremely concerned about that company. And they can sit here and say, everything's fine, everything's staying the same. Yeah, that's lip service. I expect you to say that. I don't expect you. What, are you going to come out and say the opposite? You know, yeah, our company's going to hell in a handbasket. Like, no, I don't expect them to come out and say that. So I hope what they're saying and I hope what they're promising is accurate and holds true, because it's very concerning. Team LFG, that's probably still too early. Yeah, Phantom Blade Zero's probably there. Yeah. I agree with that. I think Sony has moved away from the showcase branding to temper people's expectations a bit. The last showcase in 2023 was an hour and 12 minutes long. This could be similar. Well, that's what's interesting, isn't it? Is they have state of plays like this that are over an hour long. This is going to be the longest state of play they've ever done. It's basically, like I said, it's a showcase in disguise. And then they have state of plays that are like 25 minutes, 30 minutes, you know? We know that Gummy Bear has been worked on for forever. It's like a MOBA, isn't it? All right. You think they'll show Blood of the Dawnwalker? Maybe. It's hard to guess third-party games. Because it's like anything could have a reason to show up. Do you know what I mean? Anything can have a reason to be there. You know? Crimson Desert could be there. Blood of the Dawnwalker. Control Resonant. It was reported a couple years ago that everything going forward would be called State of Play. I don't think it was reported or ever specifically stated. I think it was speculated. Yeah. I think it was speculated. I don't think they ever came out and specifically said it. I think people said that they were hearing that. I think there were people like insiders and such saying that they were hearing like rumors that was the case. I don't think they ever came out and specifically stated that. When I got off work, I'll join a membership. I love this channel. YouTube upcharges on mobile. Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel directly with the membership, try to do it on a desktop, so that way you guys don't get overcharged for sure. They do charge extra. You guys can help us hit a goal right now on the channel. We have been trying to get to 600 people paying for their own membership, and it's $5 a month. You can help us with that goal. I think everything being a state of play works just fine. I think they will still do. Showcases, but I think they'll do showcases for big events. I'm sorry, big reveals. They'll do like when the PlayStation 6 is announced. I think that'll be a showcase. Hidden Siryu with the 5 bomb secures the 250. It was sitting there for the taking, and he takes it. I owe YouTube a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't care what the show is called. Just show me something cool. Yeah, like it doesn't really matter what you call it. I mean, I tend to agree with you. Like it doesn't really matter what you call it. Like if you have a lot of good things to show and it's exciting and, you know, especially if we get good gameplay, uncut gameplay, raw gameplay, real gameplay, you know, not a bunch of simulated gameplay, you know, and then beyond that, you know, release dates. I think that is all exactly what I hope to see at these events. Real gameplay and release dates. I don't mind not getting release dates when it's just an announcement. I will say that. If you're just going to announce a game with like a cinematic trailer like they did with like Intergalactic, I think that's totally fine. Your very first trailer can purely be cinematic as an announcement. I'm totally okay with that. After that point, I expect to see gameplay and or a release date. That's what I expect. I think that's a fair expectation. Like if you just keep showing up, with, with cinematic reveals and no gameplay, or you're pulling these shenanigans where the gameplay is like simulated, that's when I get irritated. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Show me the game. I haven't watched you since the rebrand. Sorry to bring it up. That's fine. Just wanted to say it feels good to see you still going strong and hopefully successful. Hope the fam is well too. I really appreciate that, Dark Magician. It's totally fine to bring it up, by the way. We got welcomed back to the platform in April of last year. Anybody that you know that watched and supported back then, let them know we never stopped. We've been going strong all this time. We stream in both places, and any support right now is appreciated. Primes, gifts, subs, all of that. That's how we do this full time. We're still very much rebuilding, and we appreciate it. I like them differences, Creature. I love that we got 3 state of plays in one showcase a year. Oh, if we got 3 state of plays in one showcase a year from Sony, but they are some no-talking people. Oh, yeah. Very much. Yeah. Okami has some dream predictions, so he's combining dream and predictions. Devil May Cry 6 would be hype. Kingdom Hearts 4, FromSoft appearance, Insomniac Venom spinoff, Detroit Become Human 2, FF7 Part 3, Persona, Cory Barlog's game, God of War Anything, Bloodborne remake. I mean, come on, Okami. Or Okami, however you pronounce it. Yo, Wired Rope, thank you so much for gifting a member to Dark Magician, getting us a 252. If by the end of the week you guys get that to 500, we celebrate with the Saturday stream where my wife joins me and reacts to gaming news. We call it Gaming News Tonight. And it's a really, really fun time. And that is a weekly goal that we celebrate with extra content. That's why I'm scared so many good games with no release dates. So just list off all the rumors. Right, Davis? Like, homie didn't leave anything off the table. He's like, just show it all to me. Like, okay. He forgot GTA 7, right, Jay? Like, he basically had everything on there except for GTA 7. Oh, no. He did forget Half-Life 3 and Portal 3. I'll give him that much credit. He left those off the table, you know? Jiminy Christmas. Hang on. Where are they? I'm gonna tell my wife. If you stop on the way home, I'm dying for a Coke. Use my daughter's phrasing. Last of Us remake with PSSR 2? That would be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible to do anything with The Last of Us right now. No. I do not think that would be well received. I do not think that would be well received at all. Yeah. Yo, what's good, Wilson? Thank you for following today. I appreciate it very, very much. I have expectations in check. Nothing crazy. I really do think a more measured approach to these types of events and expectations is the appropriate thing. Is the appropriate way to do it. Right? Like, you're literally just setting yourself up for disappointment if you're like, I expect it to be a level 11 volume all the way turned up insane hype fest of 18 AAA games back to back. You're going to be so disappointed. More Pragmata. If you guys haven't played the Pragmata demo yet, or Pragmata, however you say it, it's really good. I really liked it. I liked it more than I expected. I thought it was dope. Like, it really is fun. It's a very unique take on combat. I like it. They simply patch that in. Yeah, I don't think you come out with anything. Yeah, see Joel's head smashed in with PSSR graphical enhancements. Shut up. See more blood droplets of Joel dying. That's stupid. State of Decay 2 and 3 to PlayStation. State of Decay 3 will probably be a multi-plat release. That's if it even comes out. I don't know, man. I don't have any confidence in anything that's been in development that long. I feel like Microsoft's just going to start murdering projects. They want that 30% profit margin. Brother, you are not getting a 30% profit margin on some of these pieces of property. Like, it's just not going to happen. Guys, if you have not if you've not purchased this yet, if you like platformers, action platformers, and you like Metroidvanias, Shinobi's more action platformer, but it's got a dash of Metroidvania. It's really, really good because you do retread areas with new abilities. Currently, Shinobi Art of Vengeance is $15 on Steam. Oh, with Fanatical code, hang on. That seems like it's going to be some kind of an advertisement. Okay, on PSN, it's $17.99. If I believe that's a discount, is it not? It's in my library, so I believe that's a discount. Yeah, $18 for Shinobi Art of Vengeance on Xbox as well. It looks like. I don't own it on Xbox, so it should show us the price here. Yeah, there you go. Marked down from $30. So it looks like Shinobi Art of Vengeance is on sale right now. Yeah, you got to go to Fanatical to get it on sale. Let's see. Shinobi Art of Vengeance Steam. It looks like on Steam, it is currently on sale as well. $18 on Steam. It's 40% off. There's a demo on Steam if you want to try it out before you buy it. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a wonderful, wonderful game. It was one of my favorite games last year. It's really good. You seen Crimson Capes? It launched today. I feel like we looked at that game, didn't we? Crimson Capes. What is this? Action Souls-like RPG, dark fantasy, 2D. Yeah. This reminds me of what the frick? Little bit of what was that game? It's not Blasphemous. There was another one that I tried that was just so freaking hard, and it was like this. It was like a 2D Souls game. The art style really, really looks like it. I can't think of the name. I played it. I need to scroll through my library to think about death something. No, not Salt and Sanctuary. The art style of that game right there, Crimson Capes, looks like it. It was Death. I swear it had Death in the name. Death Must Die. No. Death Trash. No. Shoot. No, not Bloodstained. No, not Nine Souls. Nine Souls is like a platformer Sekiro. Oh, shoot. No, not Dark. Death's Gambit. Thank you. That's it. I believe that's it. Is it Death's Gambit? I'm pretty sure it's Death's Gambit. Has a very, very similar art style. Maybe it doesn't. It doesn't have a similar art style. But I'll say that it reminded me of Death's Gambit for some reason. I swore I played this game somewhere. Maybe I played the demo. Or maybe I refunded and uninstalled it, so it's not in my inventory on my Steam library. I'm pretty sure I played this. Yeah, Death's Gambit's wild. It's a Souls-like Metroidvania RPG pixel. It's got an 80% overall, but recently it's got not a great score for whatever reason. After they redid Death's Gambit, it's very good now. Death's Gambit Afterlife, is that what it was? It's got a 4.2 on PlayStation. That's like an 84. That's not a terrible score, but anytime you're on the low end of the 80s on PlayStation from the users, it's a little concerning. I remember playing that though and getting frustrated by it. I was looking for, forget what I was looking for or what I was doing. I just ended up not liking it. Dead Cells, no. Some of you guys are on stream delay. Pretty severe stream delay. Salt and Sacrifice was the sequel to Salt and Sanctuary. My frustration when I played Salt and Sanctuary was I liked the punishing combat. I liked the boss fight. Like the first boss fight I thought was quite good. My frustration with it was they do this thing because it's a Souls game, right? Even if it's 2D, it can be a Souls game where they don't tell you where to go like at all. And it's frustrating because it's like, just tell me where to go, roughly, and I'll sort everything else out. I think it was Death's Door. No. We've established, homies, that it was Death's Gambit. I don't know why you guys are still guessing. We've established that it was Death's Gambit, was what I was thinking of. But yeah, like, those games frustrate me sometimes. It's like, can you just tell me where to go, and I'll sort it out. You give me a rough approximation of like a direction of like where I'm supposed to go, and I'll sort the rest of it out. Like whether it was like Nine Souls or like a or like an Ori or like the Hollow Knight games, I feel like they give you like a slight nudge in a direction, and then you figure it out from there. And I feel like Salt and Sanctuary, I was like, where am I supposed to go? Yeah, make sure you guys are live. For real. Look, where am I supposed to go? I don't know. And the reason it's frustrating is because you'll go one way and you'll die. And you're like, okay, I went this way and I died. All right. And then you go another way and you die. And you're like, okay, am I dying because I'm not supposed to go here yet? I'm not strong enough yet. I'm not good enough yet. Or did I just get owned? Like, is it skill issue? Let me just go back. It's really, really hard in a game like that to kind of deduce, where I'm supposed to go. The one reason I didn't like the Souls games, but I completed Lies of P, it felt like it was a bit more direction. Yeah, Lies of P is a whole lot more linear than a traditional Souls game experience. 100% more of a linear direction when playing Lies of P, for sure. Yo, it's good, Craig, baby. How are you? I fought Souls bosses completely underleveled because I had no idea where I was supposed to be. It's annoying. Right. Like, I don't mind overcoming the challenge. I hate feeling like I'm just absolutely pissing my time away. You know what I mean? I love Salt and Sanctuary, but I had the same issues. Right, Dark Taco? It's like, you're wasting my time. Like, I go all this way and I die. And then I go all this way and I die. And I'm like, I don't know which way you want me to go. And I go, it's really hard. You're not teaching me. You're not giving me deduction tools to be like, oh, I'm supposed to go route B because route A, I'm super underleveled. You can't tell. You're just dying. You're like, I don't know. I'm just dying. It's difficult to feel any sense of progression. You give me that soft push. I got pretty far in Lies of P before I got annoyed because the swamp monster. I went back when they turned you could turn the difficulty down. And I really just felt like, man, these games just not for me anymore. They never were to begin with. I always kind of felt like I was wearing somebody else's shoes, but I just don't have the temperament for it anymore. Preach, brother. I literally stopped because the exploration. Yeah, it's just frustrating. It's like you just have to give me the slightest little nudge. Go this way. Okay, cool. Now I can commit myself to overcoming the mini boss or the trash ads or the boss in this direction, because I have at least some semblance of confidence I'm going in the right direction. Yeah, Elden Ring had like the map markers with the sights of grace. It gave you that soft nudge forward, but then you could sort of branch out and explore to level and to find things and to discover things. But again, I just need that teeny little bit of confidence to know I'm going the right way, because then I know I'm not wasting my time. Like I've got limited time to play video games. I can't just sit here all day playing your game being like, no, that's fine. Yeah, I just spent the last 35 minutes beating my head against a wall, and I'm not even supposed to go this way. Like, no thanks. That's just not satisfying in my opinion. This obviously is related to the run back discussion, but it's wild to think how well done Elden Ring was done for their first open world. Yeah. Yeah, for real. You know? Give Lono a nudge and he'll start thinking he has the power of the gods. Not really. It's easier to commit. It's like, yeah, I can commit to fighting my way through this section or this fight because I've been given just enough of a nudge to know I'm going the right way. The Metroid 2D games kind of have that issue. Like, how was I supposed to know I had to shoot the floor to move forward? There were some sections in Mio Memories in Orbit that were like that. Like, it wasn't super obvious where they wanted me to go. But overall, I feel like it was very, very well done. Like, where do I go next? What's the sense of progression? I felt like they did a good job with that. That's my issue with most Metroidvanias. I think a well-built Metroidvania will make it clear you can't go here. You don't have a wall jump or a grappling hook, or you don't have a second jump. And then when you get it, you can kind of come back. I think most Metroidvanias do a very good job with that. I think Mio Memories in Orbit did a really bad job with that, because I was like, I can't remember. They did this thing too often in Mio, where like you'd finally open a door and you'd get through the door, and then it would be like, oh yeah, you don't have this now. And it's like, well, wait, so I waited all this time to go through this door. I finally get through the door, and you're telling me I now still need to go get something else, some ability, what have you. They did that a couple of times in Mio, and it was really irritating. Like, you'd finally open a door and get into a new area, and you'd be like, oh, great, a new area that I can go 10 whole feet in? Like, what? Some of their pacing from a Metroidvania perspective was, I think, pretty bad. I think some of the pacing was pretty bad with respect to like abilities and barriers and the inability to like traverse through certain things. So tired of this door opens from the other side. Yeah, Mio did that a lot. It did that a lot. Like, yeah, this door opens from the other side. And you're like, oh man, like, no, I gotta go, I guess go back or go around. For real. Did the new Metroid game flop? It seems like many people didn't play it. I don't think it did that well commercially. I think they said it sold roughly 1 million copies. I would say in the realm of like how much it costs to make, they're probably like not panicking, but I don't think it hit the way that people were hoping. Like, I don't know. It just didn't seem like it did that well. It seemed like the reviews were fine, but also kind of tepid. Games I have to backtrack, I would love like an in-game journal to have something I can't access but can now instead of having to remember. Crypt Custodian did a really good thing where you could put symbols on the map. So you would know like, hey, I need this thing here. You could like establish in your mind like what a symbol means, and you could come back to it. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond got like a 78 on Metacritic and like a 79 from the users. Yeah, that's just kind of not bad, but also not great either. It's kind of tepid for how long everybody waited. They weren't like over the moon about it. Xbox or PlayStation release a game under 8 and people would go to town on it. I agree with you. I think if we waited a really long time for, a PlayStation studio to finally drop a sequel to like a long-awaited, game and franchise like that, and it dropped at like a 78, 79, I think people would have been like, what the frick happened? They fell off. Doesn't Hollow Knight do that? The reason I stopped playing Hollow Knight is because of the runbacks. Yeah, I didn't like them. It felt more punitive than difficult, and that's not fun to me. It's kind of like FromSoft learned this, and I think adequately adjusted. Like Elden Ring, when you lose a boss fight, it's hard, it's difficult. You're trying to figure out the telegraphs and the different phases of the fight, right? And then when you lose, you just get to go back in and try again. When you lose, having to go back through an area that's significantly, frustrating, tedious, or challenging with respect to like platforming, that's punitive because that's not the boss fight. And that was sort of my fundamental disagreement with the design of Silksong. It felt like a game that leaned too much on punitive treatment of the player for mistakes, so that instead of being like, oh, I just finally got the second phase in the fight, that's what he does, I need to be prepared for that, that telegraph changes, the timing of something changes, instead of being able to jump right back in with that knowledge and try again, I've got to run through. I mean, some of the runbacks that I've seen, they're just absurd. It's like, that to me is punitive and frustrating. I think what you're doing is you're taking an antagonistic position against the player that I don't appreciate. It's almost like you're antagonizing me. You're like, we want to frustrate you. It's like it's layered. It's like if you've ever been around kids, okay, if you have kids, and they're trying to be annoying, and you can tell they're trying to be annoying, it's like it multiplies how annoying it is. Does that make sense? It's like, what you're doing isn't that annoying, like it is, but the fact that I know you're trying to be annoying multiplies how annoyed I am. I feel that way about Silksong. It's like, you did this with the intention of frustrating the player. It's not because you think it's good design or that you think this is how the game should flow. This runback is designed to be punitive and to frustrate the player. And I'm like, that feels like you're being antagonistic to the player, and I don't want to play a game like that. The runbacks were like a boss fight in itself, correct. And the fights were absurd. Like, there could be really, really crazy things that happen in the fight. There could be a crazy phase of enemies. There could be lots of, they could suddenly spawn a bunch of enemies, right? It gets kind of wild. Learning that, dying, and wanting to go back in and fight, and having to, like, go back through some crazy route. It's like, yeah, you're just being punitive. I don't want to play a game that's punitive. As someone who now has a 2-year-old nephew, I don't know how parents fight the urge to just smack them on the head and say, no, bad. Well, it's not helpful, and it's also, wrong. But, in general, with kiddos, I just let them know. Like, I can tell that you are trying to be annoying, which makes it more annoying, so I need you to stop. It's good for them to hear that, because you're trying to help them be, better socially with their friends and their peers. You don't want them to be like, oh no, it's totally fine to be annoying. So, any chance we see a new Max Payne game? The Max Payne remakes are still in production, and they're still going forward according to the recent earnings call. Rogue Point is now in early access. Why was I following this game on Steam? Rogue Point is an FPS tactical 3D shooter from the creators of Black Mesa. Welcome Rogue Point, a 4-player co-op shooter where teamwork is everything. Join forces on intense missions with evolving objectives. It's only got 6 reviews right now for early access. 1 down, 2 up, 2 down, 3 up, 3 down, 4 up, 5 up, 5 up, 4 down, 6 up. It's like a 6 to set. It's like a 7 up to 5 down on the reviews. Not very many. There's more than 6 reviews now that I'm looking at it. If kids are trying to annoy you, then you deserve it. That's spoken like somebody who doesn't have children. Wait until they're teens. That's true. Wait until they're teens. I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and he said, I really liked my kids as kids, and I really liked them as teens. He's like, as adults? He's like, as adults, they start making their own decisions, and, it's just very different. He's like, I don't know if I like them as adults. I liked them as kids and teenagers. I was like, yeah, I can see that. THQ Nordic says tomorrow. What could that be? What the frick is that? It's like a 1 with a boat out in the water. I don't even know what that is. Do you think we could hear anything about New Divinity or not until Summer Game Fest? Yeah, I don't know. I have an 18-year-old. He always respected me. I'm sure. I'm sure from the time they were an infant to right now, they never disrespected you or never attempted to annoy you. They were perfectly socially adept and self-aware their entire life. Yes. This is about as dripping with sarcasm as I can be. I thought I was alone in that. As adults, I really don't like my kids the same. It's just different. You know what I mean? They're not a kid anymore. They're an adult. They're making their own decisions. They're doing their own stuff. And you're going to be like annoyed. Oh, is it Reanimal? Oh, it's the Reanimal launch. Oh, yeah. Reanimal's tomorrow. Yeah. Reanimal and High on Life 2 are both tomorrow. Are they doing a Gothic 1 remake? I think Gothic 1 remake trailers hit like yesterday or today. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what raising a child is. That's what I was talking about, though. And you said if a kid annoys you, you deserve it. That's just literally part of being a child. They do things that are annoying. They try to be annoying on purpose because they want a reaction. It's not even necessarily a sign of disrespect. A lot of it's just a lack of self-awareness. Like they're not self-aware. They don't pick up on social cues. To them, attention is, the utmost dopamine rush. So like they'll do anything for attention. You have to kind of teach them that that's, not ideal. It's not a good way to be around people. So, yeah. No one in the comments said it was Reanimal. I thought they were going to announce a new game. It seems like it is Reanimal. Doesn't the one trailer for Reanimal literally have that perspective of like a boat in the water? Like, I feel like that's a Reanimal announcement. Or not an announcement. They're just being like, get excited, It's coming tomorrow. It's 1 day or 1 day left or whatever. No child wants to annoy anyone unless they don't respect you. See? Yes, I can see clearly that your position is ignorant and not accurate within child development and why they do the things they do with respect to like their own psychology and self-awareness. Yes, I can see that. I have no reason to take what you're saying seriously about children. Like I said, you're speaking as somebody who doesn't seem to have ever been around children. You're like, well, I have an 18-year-old. I'm like, there were plenty of times, I guarantee you, that child was annoying you and trying to annoy you for attention, and it wasn't because they were like, well, I don't respect you, right? Like a 4-year-old isn't actively thinking, I don't respect you. They're just making a silly noise that they know gets them attention, right? When they're 8 and 9, when they're 10, and they're being kind of more willful. They're not like sitting here thinking like, I don't respect you, so I'm going to try to annoy you. Like, that's not how their brains work. I don't think you have children or played any role in their lives if you do. Yeah, that's just not how it works. I have been around, I've been in like children's ministries and teaching situations and around like nephews and nieces and friends, and my own kiddos are 10 and 12. And it's just part of them growing up. It's all it is. You know what I mean? You wanted to get a jab in, which was, I don't know, making that kind of comment about other people and their kids and stuff. It's just kind of pathetic, honestly. And again, it just makes it sound like you don't have kids or have never been around them. It's just what they do. They'll try to annoy you. They just want attention sometimes. Sometimes they don't know how to express it, and so they'll do it. Yeah, just discipline them, bro. Easy mode. Skill issue. Parenting skill issue. This guy's annoying me, says Dan, and I'm probably old enough to be his dad. Oh, the irony. Tell him, Dan. Jeez. It's friggin' young bloods try to talk like they know. Oh, my gosh. Gojir says it is Reanimal, but in the comments on the post, no one said it was. Yeah, I could see that. Like, people probably think because it looks like they're teasing something instead of announcing something or like reminding people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'll tell you straight up so you can't beat around the bush. You're a lame parent. Raise them right. Pretty obvious. No kid wants to annoy anyone. That's your delusion. Yeah, again, you're demonstrating a huge lack of education in childhood development and behavior. I'm actually educated in this. I have a degree in this. Like, I've got a degree in counseling and have studied this. You are clearly uneducated. And again, you're just dealing in platitudes. Like, you're a lame parent, raise them right. And it's like, sure. You know what I mean? Like, congratulations on getting a few minutes of my attention with your platitudinous ignorance about children. I hope it was worth it. Just raise them right, guys. A 9-year-old will never attempt to annoy you if you just, quote, raise them right. That's all you got to do. It's that simple. Spoken like a true flawless parent in a YouTube chat. No, it's a real person that ironically has daddy issues and wants attention from a man on the internet. So he comes in and says things like that because it's the best way to get it. Are you going to try 007? I am. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to... I don't know. Most of what I've seen from the 007 game doesn't really enthuse me and excite me. I'm probably going to play it more out of curiosity than interest. So... This is the definition of toxic positivity. So this guy wrote about reflecting on shipping his first game, High Guard. He said, everyone I knew who had any connection to the team or project had the same sentiments. And he's got all these quotes. This is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. This has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. I could play this game all day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 different statements made about High Guard. Brother, you were surrounded by yes men if people were saying that about High Guard. Like, this has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. Like, Jiminy Christmas. Who did you have playing with this? Your moms and your aunts? You're doing such a great job, honey. That's what that energy is. It's like, goodness gracious. You guys had the wrong people playing your game if they were saying sentences like that. Good Lord. Like, I am not trying to dance on a grave here. The game is clearly on its way to death as well as the studio. But Jiminy Christmas. You typed that up and you're like, yeah. I can wait. Like, you type that up expecting people to be like, oh my gosh, everyone I knew had connections to the game. Like, they, like, The day leading to the Game Awards was amongst the most exciting in my life. After 2.5 years of passionately working on High Guard, we were ready to reveal it to the world. The future seemed bright. I'm sorry. Like, I can't read that and not think, good golly, who did you have playing this game? Just your friends and your family? Like, did you not have anybody at all that is like in this environment, in this world, playing your game? Good night. We all watched the trailer. We're this community here, this group that hangs out here. I feel like we're pretty balanced. And there's people that are like sometimes like hyper negative about something or hyper positive about something, and then everything in between. And we were all like, huh? What? That's the final thing? I feel like we're very fair. And I watched that trailer. I'm like, good night. What is this? And you had people saying that. This is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it is yours. This has mainstream written all over it. There's no way this will flop. And the crown jewel, I could play this game all day. Jiminy Christmas. Those are all Jeff's alts. Come on. Come on. Oh, golly. You know what this feels like? I remember sitting around with people at E3 2019, and they were talking about all of the jokes that they were going to be putting into their next. It wasn't PC Game Show, but it was something like that. And everybody in the room was super nice. They were all super nice. I had nothing against any of these people. But after about 15 minutes of them talking and brainstorming ideas, and they were like pulling up clips from one of the previous shows they had done, they were watching them. It was literally some of the nicest people in the world just sniffing their own farts. I was like, nobody's going to think this is funny. Nobody's going to get all these little inside jokes that you're telling. Nobody. I'm not being mean. I'm not being crass. You guys are lovely people. But man, oh man, this is a fart sniffing session if I've ever seen one. And I wonder if sometimes people get in these insulated pieces of the industry and they're just like, this is so good, bro. This is so fun, bro. And they are just not like, it's hard to like put it into words. Like, they're not on the ground. They're not on the ground floor of the industry. They're not out there boots on the ground talking to the public and interacting with folks that like are going to look at this and say all of the opposite of those things. This is not lightning in a bottle. It's not. It isn't. It's not even a dead cat in a box. It's a non-starter. There's nothing here that's going to motivate the public to be like, yay, yay, yay. I think similar things happened. I remember when we were talking about Hellblade 2. I remember when we were talking about Hellblade 2, and I said it felt to me like they had become infatuated with the technology, and that's why it felt like a tech demo. They didn't ask the question, what will it feel like if every single thing you do in combat has been motion captured? They said, if we motion capture everything, it will look really cool. You see? They didn't ask the right question. They became infatuated with the technology. And you know what they were probably thinking when they were building it? This looks awesome. Bro, nothing looks like this. You guys are killing it. They were probably sitting around sniffing each other's farts. And then you play it and you're like, this feels terrible. You didn't have anybody in the room that thought, that's going to feel clunky and truncated and very quick time event. It's not going to feel fluid. It's not going to feel fast like the first game. Do you see? Like, I wonder if sometimes that's what's happening with these games. You got all these super nice people and they're really well intended and they're sweet as pie, but they are not at all in a situation where anybody's going to tell them That's dumb. That's not funny. That's a bad idea. Everyone's just like, this is great. This is great. This is fun. I'm having fun. You're having fun. We're all having fun. And it's like, you're so insulated. It just feels like they're super, super insulated. And that's why I think there's this shock to the system, and they don't understand. And this is why, I think this is why people categorize it as hate. I think this is why people categorize it as toxic, because, and this is why I think it's related to access journalism. I think a lot of the pundits and the journalists and the talking heads that are like defending this and being toxically positive and saying that like, oh, the game would have been fine and people would have been haters and blah, blah, blah. I think they're in the same insulation bubble, and they like, to them, it's just this shock that people are being nasty. And the only explanation isn't that your game sucks and nobody wants to play it. Occam's razor. That's the explanation. The game's no good. It isn't. Sorry. Instead of that being the explanation, it's, well, people must be being toxic and haters for what, though? What reason? What would be the point of that? There didn't seem to be like an agenda against the game. It wasn't like people like were like, well, I don't like the developers' politics or something like we've seen in other instances. I mean it. I think that's why the reaction, it's like the only conclusion they can come to is people are hating, people are being toxic, people are brigading. And it's like, what? They're just having a natural reaction to a trailer of a game that they don't like. I think JP sums up what happened. He works for Epic. What is this? What's this from? What's this from, Paul? Oh, from that X post that I'm pulling this from? Shift your frame. It's 2020. Online shooters are booming because of the pandemic and bets made in 2017. People are tossing money around like candy because of the bubble. And you and your friends really want to make a better version of the game you're all playing. So you quit, you take your money from VCs, publishers, or maybe your own. You start making the game from zero. It takes 6 to 12 months to set up the studio. Now you start building. It's 2023. You've got something playable, but it needs tons of work. So you keep spending. All your other friends who did the same thing are starting to show off their games. Some look good, some don't. Now it's 2024. You're almost out of money, but at least the game is almost done. But clouds are getting darker. Maybe we should retool this. So you go around looking for money, but with interest rates higher and so much money already spent, no one is saying we will pay for your huge studio for another 3 years. So the rush is on. Now it's 2025. Time to show the game. It's fun, but it looks like all the other things from all the other teams that all did the same thing, but there is no more money left, so it has to go out. You know what's funny, Paul? That sounds like one of my streams. That's adding financial meat to the bones. How many times have I said everything he just said? Jiminy Christmas. That's like my last 3 videos on the topic. I was like, all these people magically started building these games from 2018 to 2021. It's not a coincidence. It isn't. It's why they all feel corporate, calculated, and soulless. They're just there's nothing distinct about them. There's no soul. They feel vapid. It's because they were all corporate calculations that magically came to light from 2018 to 2021. And when it finally comes to the market, it's like, it's too late, man. You never step into the same river twice. The market has just rushed past you. You're done. You are cooked. It's too late. Michael with the Member Plus renewal. That's why calling it toxicity and hate, to me, is the most superficial summary of what is happening. It's an emergent property of the market. It's like all these things didn't happen by accident. You got a corporate calculated game coming to the market because you saw the boon of Fortnite and you saw the money being made in the pandemic, and you guys thought, we can do that better. We've got institutional knowledge. We've been playing games and making games for just as long, if not longer. We're going to make one. And they all come to the market and they all smell the same. They smell like inauthentic corporate calculations. They don't feel like games from passion like Expedition 33 or Baldur's Gate 3. They feel like corporate calculations. It's like you told AI to make a game. That's what it feels like. I said it before, Lona, the global pandemic fooled everyone into thinking that it was a gold mine in gaming when people were locked up inside with nothing to do and everything went viral. We had a lot of time to play any video game. Turns out once you have less time, your video game palette becomes a lot more selective. That's a whole other aspect of it. Exactly, Wheeze. It's like there's less pie to go around. There's less pie to go around because back then, yeah, you could play Fortnite for 2 or 3 hours and then put Fortnite down and go play something else for 2 or 3 hours because everybody was stuck at home. Now it's like you've got to be more selective. This guy says, there is no bigger mystery in game development to me than games that hundreds of people work on for years and nobody can see that they are just bad and stand no chance. High Guard is one such game, and now you have a developer still unable to believe they made a bad game. No, it's the gamer culture that killed it, and the Game Awards, and the rage-baiting YouTubers. Not the boring, artificial world, not the pseudo-edgy yet generic characters, not the corpo-style UI, not the tired genre. It truly boggles my mind. The article starts with quotes about how the game was received internally, yet all it took was one trailer for an average gamer to understand that this was doomed to fail. High Guard, Concord, the Painkiller reboot, and more. Hundreds of people worked on these games for years. How does it happen that they ever see the light of day in the form that they do? What is this? Is the legendary toxic positivity something else, or is it something else? Tell me. Well written. Well, it's so well written. Ryan McCaffrey says the economics of the video game industry are fundamentally broken. I don't think they're fundamentally broken because there's still a ton of there's if they were fundamentally broken, then there would be no successes. There would be no you wouldn't be able to have games come to the market like Arc Raiders, Mugenics, Expedition 33. If it was fundamentally broken, then those things wouldn't be happening. I disagree with him entirely. I do not think the economics of the video game industry are fundamentally broken. I think there are aspects of the economics of certain types of games that are absolutely busted because it's too expensive. It's too expensive and it takes too long. It's literally like trying to hit a bullseye from 85 miles away in the dark. By the time the arrow gets there, all of the things that have happened along the way, barometric pressure, wind, rain, whatever, the arrow's almost assuredly not going to hit the target. Reminder, I keep coming back to this. Arc Raiders was simply not fun before it was an extraction switch. You know what's interesting, Wheeze? You know what Arc Raiders and Expedition 33 both have in common? They both did something like that. They fundamentally, reset the game. This isn't working. We can't do it this way. And they made these changes. Both Expedition 33 and Arc Raiders, completely different games, by the way. They both had come to Jesus moments where they were like, this ain't gonna work. That's self-awareness. That's self-reflection. That's not toxic positivity. That's willingness to admit, hey, this is boring. This isn't going to work. I'd argue the economics of games as services games is broken. I mean, that'll preach, Ginger. Yes, the economics of a game as a service game is broken. Because everybody's trying to do something that either established franchises were able to do, like Call of Duty, or breakout hits were able to do. Everybody else is dead and on the ground. This is kind of like when you get to the end of American Idol or The Voice, and they're like, I just want everybody to know that you should follow your dreams, and if you do, you can truly win. What the frick are you talking about? You won and 18 other people didn't. And everybody moving to Nashville to try to have a career in singing ain't making it, right? It's the idea of we can have a breakout game as a service hit, and they're looking at all of the ones that have made it. What you need to look at all of the games that haven't made it. That's why it's fundamentally broken. Like the sanctimonious self-righteous virtue signaling on this, it's such a tragedy that these games have failed. It's like they're all doing the same thing. They're chasing the live service dollar, and it didn't work. Boo frickin' who? Well, you were trying to make money. Everybody does that. Everybody's trying to do that. Everybody's trying to launch a business or a restaurant or a product. Everybody's trying to do that. You looked at the market and thought we can make an amazing live service game, and you didn't. I can have compassion on the people who are now without a job. But when you look at the product itself and the process by which it came to light, I'm sorry, man. I'm fresh out of compassion for corporate calculation live service games that wanted to make a bunch of money. It's like, okay, sorry, you weren't successful, along with like 18 other dead live service games. What do you want? It's no one's being cruel or unkind. Your game didn't make it. The games that have are the exception. The games that have been successful in the live service landscape, they're the exception. You wanted to make a bunch of money. Admit it. Admit it. That's what they're all doing. It's what Concord tried to do. It's what Kill the Justice League tried to do. I think it's what Horizon Hunters Gathering is trying to do. They're trying to capitalize on something that they think will make them tons of money. They're so empty of passion, these projects. I'm sorry, they are. They seem so calculated. I'm not saying they didn't have fun and they didn't work hard. It doesn't seem like it's born out of passion. It feels like it was born out of opportunity. Aaron Wright, thank you for 38 months. Live service is very hard to pull off. I still think FromSoft can do it. Let me explain to you an analogy. Let me give you an analogy. In the content creator world, many people will work really hard at one game. One game. Second Love, what's good, Louis? 31 months in America Plus. Happy state of play, Shade Eve. Happy state of play, Shade Eve, everyone. Missed you guys. What's good, man? Let me add you to the total. We are exactly 20 members away from the next milestone. Be our first 20 bomb of the week. Okay, so many content creators do that. Anytime Creature has been speaking to people that sit and move in these circles, they tell him, you got to get that guy, me, Lono, you got to get him to niche down. Get him to just dedicate time and energy just to one game for a really long time and fake it till he makes it, right? And I'm not going to do that, right? Because it would be inauthentic and it wouldn't work. I'm too see-through. I'm too transparent. I'd never be able to fake it. People would be like, you don't like this game and it's obvious, right? However, if I were to do that, it would be obvious in the content that I don't really like the game. It would be inauthentic. There'd be no passion behind it. The way that I would debate and scream and yell and fight with people about Destiny all came from passion and love for that game. If right now I tried to become like a full-time Final Fantasy XIV streamer, it would be so obvious that it was fake. You guys would be able to see it and sense it. Right? You could smell it in the content. Right? You could smell it in the content. You could be like, he doesn't really like this game. He's just trying to make content about the game to grow his channel. Okay? That's what these games feel like. They feel like they looked at something and said, oh, that's really popular. We should do that too. And then they sort of like retrofit all of their ideas and all of their development prowess and all of their institutional knowledge. That all gets like retrofitted around a game that then ends up feeling really inauthentic. It's like everything's backwards. It's not like, man, I would really love to make this game. I've had this idea for a long time. I think it'd be so killer. And that's what led to High Guard. High Guard was quite literally a bunch of boxes being checked. Like, oh, yeah, we'll make that, we'll do that, and it's live service, and oh, people really do this, and they like this, and oh, yeah, we'll do. And it's like, well, yeah, now it literally feels like almost like a Frankenstein game of like all these other games and ideas and tropes. And then when you finally bring it to the market, you're like, oh, we've put so much time and energy into this. We've had so much fun with it. And then the public's like, yeah, we think it looks bad. You're given $200 million to make a game today that's going to ship in 5 years. What are you making? Or do you make two smaller projects? If I was in charge right now, you handed me a magic wand, and I was in charge of a studio, and you handed me $200 million, hang on. If you handed me $200 million, right, and you handed me the magic wand and I was in charge, yeah, I would probably do two smaller projects that I could get to market faster. I wouldn't do a big project that's going to take 5 years. I'd split that 200 million right down the middle. I'd do 100 million budget, and I would ship games that I felt like I was confident we could build in 3 years ish. Place two smaller bets, and what I would do is if I had like an established studio, I would have them pitch me games, and then I would look at the market and be like, okay, is the market going to shift under our feet? This guy over here says he's got a really great idea for, maybe like an action game, Souls game, whatever game ideas bubble to the surface. I'm going to go look at the market and be like, what are the odds that this is going to shift under our feet? I think live service is the most volatile. So I wouldn't even set my sights on live service. I'd be like, let's try to make, you've got a really good idea for a rogue, and you've got a really good idea for a story game with some action and some RPG elements, and we'd build the studios around those games. You'd put people around it that have those core competencies within those genres, and then you'd bring those things to light in roughly 2 to 3 years, hoping again that the market doesn't shift under your feet. If that makes sense. Like taking all 200 million, throwing it all at a live service game that's going to land in 4 or 5 years, I just think the odds of you hitting the target are almost impossible. Everything's going to shift so quickly. Like right now, I said this earlier. Right now, if somebody looked at, Arc Raiders, and they're like, oh man, that thing's popping off, we should make a game like that, and it shows up to the market in 4 years, homie, the odds of that being, successful and popular and still in demand in 5 years, what? Like, there's no way. YouTube went stupid on me for a minute there. Yeah, a couple of you guys are complaining about a problem on YouTube. I'm fine on my end. I'm not having any issues. Jay and Pac-Man are complaining. It looks like it wasn't very widespread because viewership is fine and there's only 2 of you that said anything. I'll go with an espionage game like Splinter Cell. Right, like if somebody had like a really good idea for that. Like again, you would want to go to your studio and mine it for ideas because you'd want somebody driving the project that's super passionate about, whatever it is they want to build. Sorry, Lono, but your answer is wrong. The correct and only answer is Titanfall 3. Just came from your place gameplay demo, and I've seen enough. Take my money. It looks good, isn't it? It looks good. Guys, I've been live for 6 hours. I need another break, okay? About every 3 hours or so, I got to take a break. So give me just a second, all right? Hit the like button. Check your renewals. Check your primes. All the things. And then I'll be scheduling we'll do a new stream, but that's not for about an hour or so when I'll schedule that and we'll go over, okay? I'll be right back. Oh. I'm back. The house is cold. I think Madam's going to bring me some food home. I'm going to need that second wind. I'm going to need it. Okay. I'd also make a spiritual successor to Titanfall if Respawn wasn't going to make it. Yeah, I want you to think about what they could have done. I mean, just with the Titans and co-op and like working together, and I don't know. It is, man. And this is the thing too. Like, and I think sometimes this also gets lost in the conversation. I don't want a studio making a game that they're not interested in or that they don't want to make. Does that make sense? Like, I think sometimes people are like, would you guys just make Titanfall 3? And it's like, well, what if they don't want to? People argue, I think, similarly about, like, you know, older games and remakes and stuff. Like, oh my gosh, a Sly Cooper would crush, you know. Okay, sure. Nobody wants to make it, right? When Sucker Punch had the one interview, they're like, yeah, nobody wants to make that. Like, you need developers that actually want to make it. So, you know, there it is. The first 20 bomb of the week. 275, just like that. Loch Ness drops a 20 bomb. We'll see if anybody decides to match it or push us beyond that 275 as we're trying to get to 500 by the end of the week. Today's are good days to go crazy, y'all. It welcomes new people in and introduces them to just how generous we are here. And I do owe you guys a member now on YouTube. Every 25, I gift 5. And let me go ahead and do that. Jack and Daxter. Right, like, you want them to work on it. So, like, okay, as an example, when Thunder Lotus went from making Sundered to making Spiritfarer to now they're working on, like, 33 Immortals, right? I'm not interested in Thunder Lotus. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in Spiritfarer, and I'm not interested in 33 Immortals. Like, the more I've looked at 33 Immortals, it just doesn't interest me, okay? Yo, Corgi, thanks for using your Prime over there on Purple and bumps the line to 276. I greatly appreciate it. But I was disappointed, but I wasn't like, oh man, you know, I hope those games do terribly or blah, 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 blah. When it's a live service game, I think the reason it's different is you're like, well, yeah, number one, it's probably not going to be successful. Number two, it feels more driven by like, oh, we're trying to make money, we're trying to be popular, whatever. And it also means that if it's successful, it's going to pull a lot of attention away from, you know, anything else they might do. So I feel like it is a unique category for a developer to do something that very much feels like it's calculated, it's based on like, oh, we want to be popular, we want to make, you know, we want to make money or whatever. And it also feels different when it's live service. Because when it's not live service, you can just be like, yeah, I'm kind of disappointed they decided to make that game. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that they went that route. Because you're like, yeah, I really like Sundered, and I would have liked Thunder Lotus to do like another Metroidvania or like another platformer instead of Spiritfarer. Or instead of, you know, 33 Immortals. But I think that disappointment is different. I think that's different than the live service push that we're seeing. That disappointment and that sort of like, it's almost like animosity. You're like, man, I want this game to fail. Because like you feel like it's just a betrayal and it's a direction of resources and bandwidth that you don't think is good for either the industry or the studio. You know? Oh. Yo, what's good, Dan? How are you? Little Big Planet would be awesome. I get that, Lono, but it's hard to fathom the studios would want to abandon a franchise that has so much potential and meat left on the bone. Titanfall potential was far from exhausted. Well, here's the thing, Bender. Here's the other reason why it's hard for me to think that, like, oh yeah, they totally were just, burned out and wanting to do something new. When the something new, homie, all these games look and smell the same. That's why it's hard for me. That's why I'm like telling people, like, just stow all this, like, oh, this is what they were wanting to do. This was their passion project. Bro, why do all these games look? Why do they all look and feel the same then? There's so many similarities. I don't know. It's like you can always spot a CW show. Do you know what I mean? There's, they have like a vibe. Like, all these games have like a vibe. And you could be like, well, this one doesn't really look like this one, and this one doesn't really... No. They all kind of have like a vibe. I don't need a new Jack and Daxter game. I would love a trilogy to get the remake treatment. Me feeling betrayed by a company would mean I thought they were on my side in the first place. Well, not like betrayed like that, like a friendship betrayal, but like more of like a betrayal of like trust. You're like, man, I bought this game and really believed in you guys and believed in the franchise, and this is what you guys are doing. You know what I mean? Not betrayed like a friend who betrays you or betrays, like, backstabs you or something. Where's the Ape Escape reboot? We are holding on, chat. We are holding on. We got an hour and a half left. We're going to go to the new stream in an hour. We will go at 4:30 for it. Titanfall did not sell well as a franchise. It would have to have, if it would, we wouldn't have gotten Apex Legends. I don't think what you're saying is actually, like, true from what they've said, like, historically. It wasn't that it didn't make enough money and that's why they made Apex. I feel like it's a pretty significant misrepresentation of what motivated them to do Apex. They've never said Titanfall didn't make enough and sell enough, so that's why we did this. Yeah. Obsidian says 2 of its titles didn't meet sales targets. Avowed was the top 20 played in a single day. So what? Imagine Titanfall that lets us create and customize our own Titans. Imagine it with a one-on-one arena mode. I would say that, yeah, the poor positioning of Titanfall 2, actually, I mean, you can't really overstate that. But I would also say, I think there's a lot of room in the market for like a PvE Titanfall game. Like, it could be really, really fun. Imagine consistently setting up PvE encounters where it's 2 people, right? You got one in the Titan, you got one outside the Titan, and you have different objectives and different things that you're trying to do. Maybe take some inspiration from Helldivers, maybe take a little bit of inspiration from Arc Raiders about like going in and having to get out with stuff. I mean, there's a lot of potential there. Don't mind me. I'm still delirious and out of it from being sick last week. Still sick, unfortunately. Oh, that sucks. This channel's helping brighten my day. Well, I'm glad. Titanfall was so bad, they tried to hand it to PlayStation 2 with boosting sales. I don't know if I'd play another. Yeah, I'm certainly not trying to argue that like Titanfall could be extremely popular and make a ton of money, but I don't think based off of I think all the information available on what led to the company deciding to do Apex. I don't think it was a lack of commercial success in Titanfall. I don't think they were like, yeah, Titanfall it really stunk up the joint. We need to do something else. I don't think they said that. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't think there's ever been an indication from them in any of the interviews and whenever they've talked about it that they were all internally like, yeah, that's a lame duck. Let's do something different. I think it was, if my memory is serving me correctly here, they were internally playing it and having like, they were having a lot of fun and they thought there was a lot of potential and they started iterating on it or something. It was something like that. Like it was, and they weren't even supposed to be working on that. They basically like brought it to their publisher and they thought they might get in like basically like deep trouble. I don't think they were even supposed to be making it. So, and again, I don't think it was like a reaction to like, well, we didn't sell enough copies of Titanfall, so now we need to make this other game and do this other thing. I also think what Apex was born out of, in large respect, was that. It was like, it again, if that's what it felt like it was born out of. It was born out of like they were having fun making something and it was kind of something that they were already, kicking around internally. It wasn't like, oh, let's do that thing that everybody else is doing. I remember, right, the reason that they didn't make Titanfall 3 and made Apex was that Titanfall 3 developed at the time would have been too similar to Titanfall 2. I didn't say they said that either. I simply said it didn't sell well as a franchise. Yeah, but even if it would have sold well, I don't know if I agree with what you were saying, where it was like, well, if it sold well, we wouldn't have gotten Apex or something. Like the way you phrased it, it felt like you were acting like, well, it didn't sell well, that's why they made Apex. Because you said Titanfall did not sell well as a franchise. If it would have, we wouldn't have gotten Apex. I guess I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying, like, if it sold really, really well, they would have done another one. They wouldn't have done Apex. They would have had financial reason to not do anything other than another Titanfall, which I don't know if I agree with. Because, again, I think internally, the way they talked about it, I would say the way they talked about it, it was clear to me that this was like a passion project that they like made for fun. And because of that, they kind of had to make it in secret, like I don't even think they were supposed to make it again. I think they were supposed to be making something else. I haven't read the story in a really long time because I feel like they did an interview somewhere about it and they kind of walked through like the timeline and the history. Did you start running ads? Not mad, just curious if my thing is tripping. I'm not actively pushing. They just do it automatically. We discovered, unfortunately, that if we turned that off, it was bad. Like we sadly, it's like if we turn that feature off, if we don't let them automatically do it, we get significantly diminished results and we don't get pushed. So you haven't gotten any. It's not super consistent. Yeah. It's not super consistent. Some people get them fairly consistently. Some people like never see them. So imagine if they drop a Bloodborne remake, it would shatter the internet. You know what's interesting about a Bloodborne remake is, I think you're right. I think it would shatter the internet. But I don't know if it would like shatter sales. I just wonder if like the broad audience would respond as strongly as we think that they would. Like sometimes I wonder if like, yes, the internet would go crazy and they'd go bonkers and like the cult following would lose their dadgum collective minds. But then like the rest of the gaming world would be like, what's that? You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's as popular as everybody thinks that it is. People talk about Bloodborne way more than they would actually play it. Like, what's the lifetime Bloodborne sales? Like 2 million officially, but like lifetime I'm seeing claims are around 7 million. That's not terrible, but again, you know, it's like it's 11 years old. Again, you got to wonder if, you know, 11-year-old game that roughly sold 7 million copies, like, would it be this seismic tectonic thing that people think that it would be? It would get me to consider buying a PS5 again, says Wheezy. I think the internet would go insane. I think it'd go viral. I think it would sell well. I think it would. I think it would sell well. I don't think it would be this seismic tectonic thing that people say that it would be. Like, I don't think the collective gaming community would like come unhinged and be like, oh my gosh, and it would like top, you know, sales charts and things like that. I don't know. That's just based off of the sales charts and the how long it's been. I just heard a rumor Red Dead 2 update at the show. Would not be upset with that one. After Elden Ring, it would be. That's fair. I mean, Elden Ring has certainly put FromSoft on the map to a significant degree that a lot of people would... yeah, you know, that's probably true. It's probably a different ball game now, considering how popular Elden Ring has been. It's a game that people aren't playing because it's old and has crap performance. Every 3 seconds, you will take psychic damage when reading who did voices for eugenics? Huh? I don't understand. What's the relevance of this post? Featuring meows from... It's just like a bunch of people. I saw Emiru listed in there. Oh, Markiplier's in there? So they just source like a bunch of voices from people. I saw somebody trying to like basically like virtue signal cancel the game. They were like mad about somebody being involved, and I was like, what the heck are you talking about? It seemed like one of those like, I heard a thing and hate this person. It seemed like one of those things of like, this is probably not legitimate. It's the same argument people say about Killzone and Resistance. They didn't sell well back then. I think times have changed. Well, I think one of the reasons that people don't think about this, but I think one of the reasons that like PlayStation doesn't back a shooter is because the target audience, they can see what the target audience does on their platform, and they live in Call of Duty. They live in Warzone. And they're like, why would we spend any time, money, energy, bandwidth? Why would we spend any time doing that? We're going to try to sell to people that are impossible to get them to do anything else. Killzone and Resistance don't have modern-day similar games from those developers that have captured the world. Yeah, Elden Ring has put FromSoft at an echelon of popularity that would assist Bloodborne in selling well, you know, as a remake, right? Oh, I need to schedule now, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because you get a 30-minute noti at 4 for 4:30. Hang on one second. Yeah, I do think Elden Ring kind of changes the nature of the game with respect to, like, yes, if that many people now are aware of FromSoft, Bloodborne would have, like, an almost automatic injection of popularity and awareness. that maybe in previous years it wouldn't have had. So I think that does change things. I think in times past when we talked about this, it was easy to think, yeah, Bloodborne might not be as popular as y'all think. But now that we're on the other side of Elden Ring, the game has changed. Okay, let me schedule this. That. Okay. Public 4:30. Killzone needs a complete reboot. Yeah, again, I think the thing that people miss in the discussion about this is that PlayStation has all the data on player behavior, and they know that those Call of Duty boys, you're not going to get them to buy and play anything that like think of it this way: we're already making a ton of money on these guys, and they're playing a game that we spend $0 publishing and making and taking risk on. Let's just keep making tons of money off those guys instead of trying to divert their attention to something that we're going to make. And now we're on the hook for the profit, and now we're on the hook for the success. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's why I don't think you're ever going to see PlayStation back a first-person shooter that is admittedly very obviously targeting like that audience. They know. They're like, the most of the people that would find this game appealing, not the only, but most of the people that would find this game appealing are already playing a game like Call of Duty every day. It'd have to be campaign only type of thing. It'd have to be campaign only and be budgeted around that so that the project would make its money back off of sales and wouldn't need to be getting like ongoing engagements to be considered a success. If it would need ongoing engagement to be a success, like any kind of a live service thing, I think PlayStation knows that is an absolute fool's errand. Because the homies that like shooters and the homies that like first-person shooters, man, they're all just hanging out in Call of Duty. Like, well, you know, the Warzone numbers and the annual purchase numbers for COD on PlayStation, it's just like, why fight that battle when they could spend their money on other things? You know? That's, to them, that's probably how it shakes out. That'd be my guess. Is they measure it, and that's what they conclude. They're like, yeah, no. It would be potentially successful, but it's an uphill battle, so we're not going to do it. Why fight Fortnite? I think specifically Call of Duty is what PlayStation would have in mind. They would be like, why would we fight against the tide? These people are turning on their PlayStation 4s. They're turning on their, they're turning on their PlayStation 4s, and they are, willingly playing Warzone every day and not needing anything else. They're just happy to play this game and give us money. I can't do that one until tomorrow. I need to switch back. Killzone games have always focused on campaign over the multiplayer aspects. Same with Resistance games. Why spend money to make money that's already being made for you by somebody else? Right, like think about it from that perspective. It's like this machine runs and it costs us nothing. Warzone and Call of Duty is a machine that doesn't cost us a dime, and it just generates all this money for us. We could spend a bunch of money making a game developing a game, publishing a game, researching a game, marketing a game to these people who are already giving us money. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like, it wouldn't make an ounce of sense. It wouldn't. To them, it would feel like all this risk for nothing. All this risk for nothing, because it's like those people are already giving us money. We can just bank on that money continuing to come in, and then that's why I don't think you're ever going to see Sony back a project like that. You can. Were you guys already there? It looked to me like you were already there. That's why I said, "Oh, hey, can you bring me something back?" Did you like meet somebody there or something?
No. Yeah, ice cream cone.
Oh.
With the friend that we were with.
Oh, okay. You can update me on all that later.
Oh. I don't think on my roaming now.
Okay. Oh.
Did I get anything? For bringing you food and...
Yeah, I just have to do this carefully so I don't create all that static.
You can give me a little shot.
I want to give you a little shot.
Ow.
Ow, see? I told you. I told you.
We're gonna go to the park.
Okay.
What time are you leaving tonight? 6:30?
Yeah, that should be fine.
We'll be back before then.
Okay. Oh! Ouch. I pushed through. I got my second wind. Oh. Oh man. That's going to help. That is going to help, boys. Any God of War rumors? I mean, there is a here, I'm going to run this and see. They're letting us run these channel skins. There is a rumor about a Metroidvania God of War, yes. There's a rumor that is really concrete, right? It seems that it is real. And from the sources that say it's real, we will likely hear about it sometime this year. I don't know if that means it will be at this state of play. Yeah. 18 minutes behind. I know, we need something to watch and react to so I can take a minute and eat a little bit, because we've got about an hour. And I'm going to enable this PUBG Blind Spot channel skin, and we'll read an ad in a little bit about it as a way to keep satisfying those sponsorships. I feel like I had something that we were going to react to. I don't know if I have anything about PlayStation, though. I kind of want it to be on the Crimson Desert gameplay. How long is it? Pause. React to this. Primitive unique tool. Yeah, I reacted to all that content way back in the day and shoutcasted it all, and then we got freaking copyright claims, dadgummit. That was so freaking annoying. Finally home in gaming. Enjoy it. Where did I put all that? Video React backlog. Yeah, we reacted to Epic Nate on Elder Scrolls. No one knows who Marathon is for, and not even Bungie. I don't know This is 3 months old. Has he done anything recently about Marathon? Let's see. They never learn. 2 weeks old. Marathon is starting to look good, he says here. He says, but I still have concerns. This is obviously relevant to today. Okay. This might work. There's a way to have just something to watch, so like you guys don't have to sit here and like not have anything to do while I'm eating. All right, let's see here.
Ago, Bungie came out with a video discussing a lot of the changes they've made to Marathon, and despite thinking about doing so, I didn't make a video on that. And now yesterday, at the time of writing this, they released another video, this one going over the various shells, as they call them. Now back in November, I made a video on Marathon and outlined all the things that I wanted to see changed in the final release of the game, as well as what I thought Bungie could realistically do in that time frame to increase the chances of this game being successful. To cut to the chase, I think Marathon...
Pause. What the heck? You said... can you react to my last? What did you say? Hello, I ordered some coffee almost 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had an update since. Not in a rush. What? I'll check on it right now. That doesn't make any sense to me. You should have gotten it. We don't have any back-ordered anything. I'll check.
Marathon looks significantly better than it did the first time we saw it. Bungie has clearly taken a lot of the feedback to heart and has made improvements. I went from being excited for Marathon to underwhelmed and disappointed, to where I sit now, which I would call cautiously optimistic, or if nothing else, I am intrigued to see how this is going to pan out. To my surprise, in these last 2 developer documentaries, Bungie directly addressed most of the problems I had with the game that were out.
Yeah, I don't have any orders, homie, that are I don't have any orders that are waiting to be shipped. All of my orders on the back end here. Hang on, let me get out of the screen. I don't want to dox anybody. Yeah. These are all either label created or fulfilled. I don't have anything outstanding, so I'm not sure why you haven't gotten anything yet. You might have to email us or contact us through Discord.
Outlined in that November video, but
I wanted to say what he's saying. I feel like a lot of people are in the category that this guy is in. This content creator's name is Timbo, and I feel like I've watched his stuff before about Marathon. This is, I think, the main challenge that Marathon is facing. I think they're having to convince people who are like, yay, I'm very excited, to, oh my gosh, I don't care, or I don't like it, or I don't want that, or they're angry and, you know, maybe even antagonistic about the art theft. And now you've got to convince those people to kind of get back on board. I think that is a bigger group and a far more important group than the people that are like, oh yeah, I think this looks fantastic.
I still have some concerns I want to address. My first criticism of Marathon from that original reveal was its lack of an identity. I stated multiple times in my last Marathon video that the game felt like it was being made more so to follow this extraction shooter trend than anything else. Over the years, we've seen studios chase the looter shooter success Destiny had. We've seen and still see studios chase the battle royale success of Fortnite. These are not inherently bad things, in my opinion. It's certainly fine to use the success of other games and other mediums as inspiration, or to simply want to take a crack at the same thing. I would argue every creative thing ever made takes inspiration from something anyway. And
we talked about this earlier, you know, when Eugene says everything's derivative. And I said, well, now you're making the word derivative not useful. Derivative is often used in creative endeavors as a pejorative. It's used as an insult, as a negative. Like, I think when something hits a level of being quote-unquote derivative, it's because the inspiration is too apparent and distinction is almost not apparent at all, right? It's almost like they're meters. Where like, man, it's so transparent what this is inspired by, and the distinction's just not there. If you know, if you look at like a Hades clone and you go and play it, and you're like, yeah, there's just nothing new or original here, right? The inspiration's super see-through, and the distinction's just completely absent. I think that's when you get to the point where you're like, yeah, this is just too derivative. Yo, what's good, Dauntless? No, I'm in the same room. I just have more foam up behind me so you can't see the displays. This day display is not started yet. Just got back eating Burger King food and the parents enjoy. No, you not miss anything. We're passing the time. I'm eating as well. We're passing the time by watching a video by the YouTuber Timbo, and his video is Marathon is starting to look good, but he still has concerns.
And from a business standpoint, removing the creative aspect of video game making for a second, which I know is something that some people already don't like the idea of, but it's the reality. Looking at what other companies are doing and having success in isn't a horrible thing. It can, and for a lot of companies, help increase the odds of success. If we take YouTube, for example, I can use my own channel as reference. I know that if I make a Destiny video, it is more likely to do well. It is a safer option for me. So if I just wanted to make money and grow my channel as efficiently as possible, making nonstop Destiny videos is probably the better way to go, even if I don't want to do it from a creative standpoint. Now, luckily, YouTube videos is a hobby of mine. It's not my job, so I can make a video on whatever I want. And even if the views are horrible, that doesn't affect my livelihood. But if
he actually has a big channel too. He has 138,000 subscribers. So, you know, props to him for having such a big channel. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely what we talked about earlier, how if you can sense when it's genuine. You can sense when it's authentic. Oh, we really wanted to make this game because we saw other people making games like this, right? An example I'll give you is if there's a rise in turn-based games that sort of look and flow like Expedition 33, I would say that's probably coming from a place of like people that wanted to make games like that to begin with, and now they have good reason to, right? So I would say this is different though. Marathon and Horizon Hunter's Gathering and Highguard and Concord and even Kill the Justice League, they don't feel like they came from like passion about the product. They feel like they came from passion about the opportunity because they know it's a popular and a great way to make a lot of money.
If you're running a business and you are partially responsible for the livelihood of not only yourself, but that of your employees, then doing the safer thing that maybe doesn't have as much creative love in it is at times safer and wiser. I'm not definitively claiming that's what Bungie has done in deciding to make an extraction shooter. I don't work there. I'm just saying it felt more like a business decision to me. It felt more like this genre has untapped potential. We can maybe make a splash there. Let's make this type of game. Which, when you compare to our creators, we know that game began as something else. It wasn't working, and Embark changed it to an extraction game because the genre was a better fit for what they...
I really agree with what he's saying about it being a business decision. He just caught me mid-bite. I was like eating... I really agree with that because we know internally they had decided they didn't want to do Destiny 3 and they spun up all these incubation projects. They were trying to build themselves revenue bridges away from being reliant on Destiny 2. And I think Marathon was ripped out of Destiny 3 because Anon the 9 had reported that Destiny 3 was going to have like open areas that were going to be PvPvE. And Dr. Lupo was at Bungie as early as 2018 playing something that became Marathon. I think it was totally a business decision. This was never intended to be what it is right now. It's gone. It's arrived at what it is now. But I don't think it was ever intended to be that. I mean, again, that's just my opinion. That's just my theory, based off of everything that we've heard and everything that we've seen. I think it was 100% a business decision that was a calculation about how to get away from relying on Destiny.
They were already making. Now, the tricky part is the game still has to be good. Like, even if you're a trend chaser per se and making a game based on what you perceive works within the market, it still has to be fun. And this is where we've seen a lot of games falter. Suicide Squad, Redfall, Concord, even Battlefield 6 with the inclusion of what has been a pretty generic Battle Royale mode. This is what I feared would happen to Marathon. And while that is still certainly a possibility, the game does look more like it has its own identity now. The amount of customization looks appealing. I was glad to see there's more movement. The Marathon ship and what it's hiding in there is intriguing. Some of the abilities look absolutely insane, especially for a game like this, which I'll touch more on that in a moment. Marathon cannot afford to be just another extraction shooter. It needs to stand out in some way. It needs to differentiate itself from the competition. It needs to give me a reason to play it over other extraction games, over other shooters. And
it's not just that. It's not just playing it over other extraction games or other shooters. It needs to motivate you to keep coming back. Like, I think that is going to be the continued challenge of the game faces. Why am I going to come back and play this game in 3 months? Especially if it's hardcore, if it's, if it's very, very sweaty and very PvP focused. I think that gets people to a point of exhaustion faster. They get to the exhaustion point faster, and then they're less likely to come back. I think the games that you're seeing, longevity with, they don't have that. The really, really big popular games you can play in a variety of ways. You can play a lot more laid back, and I really, really think that's why Arc Raiders is being so successful. Arc Raiders is allowing people to play very casually, very PvE focused, and they don't feel like they're just in there sweating every single day. Yeah, it does look a lot better. I'll admit that. I think the guns are still a little bit too Nerf gun for me, though.
Time will tell, but I do think as of right now, Marathon is looking less generic. In that November video, I also dedicated some time to talk about how runners aren't really doing a whole lot of running in this marathon, so to speak. I know I'm making a play on words there, but the first impressions we got, where they showed things like stamina and fall damage, that was maybe expected in a typical extraction game, I get that. But like I said, I don't think Marathon should be a typical extraction game. Do something different. Let me live the fantasy of being this cybernetic machine I build and customize for whatever task I need to complete. I shouldn't be out here cracking my kneecaps while jumping off a roof like I would in real life. What's the point of having this cool synthetic body if it's going to have the same level of cardiovascular endurance as my real body? That is a nitpick to some or a negative to some extraction shooter fans, but to me, that hurts the player fantasy and makes this game look more like the rest. Now, I went as crazy as to say to...
I also think the art style, the aesthetic, the guns, the vibe, the soundtrack, a lot of that I think is really, really on point. But we all know that gets stripped away in time, and all that matters is the content loop. All that matters is the gameplay loop, right? And I think what we saw out of the Chinese marathon capture event, again, I really feel it's not going to be transformative enough to the people that were sort of on the fence or the people that were kind of like iffy about it. I don't think it's going to be different enough for them. I think they're going to feel like it's just a PvP match. Like, I really think that's what it's going to come down to is like, you're going to load in, you're going to get into gunfights, you're going to get stuff, and you're going to get out. And I think over time, that just gets super, super flat and super repetitious. There doesn't seem to be enough depth there. And if there is depth there, I'm going to come back to what I said last year, and I got a lot of pushback from people about this, and I was right. They showed a minimum viable product, and I said there doesn't seem to be enough depth for people to come back. It seems like it's going to be very repetitious. It's very minimum viable product, right? And everybody disagreed with me, and I was like, there's nothing here. They're going to have to delay it. Then they ended up delaying it. I did say I thought they were going to ultimately fundamentally cancel it, and they didn't. So I got that part wrong. But the rest I got right. I was like, there's just not enough here. It's a minimum viable product. Okay, right. Everything they've shown now, they're putting meat on bones that we kind of already knew about. We knew there were going to be runners. We knew there was going to be abilities. We knew there was going to be a looting system. And I'm really wondering, when are they really, and maybe they do this tonight. So maybe they're going to answer this tonight. Okay. What's the bathroom? After 7 hours, just two, Nick. You can tell Mag, every 3.5 hours or so. Like, maybe they do that tonight at the stream. Maybe they say, here is why you're going to want to come back. Here is where the depth is. Here is where the longevity is. Because right now, it still, to me, feels very, very... not built to last. It just feels very, very narrow in scope for an ongoing game. So I'm anxious to see if they, what they say tonight, if they really answer that question of this is really going to be what brings people back over the long haul, the investment in all the various things, because you're not investing in a character. You do not exist in this game. You are taking on these shells of these character, hero, people things. So
include like massive verticality like the finals mixed with Titanfall movement, and have extracting be more like a Mirror's Edge Ghost Runner like race. They have not fully gone down this route, but they have added more movement. It's not for every character, but one can double jump, another can grapple. One basically has Twilight Garrison from Destiny for all my Titans out there. There are more ways to traverse the map and fight your enemies. And it seems like aside from having some of these abilities via the shell you select with your runner, you can modify various aspects of your kit. The one example they showed a couple of times now causes damage when you fall from a great height, basically. So you could theoretically combine this with another modifier which prevents you from taking fall damage. All of this is stuff I like. I was very much against the idea of having Marathon having heroes, and while they haven't fully committed to letting us create our own runners from scratch, either for preference or balancing or just a lack of time to make that kind of pivot at this point, it does seem like within each shell you can get a good amount of customization to make a build. Like I said,
we are so back, baby. My heart's filled with such happiness seeing this dude. Yo, what's good, man? How are you? Heterovono, good to see you, man. You've been following me since 2018. G-Mini Christmas. Yeah. We have been back on the platform since April of last year. Dudeness says, your consciousness is the character. You get bioprinted into the shell. Yeah, I don't think that's a very strong tether to the game. I don't think that's a very strong connection point. That doesn't feel like I'm in the game. Right? Having a character in the game that you've designed, that you've outfitted, that you've put stuff on. This is like you're like spinning through like a Rolodex of shells to put on, and you're not in the game. I mean it. I think from the psychological aspect, that's going to be really, really hard for people to feel like they're in the game. They're tethered. It feels very tenuous. It feels like a very, very thin connection.
I want to have a task to complete in this game, then optimize my shell to complete that task. That sounds cool. And I really hope the gameplay design within Marathon makes these decisions matter. I want my character customization choices to matter in gameplay, whether I'm fighting other players or AI, or trying to avoid combat altogether. So this is all great in theory and on paper, and certainly a step in the right direction, but we'll have to actually play it in order to find out. Because the elephant in the room, especially with some of these abilities, is going to be balancing. If you are watching this and not a Destiny player, or haven't touched the game in a long time, then allow me to fill you in. Over the past couple of years, Bungie has had a screw it, you could say, mentality when it comes to balancing things in Destiny. Your Guardian these days is absurdly powerful. If something in Destiny is overpowered, Bungie doesn't nerf that thing. Bungie responds.
And I think, I don't know if that's an indictment of their ability to, I don't think it's an indictment of their ability to balance. It's more of like, okay, you're in the final twilight years of Destiny, so they're just kind of like throwing caution to the wind and letting you guys go crazy. I do think historically, Bungie has demonstrated a real lack of balance in Destiny with just 9 potential subclasses. All those years. Now it's more, right? All those years with 9 potential subclasses, they really struggled, okay, to get all that balanced. Usually what they would settle on is some build or some super or some class just got to dominate. There was like seasons of dominance, they called it. I feel like that's going to be a huge struggle for Marathon, like keeping the abilities in check because there's just so many of them. You randomly showed up on my Twitch feed after years. Yeah, we got brought back to the platform last year, and I'm so glad to see so many of you. We are running a channel skin, and sometimes that helps. Sometimes that promotes us and puts us in front of people. So we're going to be covering the PlayStation State of Play together, which is happening in about 45 minutes. So stick around. They didn't care about balancing. This is different. I mean, you can say they didn't care about balancing. They seem to talk about it an awful lot through the 10 years that I really paid close attention to Destiny. And I don't think they've ever really demonstrated a whole lot of aptitude within balancing. I also think within the realm of a game like this, that is a common struggle, right? We know that was a common struggle, an ongoing struggle with games like Apex and others. So I wish them all the best. I think that's going to be a consistent problem and struggle with this game is there's going to be builds that are really frustrating to play against and abilities that are really frustrating to play against. And it's definitely a rich get richer situation where people that have like a really good and a really strong build, you're not going to have that if you've been shellacked a couple games in a row and you have nothing to your name, right? And you're like, oh, but you could do a scav run. And I think, again, the average player is going to say, I'm out. I'm good. I'm getting beat by people that have stuff and have abilities and have kits that I don't have. I'm out, right? I think they're going to make it. There's just a lot. They've got a lot of hurdles to get past here.
By taking everything else up to that level, which I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I think current Destiny 2 gameplay is much more fun than vanilla Destiny 2 gameplay. I bring this up because, at least for the time being, it appears like this is the approach Bungie is taking with these runner shells. We saw things like wall hacks, invisibility, an ability that notifies you if you've been spotted, a whole bunch of stuff that seems really, really powerful. And again, I don't dislike this stuff outright, but it does give me some pause. Destiny has gotten away with this to a degree because it's mainly a PvE game at this point, but Marathon is mostly a PvP game, and despite the massive and more casual appeal of something like Arc Raiders, extraction shooters do tend to lean more on the competitive PvP side of things. Balancing matters in all multiplayer games, obviously, but I think in ones like these, it perhaps matters even more. So I'm personally happy they're going this route and adding a bunch of crazy, cool, fun customization and build options, but with that does come an emphasis on balancing this thing the right way. I also want to take some time to call out the visual improvements. The game hasn't fully leaned into the realism like I initially hoped it would, but given the timeline remaining until release, that was very unlikely to actually happen. What we've gotten instead is a noticeable improvement in the visual quality on a lot of these assets. There looks to be better use of reflective materials and...
Somebody's asking if I'm going to try the game. Yeah, I'll try it out. I'm not really interested in the game long term. I'm interested in the game as a subject and as Bungie tries to do something new. You know, that's interesting. But I am not an extraction guy. Like, I liked Arc Raiders because I could play it like a looter, you know, and I got like 30-something hours out of it, you know, and I was good. They have rank. They have director coming from an abilities based on CSGO's clone. It's a totally different situation. They have a matchmaking system to address that. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I wish them all the best. I really do. Because this is not Valorant, where you have like very, very finely tuned sound cues and, you know, offensive and defensive abilities and an econ and like a very, very like contained arena, and they're just very, very different environment to bring these skills to. I knew you were back here. I just seeing you on top of a sponsor stream. Don't call it a comeback. Oh, I appreciate it.
Depth in the environments. A lot of people, myself included, really didn't like how flat Marathon looked in its original reveal. And while I think some assets still look kind of bad, like sometimes they show these smoke clouds, which look like a perfect sphere, but overall it looks better. It looks way less plastic. The foliage and water looks better. If you aren't a fan of Marathon's distinct, colorful, kind of minimalistic art style to begin with, nothing they've done here is really going to change that. However, I do think the changes that have been made are for the better and have appealed to people like myself that liked the original art style, but felt graphically it lacked a lot of the detail and atmosphere it needed to fit this universe. I really like how they leaned more into it being dark. Obviously, the colors are very vibrant and all that, but Marathon, at least this modern version, contrasts really well with the almost horror-tinged world. Also a small change, but them adding blood from the trailers? Thank you. The addition of having the dead bodies decay and being able to use that as a mechanic to tell how long that body has been there, that was an excellent idea. Both of these things are a massive improvement over the yellow particle effects and backpack we had before. And then there are some other small but welcome additions that you felt were going to happen regardless, but are still worth mentioning. We don't know a ton about the Marathon ship, but the small glimpse and general overview of it was much better than them just basically keeping it all a secret. I'm curious to know what these...
Somebody said they like the art style, but extraction shooter's not for you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are just going to instinctively say, no, thank you, because it's an extraction. I think the other side of that coin, though, is that Arc Raiders has exposed a lot of people to extraction who thought they wouldn't like it. The difference is Arc Raiders gave those people an inroad to enjoy an extraction shooter. I don't think Bungie's doing that, and I think that's where they're going to lose people. You know, I do. I think there are people who will say, "No, thanks, I don't like extraction." But then there's the people that are like, "Oh, I actually tried Arc Raiders, and I didn't think I was going to like extraction, and I actually do." You know. Where's the timer? Hang on. There you go. Sorry about that.
World events are, they talked about briefly. They could either be extremely cool or very basic, we'll see. Having more playlists available, proximity chat, the Rook shell is also a good idea. If they want to get bonus points from me, they should add the ability to sound like Rook over proximity chat when you're playing as it. I'm sure there are some other small things I'm missing here and there, but the point of this video isn't to report all of the changes and additions like the news. Like I said, most of the grievances I had with the game have been directly addressed. In some instances, fully addressed. In others, somewhat addressed. But they have all been touched upon in some way, which is encouraging. Now, despite all of this, I am still skeptical. I do wonder if it's too little too late when it comes to the overall perception of this game. First impressions mean so much, especially in the world of entertainment, when there is so much competing for your time. I think people that were hopeful for Marathon and found themselves underwhelmed are now happy with the direction Bungie has taken. The latest videos from Bungie do seem to have way more positive comments, but as far as the general gaming market, I just don't know. The art style isn't for everyone, the game type isn't for everyone, and that initial reveal was bad. I do think if Bungie came out with this...
I fixed the timer, guys. Thank you. It's because if I don't show the timer, it like pauses it, and I think that's what we weren't showing it. I really appreciate what he's saying here. He's saying, listen, he's saying what I've been saying. The general consensus in the feedback and the comments is more positive, but what about the general gaming public? You know, that's where I don't think they're going to get people to come back. So you're going to have to really, really hope that that core audience that shows up, if you want this game to go the distance, you're going to hope that core audience shows up and really loves this game and keeps on playing. Yeah, Wooly, I played Cairn. I rolled credits on it. It's very good.
Out of the gate instead of what we got, a lot of that negativity would have been mitigated. I also think Bungie should lean more into these edited developer documentaries opposed to doing the live streams. Just a personal opinion there. It allows you to get your points across in a more formal, scripted manner that makes better use of people's time. Yep, like the video on the shells is 9 minutes long and gets so much quality information across compared to an hour plus live stream where everyone is sitting on the couch.
I totally agree with him here. I don't think they do themselves any favors with like the long drawn out sort of overindulgent Bungie stream. Like they kind of have to ditch that, because I know in the past people loved it. You know, Deej would be sitting there, he'd bring people out, you know, he'd interview them, and there was like a vibe, you know. To me, I think they need to kind of ditch that. I don't think that works anymore. I think it just takes too long to get to anything, you know.
I'm not going to die on that hill, just my 2 cents. I know a lot of people have expressed that Arc Raiders' success is going to hurt this game, but I think the opposite can also be true. Arc Raiders may have opened the door for a lot of players to try extraction games, and those people may find they like Marathon better, either for the art style, the universe, the movement, the fact that it's first person, or some other metric. And as always, when there's competition, it forces both sides to continually evolve and improve, which should be a good thing for you if you're a fan of one of or both of these games. Marathon to me now sits in this category where I just want to play it. As someone that makes videos online, I was likely going to buy the game anyway to cover it, but if I detach myself from that for a moment and look at Marathon as a consumer, I would certainly try the open beta and then make my decision from there if I'm going to buy it. Marathon's release is only a couple of months away and it's going to cost $40. So in that amount of time, Bungie has to keep the positive press they've been building and really deliver on the beta, because I imagine that's when a lot of players are going to make their decision. We have obviously seen games come back from rocky reveals and launches, usually through listening to community feedback and continual positive changes over time. Marathon can certainly fall into that boat, but it can also flop and be dead on arrival. We saw that with Concord most famously. Most recently, Splitgate 2 was a huge flop, and Highguard, which was announced at the Game Awards, also didn't make the greatest first impression. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, and I think first impressions are so important, and I think that's where they've really hurt themselves. They've really put themselves on their back foot. You can't get to the top of the mountain. I'm at the last save point. I think I need to reset and go down go up with more resources. Yeah, I don't know if I would have been able to make it through the end of Cairn, because it can get a little confusing. Like, are you supposed to be constantly like passing out and getting these cutscenes? I had some things that I could eat and drink that made it to where the cold didn't affect me for 5 whole minutes, and I would use that time to climb. I also had it on the easy mode, so like it was a lot easier for me to like not lose progress. So like you're kind of getting hit from both ends at the end of Cairn, because you're getting affected by the cold, and if you're slipping and falling, you're losing your progress on the mountain. So I've been gone for a while. Yo, what's good, Paul? How are you? That's actually enough of the video. I'm gonna put my music back on. I'll share the link with you guys. The creator's name is Timbo. If you guys want to support the original video, you can watch it. You can sub to the channel. And that video was called "Marathon is Starting to Look Good." I think his concerns are all valid. I think he voices a lot of the same concerns I have, and it sounds like he's been a long-term content creator that's been able to cover Destiny and other games. And I think that he's clearly getting on to a lot of the things that I've gotten on, which is that this game has got a bit of an uphill battle. It just is a bit of an uphill battle, and I want to add that to the description as well, because I'll forget to add that to the description. I wasn't planning on reacting to anything today, but I want to make sure we have that in the description. Let's see here. Timbo video. There we go. I'll just have that in the description if anybody wants to watch it, if you're watching this later and you want a link to it. Appreciate you guys so much. We are going to need to transition here on YouTube in the next 4 minutes. I like to go live 30 minutes beforehand, 30 minutes before the show starts. And this is a good window of time once we're in the new stream to go a little crazy. If you guys have been holding off on the gifteds, that's always a good time to do it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change that thumbnail on this one. It was going in and out of tripping out at the end with warm food or not. Oh, yeah, with Karen. Yeah. I had so much at the end, and I think that was because I played it on the easy mode, so I had so many resources at the end. My backpack was always full. Like, every time I found stuff, I couldn't even pick a lot of it up at the end. I had so much stuff. Like, my backpack was like kind of like busting at the seams. And so I think that's probably why I was able to get to where I was at the end without having to worry about, like, the cold. The cold is like your biggest enemy at the end, because you basically just freaking pass out. So, okay. Yeah, I read part of that, Sven, from the guy that worked on Highguard. It just really, really sounds like these people are so insulated and so not, man, oh man, are they disconnected from the gaming public? It just really, really feels like they're so insulated. Like the language that people were using Jason Momoa was cast as lead for Helldivers. Yeah, I saw that. The language that these guys were using and being told about their game was like lightning in a bottle and stuff. It just seems absolutely and utterly ridiculous that anybody was saying that. Like that paragraph right there, Paul. Yeah, like all of those are just such absurd things that people were saying. It's like, how did you get such a disconnected group of people is my question. This is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project that nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. Do you know what I'm saying? We all watched a trailer and we were instantly like, this looks bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Who are these people that you were insulated with? Just such an absurd bubble that these guys were operating in. Is it ignorance or an unwillingness to admit they made a bad game? Who is this guy? He's the guy that worked on the game. He worked on High Guard. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, what the heck is going on? Where are we? Okay, I'm going to redirect you guys on YouTube. Do me a favor, click that link or ride the redirect, okay? And when we get over to the new stream, let's go absolutely bonkers crazy on the like button. All right, if you haven't hit the like button on this one yet, please do this. Please do so. I would greatly appreciate that. This guy says, I wanted to shout out some incredibly supportive journalists and creators who genuinely made a night and day difference of enduring the past 2 months. All these folks deserve far more credit than they get for their empathy, intuition, and integrity. All right. Click the link. Click the link in the chat or ride the redirect, YouTube. Hey, if you're watching this later, it is the state of play, the first state of play of 2026. It's going to be over an hour long. You're going to want to skip ahead by 29 minutes if you are watching this later. I actually don't need my timer here anymore because we've got a timer on the screen. I'm just going to stay in this scene. And we thank you guys so much for watching my co-stream of the PlayStation State of Play. We did a waiting room. I did predictions. We had a lot of heated debates. I'm going to end that previous stream. I'm going to bring people over with redirect. Thank you, everybody who hung out for that. That was an absolute blast. And hopefully you guys can continue to have